Boy, oh boy. Fellas, ladies, gentlemen, other pronouns. What's up? How you doing? I'm chilling. I don't know about you guys. Clicked for Mercer, stayed for Megaphone. Eden, you glorious bastard. Don't you talk to me. What's up? Hey, Senior Chewy, how you doing? Glad to have you here. Glad to see everybody here. Let's see. Yeah, Eden, you have to freaking wink with text. You can't post your big old GIFs in here. No, sir, not yet. What up, SSH? Samuel, oh my gosh, the gang is here. Everyone is here early. Thank you so much, guys. Was it the fact that I teased a huge announcement? I was like, I feel like they're gonna click more with more force. And I do hey Richard, how you doing? John, oh my goodness, there are so many people. What's up? Bidet. I'm gonna give everyone just a slight more bit of time, and I'm going to do my normal take. You know, I do my, last episode take sort of situation. I'll do that, and then we'll have the announcement. So, what did I think of the rest of episode 7? It's that, Matt's, kind of good. I know that's been my takeaway before. I think that was my takeaway after episode 4 as well. But I have more specifics this time, because if you were there for the second half of that episode, I was ripping on Matt most of the ep. I was not super complimentary the whole time. I was like, I fucking hate this dungeon. I don't like how Matt's not keeping the pressure on. I don't like this. I don't like that. Hot take. I need a hot take alarm. But yeah, I was kind of ripping into him, and I was ripping into the players. I was like, I don't like how they're playing, all this. And then we got to the final combat, and I was like, holy shit, that was fantastic. And I think that I've narrowed it down. I actually said it last episode. I was like, I think that Matt is, at least at this point when it comes to 5e, was a pretty good DM. He was fine. I don't think he was anything to write home about, except for one specific facet, which is his narrative timing. I did not think that I liked the number of combatants and the type of combatants, but I don't think that the encounter was I didn't think that the final encounter was a bad encounter or a bad boss fight. I thought it was fine. It was mediocre. But the way that he ran it, the actual process of him describing things, presenting things, changing the structure as it went on, with both him supporting the player's god play, as well as who he chose as target priority, how he went about choosing that, who the basilisks targeted. I all think that it was really, really impeccable timing. I even said, I was like, ooh, basilisk, petrification monsters, you kind of got to have a careful hand with, a careful eye, when you're doing that sort of thing. And I think that he's just masterful. The pacing of when NPCs acted, where they acted, when the NPC queen finally shot the ceiling, changed the whole thing into a chase sequence, or not even really a chase sequence, just changed the battle a lot. I thought that the timing on all of that and the delivery of all of that was absolutely impeccable. Way better than I could ever do, honestly. I think I'm confident at this point that I could design a better dungeon, but I don't think I could run that last fight as well as he could. And I took notes. I took mental notes of how he did it, the actual timing of how many enemies were alive, probably where they were in their health pools, where target acquisitions went, because I just thought it was very, very impressive. So that was my big takeaway, is like really hitting home. Like, I think Matt's huge strength, at least at this point, is his timing and his delivery of the narrative, regardless of if they're out of combat or in combat. So yeah, that's my big takeaway. And now, the announcement. I've talked about a lot of ideas. I love leaking on stream, especially shit that'll never happen. Like stuff that I want to do, but that probably never will happen. I love telling you guys about and then not doing it, because then at least someone knew that I had the idea, right? But this is something that I've talked about before and that I've mentioned, which is, and you know what? I'll make sure switching to Wednesday. Shut the fuck up, Richard. I'm not changing the streaming schedule. It's bigger than that, I would say. Much, much bigger. So, to give you guys some confidence that it'll actually happen, that it's not just something I'm talking about, not only can I guarantee you I plan on doing it, I can give you a date. Now, August 3rd. It's a Thursday. Put it on your calendar. I'm going live. Now, you might look to yourself. You might say, oh no, Megaphone Man, I can't watch you on Thursday. I already have something on my calendar on Thursday. It's Baldur's Gate 3 release day. I'm gonna be watching people play Baldur's Gate 3 on Thursday. I can't watch you. You certainly won't be playing that, and that's where you'd be dead wrong, my stupid fucking hypothetical chatter. I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3 on August 3rd. Not only will I be playing it on August 3rd, I will be playing it on August 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Oh, yeah. And I will be playing it 3 days in a row. But here's where it gets even extra spicy. When I say 3 days in a row, I don't mean like, ooh, I go live Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night. I mean, I am going live for 72 fucking hours. I am pressing go live on Thursday at 7 p.m., and I am not turning this stream off until Sunday at 7 p.m. 72 straight hours. I'll be sleeping right fucking there. I'll have all my meals meal prepped. I will be right here playing Baldur's Gate for all of you. And for me. It's going to be sick. Thank you for the hype, Eden. I appreciate it. So that's the big announcement. 72-hour Baldur's Gate 3 stream starting at 7 on Thursday and going all the way through. Sunday, tune in for hallucination. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. After 72 hours of bear fucking, I'm going to be hallucinating. That's for sure. So it is. It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be hype. It will not be any manner of like subathon or anything, because number one, I don't have memberships, and number two, I'm telling you when I'm ending it. It's Sunday at 7. I have a full-time job I gotta get to on Monday. I happen to have Friday off. So yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be exciting. I'm also, you guys have seen, I have an open door policy when it comes to like other creators. You know, they can jump in the call with me whenever they want during these streams. Same exact thing on Baldur's Gate 3. I'm going to be in that Discord call all 72 hours, even when I'm asleep. So there could be some surprise guest appearances there. I honestly don't even know yet. I'm trying to, maybe get some pre-planned ones, but there could also be some not so pre-planned ones. But I am super duper excited, and I am very I don't even know if nervous is the right word, but I am anticipating so a hallucination stream on Sunday. It's gonna be kind of wild. UK time zone about to come in clutch. How you feel about a 6 a.m. wake up call? Thankfully, I don't have super chats yet, so, and you don't have my phone number, so I'll go on Do Not Disturb. I will be nice and tucked in. I'll be nice and asleep. First 8 hours of stream will be character creation. Hey, Samuel, how did you look into my soul that immediately and know that about me? Shut up. I have played Skyrim so many times, and I still take like an hour and a half on character creation. I can't not. But I'm super excited. There's also, if you don't know, the multiplayer in Baldur's Gate 3 has a drop-in, drop-out feature. So I can just be playing the campaign. Someone can come into the call. We can, they can hop into my campaign. We can play together for an hour or two, until they lose faith in humanity. And then they can drop out and I'll keep on trucking. 200 hours in early access. Ooh. I'm excited, Senior Chewy. I am super psyched. Especially because, this is another one where, just like Critical Role, I'm going in with, very little experience in, what this game even is. I played a little bit of Divinity, Original Sin 2, and I've watched some trailers, and that's it. So I'm going in, mostly blind, and I'm hyped. 2 hours of ASMR each day, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Yeah, it's going to be me just getting up. Hey, guys, how's it going? How's it going? I need to turn up the mic volume. An hour and a half for 3 hours of gameplay to then reload beginning to remake character. No, I'm committing. I'm committing, Samuel. Whatever I determine, that's what I'm sticking with. Because I need to make progress. Hell yeah, DOS 2 is great. DOS 2 is great. It's funny, I wanted to keep streaming it, but I liked the Critical Role format a lot more, and then I was like, oh man, Baldur's Gate comes out in August. I'll probably just wait for that and stop playing DOS 2. But I did have a lot of fun playing DOS 2, and I do eventually want to go back and play it all the way through. But yeah, so that's the whole shtick. That is the whole kit and caboodle. And I am going to head in to Critical Role, Episode 8, Glass and Bone. I hope to see you guys there. And I might even have some more information related to the 72-hour stream as we get closer, but this is the big announcement.
Picking up there as we leave off, where we left off.
I'm gonna turn on some
You're all
lights.
breathing heavily.
It's dark.
The sincerity of the battle has just come over you. The adrenaline's still pumping through your system.
It's melted off.
It's kind of there.
Mostly. You can see 4 of the 5 toes.
Oh, that's not bad.
It's
4
about
out of 5.
3.5.
Did I lose the big or the small?
This would be small.
Okay.
So
It was the
So your
ringtone.
balance is
Say
probably a
that.
little wonky.
a little bit.
A little bit.
So,
Hear that athlete's foot though. Gone.
true enough.
Is anyone following us? Can we do a quick check around to just see if there's any
Make a quick perception check.
perception check?
All right. Oh no! 1506. I skipped too much. Let's see. Oh, there is a really big most replayed section here, so that does make sense. 1506, absent player announcement and reaction. Let's do it. The Matt recap follows pretty soon afterwards, so no need for a separate timestamp. Gotcha. Mostly to hear why Travi.
All we are missing, Travis, is totally fine. Avengers is a fantastic film.
Oh,
All we are missing, Travis, is totally fine. Avengers is a fantastic film.
lame.
Wonderful film, and hope he doesn't spoil anything for us in his return. But he is missed. Travis, we miss you. We'll have you back next week, hopefully.
How dare you, Travis? How dare you? Be it Avengers. Ugh. Just a little small indie film. I requested closed captions for my new audiobook. I don't even know what you're referring to, Richard. I cannot even imagine what. There are closed captions. They're on. What do you mean? I don't know what's
I'm
going
gonna
on.
spoil
The movie for everybody. They win.
But do they?
But do they?
Okay.
It's.
I mean, to be fair, if this was Infinity War and not Endgame, they didn't. So, Orion could have been wrong.
I don't know. It's Joss Whedon.
I know.
They were.
Oh, it's true.
Nice. I'm not sad.
All right.
No intermission break. Whoa, interesting. They told me to read the book. Ah, I see, Richard. I see. No intermission. This is a honker of an episode. Then, that's fine. I'm here for the ride. I got 6 hours, 7 hours, nowhere to be. Let's get into it.
So, welcome everyone. If those of you it's your first time, buckle up for some interesting. So we're a bunch of voice actors from Dungeons and Dragons, and this is our campaign we've been running for a while. To give you a little heads up on the story so far, the party was hired to find an individual named Lady Kima. She is a halfling paladin of the Platinum Dragon Bahamut.
Also known as
deity.
Kavarn.
And we found her. We found her.
You did. I was gonna get to that. So they went seeking her in caverns beneath the dwarven city of Craghammer. After much fighting and surviving, they managed to find their way to a Duragar fortress called Emberhold, where they found Lady Kima captive beneath. They released her, and then, using her help, assaulted the throne room at the top and managed to slay King Murgle of the Duragar. However, in the process, Grog, our intrepid barbarian, was kidnapped by the queen mage before she could be slain, who then also disintegrated a portion of the roof, letting an entire cavalcade of molten rock into the fortress. The party then had to make a heated escape. However, a number of their party members, due to the gaze of a
I will also say he is I think it is telling. I've talked a few times about, interesting things and the pacing of those things, yada yada yada. And I said, did Kima find her horn yet? Shut up, Richard. Shut your mouth. She still has the horn. Fuck. Oh, I'm becoming less and less convinced by the day, but I've told all of you, if she dies off screen, she's still Kavarn. I swear. Or if Kavarn dies off screen. Have we ever seen them in the same room together? We'll see. I don't know. But yeah, I've talked about it a few times of like interesting points, the pacing of those things, and I do think it's interesting to hear his breakdown of like he skips most of the session up to the fight because the fight is easily where all of the interesting shit happens, which is okay. I said maybe one interesting thing per 3 hours. He had one interesting thing per 3 hours, so. I'm not gonna talk too much shit on that, but it is something to think about. Of like the dungeon up to that point was not very interesting.
basilisk, or two basilisks that were kept in the throne room as pets. Lady Kima and our Tiberius Stormwind, our Dragonborn sorcerer, are currently stone. Dragging them out of the fortress as the magma began to fill the interior. A very deft escape was made. Aside from Vax, unfortunately, getting his foot temporarily submerged in the lava, taking some serious damage to his foot.
Also, am I crazy, or is magma way too hot for that? Right? Like, I feel like your foot could get, like, mangled just by being, like, that near to it. I feel like if it was submerged, I don't know. I feel like that's, like, permanent disablement. No lies, the dungeon or cave system gets increasingly cooler from here. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah, I'm down with it. And to be fair, last episode someone was talking about how the original pickup for this series was like a 6-episode, like basically mini series, and then Geek and Sundry saw the massive success and was like, oh, like, come on for a whole season. So it is like very possible that we are now getting into stuff that Matt was like actually starting to craft for like 3-hour segments with stream in mind. like I have a feeling that this is like, with all that information in mind, that this is where he started to not take it seriously. I'm sure he took it very seriously before, but he started to see it as like a long-term thing that he could put a lot of effort into and it would be reciprocated back. Like there would be success if he put a lot of effort into it. Which like in the first 6 episodes, he had no idea if that was the case. Like this could have just flopped. And then he's still a voice actor and still has to like put most of his effort into that. So I definitely I can see the reason for why it would start to get better at this point.
The party managed to make their way outside of Emberhold proper, and you've all taken a moment to breathe at this point, realizing that thankfully, for the most part, you've all survived, aside from the missing party member and.
Yeah, John, that's also kind of what I just like the whole like submerging in lava. I was like, is that something that can happen with like lava or magma? Can you even really submerge in it? I feel like it kind of just like goes around, which I guess water does too. It goes around you, but I don't know. Yeah, that whole thing, I was like, I feel like either that's just like not a thing, and or his foot should be like gone. Not just like, oh, his foot was like fucked up. I feel like if your foot is submerged in lava or magma or whatever for like any period of time, that foot's just gone. Like it's a husk. But maybe not. I honestly don't know. I'm no geologist.
A few in a state of flux at the moment. So, picking up there as we leave off, where we left off, you're all breathing heavily. The sincerity of the battle has just come over you. The adrenaline's still pumping through your system.
Foot melted off.
It's kind of there.
Mostly. You can see 4 of the 5 toes.
Oh, that's not bad.
It's
4
about
out of 5.
Do I
3.5.
have Did I lose the big or the small?
This would be small.
Okay.
So,
Okay, you could do without
So your
it.
balance
You
is
say
probably
that.
a little wonky.
a little bit.
Probably.
So,
Hear that athlete's foot though. Gone.
true enough.
Is anyone following us? Can we do a quick check around to just see if there's any
Make a quick perception check.
perception check? Starting it off with a 19.
Yay!
Very nice. Very solid.
Glancing around, you start hearing various Durgar screams from above as the individuals that were still inside the fortress are in the process of trying to get out, or in the process of slowly melting in the molten rock. What you do also notice is that off towards the bottom base of the stronghold, a number of the Durgar that reside in the buildings that surround the exterior of Emberhold proper are mounting arms and charging up towards the stronghold to give aid to wherever this seeming loud shouting and screaming is coming from.
Can
Does
they
anyone
see
seem
us?
to be paying attention to us? Yeah.
No, they're far enough away where you don't think it's an issue and you're off to the side for the moment, but you do see probably a close to 30 to 40 Durgar are currently swarming out of the small city and making their way towards Emberhold.
So right now they're just kind of focused on the chaos of the temple.
There was a
can
path
see.
further
We should
down.
get out of here.
There was a path further down that led further on into the tunnels. I think we should follow that.
A pawn and a king. Welcome. I don't think I recognize your username. Welcome to the stream. I'm very happy to have you. It would be very buoyant, but you could cover a foot. It would be severely injured with that couple of seconds of exposure. And this is where like I actually I don't play with these very often, but I do think that lasting injuries are very interesting. And so I think that this would be a really fun, and Matt sort of does it, right? He says you're going to have disadvantage on all stealth checks, and I think he says that he's at like half movement or something. I think that that's really fun, especially if you're in I think lasting injuries are even more fun in like a high magic, high fantasy type setting like this sort of is, where like there are temples that can probably, do I don't remember what it's called, but there's a specific healing spell that can like reform body parts. So I think that those it was lose 5 feet of movement. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I love those types of injuries. I love like, okay, consequences of your actions. Like you're not dead, but this is not something you can heal with a long rest. You're going to need to have more like serious, magical treatment. Especially in this sort of setting. In a low magic setting, that can be a little bit punishing. If it's like, you're not going to have access to like this healing unless you really go out of your way to get it. I still think it can be interesting. I've talked before about how when it comes to like crafting, I'm a big fan of like quests to get ingredients for crafting. And I think that is totally doable in a low magic setting, where like someone gets like a lasting injury, their foot gets mangled up, and you say like, okay, like you've heard a rumor, regenerate. Yes, John. Yes. You've heard a rumor that like, I don't know, unicorn blood can heal this lasting injury. It doesn't have to be unicorn blood, could be anything. But then they now have like an ingredient to go off and get in order to solve this. So I really like the concept of lasting injuries, and I wish that they were a little bit more common, but I do know that they can get oppressive if you use them too much. So it is a fine balance.
Hang on. Grog can't be far, right?
He could be in another dimension.
No, he can only be 1,000 feet away.
Who says who?
They used the spell Dimension Door that Tiberius has.
So we hope.
He used
she
when
was
you
dimension
used.
door.
I have a spell that can go to another dimension.
Well, I remember the gods on high telling us last week that we recognized the spell that was used
By
to
the
be
way,
Dimension
this is
Door.
the best
right.
conversation we've ever had with Tiberius.
Right. Oh man, I feel like it's gonna come back to bite you in the ass later. Because he is still conscious, right?
So wait,
No,
Frog's
Can
Frog's
he
It
gonna-
is
like
it is
hear?
darkness. He can't hear. He's not conscious. He is currently
if Frog is
solid.
close, we still need to get out of the way of these 30 people.
We still need to hide.
Let's at least
And heal.
follow the path, find a place where we can hide and just
Around a
recuperate.
corner or something. Can we stealth kind of further down?
You can try to. You currently are carrying 2 large solid stone statues with you.
That's yeah. That's
So
fine.
it's definitely possible, but you're gonna have to come up with a creative way of doing so.
Grog had the rug, didn't
Yes, I can do
Grog
that.
had the
I'm gonna
entire
go
bag
ahead.
of holding.
Everything.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Pass Without a Trace on the party.
Okay.
10d10 for wading. Wading through lava is a hilarious statement already. While being submerged is 18d10. Yeah. I know that he also has disadvantage on stealth checks, which is pretty tough for a rogue, but I also think it's fair. I am a fan of large temporary punishments. I'm very much not a fan of of permanent punishments. I'm also, this is kind of in the same vein, I never fuck with my players' levels as a result of like actions that they take in the game, unless I'm like giving them extra XP as a group. But like I'll never be like, oh, this like thing happened to you, you lose a level. I'm not, that's not how I roll. But I am a fan of like, oh, like until you have this issue now, until you get that issue resolved, which you can, like, I'm putting it right out there, you can get this resolved. You're going to have this like permanent, or not permanent, you're going to have this negative effect that like lasts through long rests. Because most everything else in D&D gets reset at a long rest. So I think for really, really impactful situations, really, really impactful decisions, I'm a fan of giving things that last between long rests. Whether that's positive or negative. Sometimes I will, as a reward for like really crazy stuff, I might give some sort of boon that lasts for like a few long rests. That's a little bit more rare because I think it's a little bit harder to work it into the fiction. It's more often like, lasting punishments like losing 5 feet and 5 feet of movement and having disadvantage on stealth checks, which I think is a great lasting injury for what happened. Especially with, like you're saying, Sam, the alternative being 18d10, which has the distinct chance to overkill him, even if he like goes down.
Percy, I think you and I are on Tiberius.
Yes. Okay.
If we do not move, will this 30 Duragar mass hit us at some point?
You can find out.
Oh, Jesus.
It's like asking the future.
Maybe can I use my rope of infinite twine, which I have on my person? I never used before.
Rope of infinite twine,
Because
sure.
it's connected to my rope.
Right.
Can I use that and like tie it around Kima and hook it to Trinket so he can drag Kima along?
You can. So, I will say for this circumstance, you guys preparing this, casting the spell, beginning dragging the stone, the group make an initiative check.
Oh no.
We took too much time.
Great. Love it. Oh my gosh. I was just talking about how, like, I wish he would have used initiative more. Because, like, initiative does break up the pace. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, initiative is not, like, a perfect system by any stretch of the imagination. But it is really good for controlling pacing, what people do and what they're allowed to do, and making sure that people don't step on each other's toes in times where people might want to do a lot of stuff. So I think for this sort of thing, rolling initiative is amazing. You don't even have to go into combat. Initiative is just a way to organize people's actions. So I think that's awesome.
We should just run.
Natural 20.
Woo!
Yeah, you see flashing. There we go.
That's been a kind eye to you.
So 20 plus whatever your initiative modifier is.
27.
27.
13.
Okay, 10.
12. 17.
15.
All right.
Getting sassy with the DM already.
Okay. So
Distract them. Get them away from us.
you guys begin to drag the stone, or your two stone companions, across the jagged obsidian floor of this deep, dark cavern. The heat from the nearby lava fall is still causing you to sweat profusely, and you're sore from the previous battle you just endured. Those of you who are wounded, you can feel the stretch of the muscles and the tearing of what sinew has taken damage in the process. As you begin to pull kind of parallel to this duct of lava that pours off the side of Emberhold. You keep low so that you aren't actually blocking the light source, which would be a very keen visual to anything that's looking in that direction from a distance. But you slowly make your way across. At this point, the Duragar have not been able to get there before you guys move off from the side.
And you see this, like, this is also why I'm such a big fan of rolling initiative, because just establishing an initiative order does not mean that you have to, like, go, like, 30 feet by 30 feet, 6 seconds by 6 seconds. You can establish initiative and then keep narrating, like, ask groups for group actions. But then when it comes down to, like, the zoom in of, like, okay, you guys have this decision. This is the initiative order. This is, the enemy's initiative. Decide what one action you're taking. So I think that just establishing the order, even if you're not going to use it for a minute or so, is really nice, especially right at the beginning of a thing like this, where, like, the session hasn't even really started yet. They're just kind of chilling out. So it's not even like you're really interrupting something that was, well on its way. You just establish the order really quick, and then we go into it and occasionally ask for actions. I think that this is very well done.
So they haven't caught up to the position you were previously, but they're beginning to swarm around the sides, and you see them yelling at each other and shouting commands. Some of them are starting to grab large rocks and fill in areas of the stronghold. Some of them you can see where robed individuals begin casting spells. You can see portions of other stone walls beginning to mount up and try and block the flow from the interior and exterior of Emberhold. However, you guys are still within eyesight, technically, of any Duragar on that side of the fortress. So I'm asking everyone now to make a stealth check. Those that are pulling the statues with disadvantage.
So that's Trinket.
Plus 10.
So Trinket and you and
But we all add plus 10 to...
correct
Okay.
to the final roll.
I have a question. If I have advantage,
Plus 10 from what? Is it... Did she cast Pass Without a Trace? Did I miss that? Because that's... I mean... maybe. I don't know. Might have
for
missed
other
that.
reasons, I have a Cloak of Elven Kind, which gives me advantage. Does it advantage and disadvantage cancel out until
They
1?
do.
Okay.
Yes. Your foot being wounded though
Yes.
is a disadvantage right now.
Right.
So that then goes back down to disadvantage.
Oh no, Matt! Matthias Jeremiah Mercer. You fool. You silly Billy. That's not what happens. Oh, it's rules lawyer Megaphone Man here to lawyer all your rules and make sure that you play 5e as raw as Jeremy Crawford, our Lord and Savior, intended. That is not how advantage and disadvantage works. The way that it works is you determine, do you have advantage from any source? You do? Awesome. You have advantage. Do you have disadvantage from any source? You do? That counts as 1. Doesn't matter how many there are. You can have disadvantage from 10 different things and advantage from one thing. It all coalesces into one disadvantage. Advantage and disadvantage cancel out. So you could have disadvantage from 10 sources and advantage from 1, and that goes to normal. And vice versa. You can have advantage from like 6 different things, and if you have disadvantage from one thing, you're back to normal. So keep that in mind. That is part of the kind of underlying philosophy of 5e, which was, hey, people complained about 3.5, how things were really hard to track. And so we tried making it into a superhero game with 4e, and people didn't like that. So now, instead of having like all of these like floating modifiers, all these +1s, +3s, +5s, minus, and you have to like cancel everything out, it's just advantage and disadvantage. Doesn't matter where you get them from. If you have both, it cancels. Nice, simple, easy. I'm not saying it's like good or bad, but it is inarguably very easy.
Can't win with this guy.
Just for the circumstance,
It doesn't matter.
unfortunately.
All right.
So dragging a statue with a partially melted foot right
It
now.
doesn't matter.
Oh god.
So a +10 to the roll.
So,
Pass or fail.
14.
what plus the 10?
That's including the 10.
All right.
22.
11?
There's also, I mean, I assume that everyone in here has played enough D&D to know that double advantage and double disadvantage aren't things. Like, you can never roll more than 2 D20, with the very notable exception of a single feat, which is Elven Accuracy. It's a racial feat from Xanathars, and it does give you double advantage, which is crazy. But nothing else in the entire game gives you double advantage. Nothing can ever give you double disadvantage. It's either advantage, disadvantage, normal, or Elven Accuracy. That's it.
20.
20.
That's my low roll.
Yep.
Ooh, 20 for trinket and 29 for me.
Whoa.
Richard, I'm teaching you the important things. I'm making sure we're all on the same page so that all of our gravestones say the same thing. I'm gonna have roll with advantage on my gravestone, and I want to make sure they know what I mean. I have a horribly crunchy rule that mostly gets waived, but I call it double ups, where essentially you have 2 more dies. You have 2 more of dis or adv after totaling them all on that side applied. Wait, what? 3 advantage and 1 disadvantage equals advantage. Okay. I see. So they cancel each other out, but only if it's double the amount. That is very crunchy. And if you're into that, like, you know, pop off, King. Who cares? Because I know that, Samuel, you've talked about being like super into like the more crunchy, like 3.5 Pathfinder style. And if that homebrew rule brings you and your players happiness, fucking hell yeah, brother. But unless it's an established home rule, I do like it when I've talked about this with like their homebrew magic items, like the Cloak of Elvenkind, which has the exact same name as the raw Cloak of Elvenkind that does a totally different thing. Or not totally different, but slightly different. I'm just like, when they're using homebrew, I just want them to call it out. Do not use it. I am insane. Don't you worry, Samuel. I was not going to. Not to say that it was bad at all, but I am definitely on the low crunch side of things. I'm more of a 5e guy than a 3.5. A little bit more Blades in the Dark than Pathfinder, City of Mist, that sort of deal. But if you're into the crunch, if you're into the war game, that sounds like a great homebrew rule to bring 5e in more of that direction.
Oh, all right. So, as you keep hunched low, slowly dragging these stone obelisks of individuals across the jagged floor. You seemingly do so without any of the Durgar eyes catching you through the low light in the cavern. Partially due to the fact that you guys are doing a pretty decent job, and partially the fact they're more obsessed that the central piece of their fortress right now is essentially about to be completely filled with molten rock. About 20-25 minutes or so, you manage to pull just past where the lava flow dips down into what looks like a small opening in the flooring, and you are past the immediate heat.
Again, I said this pretty frequently last episode of like what it feels like versus like what it is, and calling it a fortress is so funny. Like I just, after having experienced what I just experienced with like them going through this was like a petty feudal lord's manor house at best. Like this was no fortress. This structure had no reason having walls in the first place. So, I talked about it a lot last episode, so I won't belabor the point, but it's definitely something to think about, how your language can build an image in the players' heads, and you need to make sure that image in their head works with the actual layout that you present to them. Clearly, a lot of chatters last episode said like, oh, they never really noticed it until I pointed it out. So it might be that, I'm just much more critical of that sort of thing. And that is a skill as a DM, is to like get players to invest even when like, maybe you're showing them something that doesn't quite make sense. It is your job to convince them regardless. And Matt clearly did that well. So, take the positives and the negatives from that.
Of the magma river. You are now pressed up against the wall of the cavern as it begins to twist around and head downward, further deeper into this subterranean mountainous space. You're all beaten, you're all sore, and currently, what do you want to do?
Keyleth, can you cover the entrance to where we are to give us a little bit more of a stealthy? No.
I'm exhausted. I can't do anything else.
And
right
what's
now.
the terrain? Is it just flat out in the open to see, or is it sort of scoured with ins and outs, peaks and valleys?
It's the same type of topography you've encountered when you first entered this giant cavern. So you can see large, crooked, black spires of obsidian rock kind of shooting up and curving towards the ceiling. Okay. It's all over the place.
I can make another hallucinatory terrain. I can do that stuff.
Okay, maybe you can make it.
Just close.
I haven't talked about this since I think like episode 3. But as a DM, especially when you are putting your players in a situation of what do you do now? Like things have happened, where stuff has gone down, and they have very, very quickly, at least somewhat, changed location. And then you ask them, what do you want to do? I almost always try to give them a very vague sense, just like a really quick sketch of like the surrounding landscape. So I don't mean like detail of like you have to put every spire, like if there's like a pit over here, none of that. I just draw like, okay, circle, this is the cavern. You're generally here in the cavern. Emberhold is generally here. There are major, you came in over here, line right there, and you see exits here, here, here. They're all about this many feet away. I don't know how big the fucking cavern is. These are like 100 feet away, miles away. Just give them a sense of scale of where they are compared to where other things are that they might be interested in. Because that allows them to actually make choices. I've said a lot how telling players what they see gives them a layout. It allows them to make informed choices. Talking about what they smell and hear brings them into the scene and actually gets them to like invest as a character. And you need both of those to certain degrees. But when it's very high pressure like this, where like there's a threat, they have wounded people, they're trying to figure out what to do, really speed running that, like, what do you see, and giving them a good general sense to where they can then, like, hone in and ask for details, I think is very good and very quick. And yeah, I'm not talking about, like, you know, drawing it out on a grid or anything, and or making sure that, like, all of the proportions are accurate. It's just, like, relative positioning.
Off the
Can
wall.
I just make it to where it's just
like
a
another
wall?
path, or
Long
that.
may it last.
I think hallucinatory terrain lasts like an hour if I think about it. Books,
What about-
books. Where's my book?
Can I look around and see if there's anywhere that looks like we could hide, tuck in between rocks or something where we would be visible?
Please.
Go ahead and make a perception.
Best option.
Oh wait, I get an advantage.
You are in the Underdark, correct.
It lasts
20.
for 24 hours.
Okay. I've said it a million times. She doesn't get advantage. She would get to add her prof bonus for the first time, because this does relate to Underdark terrain. But it's either prof or wisdom. But read your features, guys. Just read them.
24 hours.
Put a
But
lava
you have to
flow
be
in front of us.
concentrating the whole time. And you can't restore your. You can't go to sleep. You can't go to sleep.
Hang on.
As she's glancing at that, you make your way about 10 minutes away from the area where the rest of the group is currently gathered, keeping a very, very close eye on the topography of the wall of the cavern.
That's actually a good question that Rules Lawyer Megaphone Man does not know the actual answer to. Can you go to sleep while concentrating on a spell? It seems like you must be able to. Like, my gut instinct is that you can, only because there are concentration spells that last like more than 24 hours. I don't know. Because, like, my other gut instinct is like, well, you can't go unconscious while you're concentrating, so you concentrate on another effect, ends immediately. I don't know off the top of my head. I'm going to keep playing this while I search.
Slowly curves around further in that direction. You do manage to find portions of the wall that jut out and kind of leave these small pockets. They themselves might not be super safe for a long period of time, but they give you a little bit of cover. Depending on how well you were to dress it, you might be able to see a few individuals discovering you if you were to
Okay.
stay there.
I think let's do that.
It's not a concentration spell. It just takes 10 minutes to cast and it lasts for 24 hours. So I'm gonna go ahead and cast it and make it look like there's just a wall with another kind of lava flow.
That's so interesting. So the concentration says normal activities such as moving, attacking does not interfere with concentration. The following factors can break concentration. Casting another spell that requires concentration, obviously. Taking damage, we know that. Being incapacitated or killed. You lose concentration on a spell if you are incapacitated or if you die. The DM might also decide that certain environmental phenomena such as waves crashing while you're on a storm-tossed ship might require you to succeed on a DC 10 con save. It does not... Incapacitated is, I think, different from sleeping or unconscious. Yeah. Oh, an unconscious creature is incapacitated. Okay, so then sleeping would break it. Interesting. I don't know how that works. Maybe I'm wrong about there being concentration spells that last for that long. I could be totally dead wrong about that. But that is very interesting.
It's kind of...
So yeah,
come
sleeping
out
would break
and it's starting
concentration.
to happen.
As you walk back to notify the party, you watch as a portion of the mountain, seemingly out of nowhere, extends, and a lava flow appears pouring out of the wall.
Was someone not inside?
No, we're all in. We're all in.
It's an illusion.
He was
I
out
was
and about
searching
while
for
you
another
did
place to
Vax
hide.
pokes his head through the illusionary lava and goes, "Oh, we're in here. Come on."
Oh, lovely.
Lol.
So your heart rate eventually normalizes. You do have a decent pocket of space here that as long as nothing attempts to walk into the wall, you should be okay to rest here.
So we have some time.
Oh, dude. Okay. Again, I always say this. It's like Matt hears my specific criticism 5 years in the past somehow, which I'm sure the actual reality is that he's hearing Twitter's criticism. But yeah, this is exactly the sort of shit I'm talking about when it comes to resting in a dangerous environment. They should not be able to short rest just willy-nilly. They should not be able to short rest right now, right here, unless someone gives me a reason that it's safer. Caleth, this hallucinatory terrain, perfect. That is just the ideal way to make yourself safe while resting, because you are making yourself like 90% safe, right? Because someone might still bump into the terrain and then you could have, an interrupted rest, whatever. But this, as a DM, I'm instantly like, yes, you have convinced me of why you are not unsafe right now. Like, this is a good explanation. And so I'm more than willing to let them short, long, rest, whatever, as long as that hallucinatory terrain is up.
Let's regroup.
Probably. So
Here's what I'm afraid of. If we sleep, we could lose Grog's trail. Like, he could be nearby right now.
can I
We're not much use to anything right now.
Let's just make a decision right now.
This is a very interesting dilemma for them of like searching for this person that they know is a player character, but that is essentially an NPC right now. And like, I don't know if they're fully aware of it or they're just trying to play their characters, because I think it's very reasonable for their characters to be like very concerned about Grog and like really want to go after him. But to me, looking through a DM's eyes, I'm like, oh, like, Matt knew that Travis was going to still be out for a little bit because he's filming Avengers. So, he knew that he was going to be out for another week or two. This is a great excuse to not have him be in the party and have to be played by Matt. So I don't know if the players are ignoring that meta knowledge and just playing their characters, which is totally fine. Or if maybe I'm misreading the situation. I don't know. But it's definitely interesting. Because, like, in my DM brain, I'm like, you can't find Grog. Like, there's just no way. Like, they're going to waste a bunch of time trying to find Grog, and they're going to come to a dead end because Grog's not supposed to be found. He's supposed to be found after Travis Willingham finishes filming Avengers. Now, to caveat that, if my players did decide that they really wanted to find Grog and they track him in, like, an interesting and novel way, I'll change my plans. And like, if that's something they're really interested in and they put a lot of effort into it, I'm down to change my plans and like let them find Grog, confront this person, whatever. Something that I maybe would have had scheduled for next session. But it really depends.
Leave Grog and continue on.
What?
Let's just forget about him. He was a good friend.
What?
We'll have a toast to him.
Scanlan, that's
We'll
the worst
sing
thing you
about
ever
songs
said.
of his memory.
You are shitting with us, right?
Within a few days, we'll forget he ever
Scanlan,
existed.
no one else wants to go to a
yes.
whorehouse with you. You'll be going to whorehouses
All right,
alone.
fine.
Yes,
fine.
no
you.
more whorehouse.
Here's another option. My foot hurts, but I'm not too bad. How are you?
I'm okay.
We could go look.
We could.
Brother, man, you have disadvantage. Am I making up that part of his lasting wound? I thought he had disadvantage on stealth checks. Oh, no, he definitely does, because Matt was talking about it. That's where I had the whole advantage-disadvantage conversation. He has a disadvantage on stealth checks. I know you're used to being the stealthy guy right now, but that's like a -4.5. Keep in mind, Mr. Liam. Also, fun fact for those of you who didn't know, this is not exact by any stretch of the imagination. This is just a heuristic. But if you're ever considering whether you should take a number bonus versus advantage or disadvantage, an easy way to think about it is that advantage disadvantage is about plus or minus 4.5. Keep in mind that there are also implications for like rolling critical failures or critical successes. So if your group plays into those more, that's also something to take into consideration. But yeah, we'll see. It's just, that's just a good heuristic. I'm my mind's a little all over the place. I'm thinking about a lot of stuff. SSH, I looked up, people are saying a sleeping player is unconscious. They quote from using tracking conditions, page 248. Okay. That makes sense. I kind of assumed, and I shouldn't have assumed this, probably, SSH. That was good to dive into more. I kind of assumed that a sleeping player would be unconscious, but that's not necessarily an appropriate assumption. So I'm glad you looked into it. And unconscious people are incapacitated, and being incapacitated does break concentration. So if that is true, which I believe that quote from the DMG, then sleeping would break concentration.
Or maybe I can use my tracking and see if I can catch a scent.
I mean,
I'm gonna,
Can
I
I-
don't know, grub
Have fun, John. See you in a second.
does smell.
I can use my beast sense. That is one more thing I can still do. I could theoretically. We could use trinket.
We need to
Needs a
undo
rest.
the stone that has taken over Tiberius and Kima.
Do I
Yeah.
have the necessary tools
Okay.
to synthesize a potion out of the?
Poor Taliesin. Just wants to be an artificer so bad, but artificer doesn't exist yet. He needs to wait like 3 years. Oh, that's so sad. He would have been such a good artificer. He would have just been the perfect artificer.
Basilisk blood.
And I mean, Gunslinger's still dope, don't get me wrong, but it's like every cool thing that he wants to do is just so artificer, you know?
Certainly try. It's a very ramshackle setup. You do not have an alchemical set, but you can certainly attempt to, using a small fire, a couple of your general smelting tools you use for your metalwork, you could attempt to distill it down, but you would have, that would be a combination of a tinkering roll on your point followed up by somebody else's medicine roll to attempt to properly prepare it.
Are all of Tiberius
I'm also... I really want to highlight this conversation. I might even rewind to replay that. So Talison's obviously very quiet. We've talked about it before. I know that there are reasons, but he is incredibly respectful when it comes to like really creative stuff, and he is so I keep thinking of the term respectful, but there's something more that I want to say about him. He is very, very reasonable. Like, you see, he asked to do this thing, and he's like not sure if it's possible. He's like, "Hey, can I do this thing?" And he just asked the
I
question.
could theoretically.
Needs a rest.
Necessary tools
Okay.
to synthesize a potion out of the basilisk blood.
And Matt has to sit back and think about it, because as a DM, you have to make a ruling here. And you have to think about how you're going to run this. And Taliesin is so patient. Like Taliesin just like watches Matt, and like Matt explains it. Taliesin never interrupts him. Taliesin does not like try to like put out more things like, well, what if I used this? Or what if I did that? Or, oh, never mind. Which I have seen, I think, every other player at this table do. Where they will ask Matt something, and then Matt is in the middle of his explanation, and they like interrupt him based on like the first thing that he said. And so I really want to highlight this, because I think that Taliesin, in general, I've noticed it before, but I've never thought about it this in such like crystal focus. He is so patient, and I know that he's, I think, the most experienced TTRPG player at the table. From my knowledge, but I really want to highlight this as like a really, really good player behavior. Like, this is so nice to be like wanting to do creative things, like challenging the DM, and saying like, oh, like, can I do this, DM? Like, does this fit within your world? And then just listening to the answer and saying, okay.
You can certainly try. It's a very ramshackle setup. You do not have an alchemical set, but you can certainly attempt to, using a small fire, a couple of your general smelting tools you use.
he's
for
like,
your
oh,
metalwork,
okay.
You could attempt to distill it down, but you would have, that would be a combination of a tinkering roll on your point followed up by somebody else's medicine roll to attempt.
And I think that with this specific interaction, the reason that it stood out to me so immediately is because he listens to the explanation. And I think that a lot of people, a lot of these players, a lot of players I've played with, hell, even myself on a bad day, would have interrupted him when he said, "You can certainly try," of being like, "Well, I'm going to try." Like I can picture every single one of these six saying the conversation going exactly like that, of like, "Well, you can try," and then be like, "Yep, let's do it. I'll try." Even when Matt had more to say and like more to go through with it. And I think that just that concept of just like not interrupting someone when they're talking, of just like, you know, trusting your DM to not waste your time over explaining things, and just to respect their desire to explain everything to you, because that might change what you want to do. That might change what someone else at the table wants to do. like talking about this medicine check, and someone else might hear that and volunteer. So I don't know. I just really wanted to highlight that. I think that was great, just player behavior by Taliesin. He's the most experienced by a pretty wide margin. That's what I thought. I remembered that from the QA, that he'd played a lot.
Properly prepared.
And honestly, it shows. I mean, it being like having a lot of experience and just like being a respectful person. But yeah.
Are all of Tiberius's things stone with him?
Yes.
I'm going to walk over to Tiberius and cast Greater Restoration on him.
Okay. So as you're having this discussion, Tiberius, you
Greater Restoration?
briefly go from this moment in the heat of combat where you feel your muscles intensifying and tensing up and not answering to your mind's command as you look up angrily at a series of Duragard that have just been blown up by a fireball, to cold taking yourself, and as the cold fades, you are now in the center of a gargantuan cavern.
Nice. I will also say, so I talked about, permanent, or not permanent, like temporary debuffs, like what he has with his foot. I would be totally fine with Greater Restoration healing that. So that's kind of what I mean when I say like I like to give debilitating effects that can then be healed by magic. I think Greater Restoration is very, to me, it's very capable of healing Liam's foot in this case. Which, if you have a cleric, I'm much more willing now to to maybe give you some more lingering injuries because you have this. And then there becomes a discussion of, okay, do I save my 5th level spell slot for something else? Do I heal this lasting wound? Is it actually that bad? And I think that makes for some interesting decision making.
Surrounded by all your friends. You guys watch Tiberius' form.
Tiberius!
Tiberius!
Yay!
I'm so worried about you.
If you cast a spell, that also works well. That can be done.
But that's the only time you can do that, right?
Wait, she can't do it again? You can't do it again?
I have another 5th level now.
Oh, do you?
I could do it again.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy!
Kima.
Because we rest.
I'm
You'll
good
get it
with
again.
What happened?
I mean, to be fair, poor Taliesin going through this like, oh, like, could I brew the blood? And then, the cleric jumps in. Casters, what are you gonna do, right?
Happened to all the other little dwarves.
Oh, you don't have to do the accent anymore.
You probably should keep your voice down.
What this is just how I sound.
Oh, that's
forgot.
right. He's still. No.
He's a god.
We already got
He's
through.
a god or something.
We're on the other side. You don't have to act like a god anymore. We're fine. We're
He's
fine.
method. He's method.
Grog is missing, actually, and the queen
great.
took him.
Okay.
Keep
you
your
stuck
voice down,
like
Grog.
this?
No, I can change back anytime I want, but I really like how I look.
Are we going to rest?
I think we should.
Yeah.
Wait, what about
Wouldn't
Kima?
be a good
Don't we
idea.
have to find Grog?
I know.
We have to find Grog, but we have no spells. If we do find him, we can't do anything.
I would assume
Can
they're
you
going to be
unstone
stuck
Kima
dealing
now,
with the
or-
situation.
Can.
as
And
they-
then if we have to
I wouldn't
rest.
have
we
another
have enough
5th
time
level.
to get some rest.
Clarota, what do you think we should do?
Clarota, who is currently like staring at the statue of Kima, you can see there's a brief beat of thought behind Clarota's eyes, and the voice sinks into the rest of your mind simultaneously.
We may be able to leave her here for safekeeping.
I knew you were going to say that. A different option. Oh, and thank you, Pike.
You're welcome, Tiberius.
If you insist on bringing her, then we should do it soon. We should not be leaving anything behind. The grace of our passage.
Where did your kin take our big friend?
And Clarota thinks for a second and says,
It was not my kin that took him, but the Duragar. If anything, I imagine he might be residing within that infernal city. Or they've taken him elsewhere. I do not know the way of the Ashskins.
But Kima does.
We should wake her up.
Pike, you can do it one more
Okay.
time and take a little rest, right?
I'm gonna walk on over to Kima.
Yeah.
Touch her. Cast Greater Restoration again.
okay.
Where do you touch from?
I touch her.
Slowly, slowly.
What?
I touch her arm.
Okay.
What the heck?
Classy. As you reach out,
I want to get in more trouble.
Silly.
the divine energy emanates from Pike's hand that begins to cascade across Kima's form. Kima, who is in mid-battle with her greatsword in the air, as soon as her flesh returns to her, she finishes her swing.
Oh no.
I put my shield up.
However, it does ping into the side of your shield, and you deflect the blow, and you see Kima for a second. It's like,
Easy.
Calm down, calm down,
I
calm
know
down.
it's really weird.
she throws the blade
It's
down
really weird.
on the ground. I'm so sorry.
It's
I'm
okay.
so sorry.
You were mid-swing. I get it. We're fine. It was just a shield. We're fine.
She reaches around, she pulls her symbol of
that was
Bahamut out
scary.
from around her neck and just clutches it for a second and says, "What happened?"
We all
You
fought
returned to
bravely.
stone. The king got killed. The queen took Grog. We don't know where.
And Clarota was really helpful to us.
Actually, Clarota got you out of that castle alive.
She turns around and glares at Clarota briefly with a look of confusion and mistrust, and Clarota just goes,
You honestly would not be here if it weren't for the Illithid. It's true.
she glances back at you and kind of gives under her breath. There's a good chance none of us may be here should it get its way down the road. Nevertheless, I thank you.
Oh, I see you, Pawn and King. You know the lore. Oh man, look, I'm just saying. When they were about to just like walk away without turning her back to stone, I was like, sure, they're not gonna turn her back from stone, and then she's gonna get taken by someone, or they're gonna have to leave her, and then they see Kavard. Oh, it was so close to working, but alas, the theory could still work. We'll see.
Know that at
Kimvarn.
least we took
I
one
like Kimvarn. That's a good one.
of their top champions down.
Lady
the fact that
Vaughn.
the queen still exists is worrisome, as at least from what I seem to gather, she had the true reign over most of the Durgar down here.
Do you know where she would be at?
Where did she escape? How did she take them?
She disappeared
She
with
bounced away.
our Goliath friend.
Oh my gosh! Wait, did I hunter's mark the queen?
Yes, you did.
Did I?
You did.
I can use my hunter's mark to track her.
You can?
Wait, actually, for real, did she? Because that's crazy clutch if she did. Did she Hunter's Mark the Queen?
Tunnel, what do you do now? What's the process?
We run.
Wait, we got.
We run.
Even bigger if they hadn't
Okay, well
slowed
then
it.
maybe I don't run back.
As you say that, you person around just kind of the height of the shoulders.
I'm probably not gonna be able to find it, and I'm not gonna search through. But that's crazy. That is super clutch if she did.
How long does it last and how does it work?
But that was just 30 minutes ago.
I know, but we all have
It
to
maintains
rest.
for up to 8 hours.
8 hours. We have to rest.
No.
Yeah, but we can rest a few hours and do a short rest.
Wait. Oh, I can wait.
The rest only lets you do it, but you don't get any of your spells.
Yeah.
Wait, because we need to hit. I'm pretty low.
Can I? Okay. Can I just use my?
I'm at 2.
Can I use?
You're at 2?
Okay. Theory,
By the way, I'm
proposition,
dying.
Any potions?
proposal.
Yes.
What if we use your hunter's mark, get
Figure
there,
out where she is.
figure out where she is, get there, camp out nearby, tackle it in the morning?
Can I use my hunter's mark to find out where she is, and then we rest and go there?
Attempt that.
Because if we are really careful,
I would also say it is somewhat debatable how useful Hunter's Mark would be. It just says that you have advantage on perception or survival checks you make to find the creature. I have always interpreted that as like finding hidden creatures that are close by and like you're actively on their trail. But also, it's way sicker to have her be able to have like a fuzzy locator, like little radar in her head. So I'm into it. And honestly, if you use a higher spell slot, you can maintain the spell for up to 24 hours. So it would still make sense. I'm trying to think of how I would run that. I would probably make the call that they have to like find a trail, and then like once they find a trail, then it's very easy to follow and you get advantage on all those things. Because the survival check to find it is just so general. But it would really depend. It would really depend on the specific situation. I think in this one, I'd be kind of fine with them just being like, okay, they probably know that like he's in the city. They can go towards the city, go to the area between the city and Emberhold and probably pick up the trail from there. And they would have advantage on survivals for that. That's interesting.
See how far she is.
Because I will also say, it says that you make to find it, which in my head implies like invisibility hiding, not track it. But also, the survival skill is like mainly for tracking. I don't know. Oh, there is my 24-hour concentration spell. You're right, Opponent King. Huh. I mean, I guess it fits the fantasy of Ranger that they... might be concentrating on this tracking all fucking day. They're not even stopping to rest. I do like that as like a general class fantasy for them. And this like promoting that. That's cool. Huh, yeah, that's funny.
Wait,
Let's just
find out where she is first.
What if we just took like a 7-hour nap?
I think we should...
Really
To be fair... Oh, wait, no, never mind.
anyone sleeps anyway.
I think 6 hours is about what it takes.
Man, now everybody wishes they had a warlock. I take a short rest, I'm good to go, baby. I'm just saying. And Percy's good to go. Percy's short rest, boo, he's back, baby. He doesn't need this fucking long rest-ass bullshit. I'm just saying.
6 to 8 hours is the general long rest period that
Short
I
rest
allow for
class.
that. So
I think we should all rest for a moment. I think Vexalia and I should go out for an hour or two just to see which direction. I mean, they're not going to go back to command.
Just stay put.
Yeah, stay
Wait,
put.
you're
What happened to your toe?
You're not stealth anymore. Sure. You've got a busted foot.
I'm
You're
not
at disadvantage on everything.
I was pretty awesome 30 minutes ago. Now I'm just slightly less awesome.
Can we at least heal you up?
I do like this as a character trait for Vax of like he can't like as a general leader trait, this like idea of like he can't not be involved it's a tricky one. It's a very tricky flaw to play because it can also sometimes come off as spotlight hogging. But I think he's doing an okay job of it, of just like piggybacking onto existing stuff. I think that's okay, but it's an interesting flaw, especially for this type of character, but it can be debatable at any given table. You got to be careful with it.
Before you go.
Yes, just give us 1 second. Can I use the freaking Hunter's Mark?
How does it work?
I don't.
So you take a moment. You step beyond
Read
the
your
boundary
shit,
of the
man.
illusion momentarily. Close your eyes and concentrate on that small blip of nature-based divine energy that you lent and grappled onto Queen Ulara with. You take a moment and concentrate, and you recall her face. You recall, strangely, her scent in a weird way. The kind of the bestial nature of your connection with Trinket and nature. Scent is a very strong means of tracking, and the scent of a Duragar is a very terrible mix between salty brine and
Smelling like
earth.
mushrooms?
Like
Okay. Obviously, it's a big fucking meme at this point of describe what they smell. I don't even think this counts. This is like related to like an action and like her magic. This doesn't get you out of smell jail yet, Matt. It's a good measure, but it doesn't get you out of jail yet.
Kind of like
Essentially, yeah. It's ye old axe. So you concentrate on this, and you recall the stronghold. You begin to see a trace where all of a sudden her path in the stronghold is fading and is cold. A new path has opened up in the center of the Duragar city at the base of the stronghold. It seems to have moved slightly in that direction, but you can pinpoint where, and is currently at rest somewhere in that vicinity.
See, okay, even this. talking about like the city at the base of the stronghold. That's fucking giving me like King's Landing vibes, right? Like I'm picturing an immense thing with a city sprawling out beneath its walls, and yet we have a teeny tiny first floor, like 10 guards total, and even when the fucking keep is imploding, this giant fortress they describe is caving in with lava. And he's like, oh yeah, like 20 folks are coming running. 20 folks? That's as many, potentially even less, than were at the war camp. Like, unless this civilization is like far overbuilding for their population, just like none of this is jiving with each other. Like the descriptions versus like the actual threats that they're being faced with are not copacetic. Do not be afraid to throw giant threats. Be like, there are hundreds of commoners running up to see what the fuck is going on because their main defensive resource in the area has just like imploded and is falling in on itself. And like you are seeing like the entire city is mobilizing. Hundreds of people, close to thousands on the way. Like this is like a mob forming. Instead of, oh, there's like 20 dudes. It's like the local militia. Like you know what I'm saying? It's like if you're going to describe these structures at a scale, then you need to describe everything at that scale.
Still close.
They're close. So that's right in front of the keep?
Are they in like an underground base?
They're in the city.
They're somewhere close.
Essentially, where the cavern kind of rises up and meets the wall, Emberhold is at the top of that rising of the ground, and Emberhold lies there, where all the lava pours down and kind of trickles down. You guys are off to this side. This whole portion of the floor that crawls up to Emberhold is covered in Duragar buildings. It's a small city that surrounds it. She resides somewhere in the center of that.
So so we're in the same level as them, or are they like above us?
Which, like, again, thinking about the scale of like, let's ignore the words that he's using of like fortress, hold, city. Just based on the layout and like what was described to us, this is a mansion surrounded in walls. And so this city in the area below is more of a village, which at that point does actually make like the 20 to 30 number make sense. Like 20 to 30 people coming from a village to see what happened to like their fief lord, their like fief lord's manor house. All of that tracks like ideally, it tracks perfectly. But then we're using all of the wrong words. We're using king, fortress, hold, castle, city, even if he uses small city. I mean, think about the evocation of your words. Like, think about like the images that puts into your players' minds.
They're a little bit above. You guys are at a lower point as the actual ground you follow curves around and descends.
But once we walk out of here, we'll be at the same level.
I think that's enough to go on.
Theory.
Yes.
I've a new skill that I've recently learned and was practicing a lot when I was with the Earth Ashari while we were gone for the past 6 months. They taught me the ways of the Earth Elementals.
Yeah, that's fun.
So, and as an Earth, but I'm still new at it.
It's okay, we all start somewhere.
Thank you, Pike.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm a little self-conscious about it still. But you can travel through. I can travel through the Earth
and pop up perhaps where she is.
You're like a little gopher.
Yeah.
Like a bullet.
Like it's not like a.
Or just you.
Well, it's not like a burrowing thing, right?
You glide through the earth.
Yes, it's more of like a
shadow cat kind of thing.
kind of.
Is it all of us or just you?
Just her.
Just me.
Oh, well,
But I could get inside.
well, but then you'll be alone. Inside,
Right.
With no
surrounded by
spells.
Duragar.
Well, I'm not
And
talking about
gone.
right now. I'm talking
Can we
about
put invisibility on her? or
if we do
something?
some sort of like flanking thing.
Well, it does sound
Okay.
useful.
It is. It's going to
That
be.
is
useful.
I'm wondering.
I'm mighty confused. When did this happen? We've been following her for like 8 sessions? Is this just like him being like, oh, I have the Dawn Blade and I have a fucking cloak of elven kind. Pre-stream, okay. That makes sense. odd for her to bring it up now. It feels like something that would have been useful at a lot of times before this. Maybe she forgot about it. I don't know.
If we can make a tunnel, though, I can theoretically... Okay, theoretically, we could rest, and I could just kind of keep all of my spells and use all of my magical focus to, like, tunnel us out, depending on how far we're going. We can kind of do an underground approach.
But concretely, right now we need nappies.
Yeah.
Let's nap.
Let's sleep.
But what if they leave while we sleep?
Can I?
What
I'm
are we going to do if we find them?
Because I didn't use all my spells. I only need to rest for half the amount of time.
Right.
It doesn't work that way.
I think it's a safe.
Solid 6 hours, you'll probably be able to.
Okay, I'll just.
Since you guys are hidden in an area where you feel more comfortable, depending on how you set your bedding here, you could probably do it with 6 hours.
I think we'll be fine.
Yes, I think
Just
we'll be
rest, 'cause
fine
she
as
needs to
well.
rest as well. We heard her
Stone
pretty
shape,
badly.
I can't do well.
That okay. Maybe I'm biased, but I think that Matt's rolling over a little bit too easily. I like a long rest is a long rest. It's 8 hours. Like, just because your players really don't want it to be, like, it is what it is. Like, this is the interesting part about a, like, resource, like, expending dungeon crawl type game, is what do you do when your resources are running very low? Do you get more resources, or do you push on with limited resources but more knowledge? Like, that's the interesting choice that is at the core of, like, a D&D type TTRPG. And Matt is sort of like, oh, well, they're complaining enough. I'll just let them have both. Which I would not do. Whatever. It was while their keep was being built, they all went their separate ways for a while, came back, and because Allura asked them to find their old friend Kima, then episode 1. I see. Yeah, it feels like something that should have come up before now, but it's fine. I'm not gonna nitpick it too hard. This just has happened a lot over, especially the past couple episodes, where it's like, oh, by the way, I have this totally unmentioned thing that would have been, like, pretty mighty useful in a lot of situations right before now, and I'm pretty sure they just forgot about it. But that's okay. That's okay. Toll the dead baby. Toll the dead baby, as in you never run out of that spell slot. Never run out of that resource.
I think it's safe to assume.
You go through the.
Let's rest. It's safe to assume she's brought Grog back to her seat of power. Why would she go anywhere else? She's at her strongest where she is.
I think they're staying.
Now, Percy is.
Okay,
I'm listening.
We're gonna rest,
Gentlemen.
gentlemen.
Oh, good. Sleep.
Okay. All right.
I will also clarify, when it comes to 6 hours versus 8 hours, I know that you only have to actually sleep for 6 hours of the long rest, but you still have to spend the other 2 doing light activity, like taking watch. So still not copacetic for them to, like, start going out tracking and have that count as a long rest.
We gotta sleep, Keyleth. We gotta sleep.
I know.
I know you're right.
But we need
I
to.
see what you're saying, but
Grog
we
will
need
be
to.
fine.
He's at a 2.
I'm so mad at him.
And I'm fine with this as character drama. I love this as character drama. It's like the drama that the system inherently causes. It's very good. I love it. Just let him roll, Matt. Just let him keep arguing. Don't give him a way out.
Kima comes over.
Let you get stolen.
Kima puts her hand out a little bit and says, "It's all right. He's a strong one. He can handle himself. If I could survive what I've been through, he can do far better than that. Rest is good.
Damn.
I think we need to take some time, discuss our plan of attack, our current direction, and decide on how we move forward." It kind of glances briefly over at Clarota, who's now further back towards the wall, just sitting in this kind of meditative state. So, let us rest.
Brilliant idea.
One last thing before we lay our heads down for the night. Pipe, do you have any kind of salve or anything you could help me put on my foot? Or is there any, could your god
Like a.
help with my little toe?
Like a greater restoration.
I can help you with some, like, natural medicine-y stuff, maybe.
I know, how do you.
It stings a bit.
You have not encountered a person with any sort of physical marring to this degree necessarily, and those that usually did, it was a permanent thing. So this is something that you would have to experiment with.
Could I try
New foot.
healing, like just a very concentrated energy just on his foot, like a healing spell?
You can certainly try.
Which one?
You can do it, Pike.
I'm ticklish.
Is there any way I can assist her?
Possibly. All right.
Let's try it.
Possibly.
Okay. So,
Are you gonna see?
I mean, a clockwork foot from Percy does sound cool.
if we're gonna rest, it doesn't
artificer.
hurt to try. Might as well, you know?
Yes.
That way you can sleep on it, you know.
We can sleep on it.
Literally.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Okay,
With a
so,
little hinge. A little
Maybe
hinge.
this
I'll try
yellow
cure
vial
wounds.
of potion could do something
it's,
for him as well.
That's been gay.
I'll try it at 4th level.
At a 4th
Since
level?
We're gonna sleep.
All right. So go ahead and roll the corresponding dice for that.
I'm
So
kind
I
of
would
keeping an
roll
eye out
to
for
check.
48 plus 5 is what it will be.
48 plus.
I'm aw,
Okay.
why do you keep putting your foot up near me? Can I kind of keep...
Okay. So I've obviously talked a lot about my DMing style. And I think I can sometimes come across as a little harsh to the players about, like, you know, not letting them rest, keeping the heat on. Like, I can be a little hard on the players. However, I would be very willing, because, like, to me, this doesn't feel like this I don't know, something about, like, the way that Matt is handling this with Pike doesn't, like, quite sit right with me. Of, like, it feels like she's about to just waste a spell slot. And he's like, oh, you'll just have to experiment with it. And, like, he's not giving her, like, the opportunity to, like, roll a check to see if she would know. Like, I think this is a fine religion check, arcana check, to, like, see, like, what type of magic would be able to heal this. Because when you do this, you have to come up with a way for it to be healed if you ever plan on it being healed. So it's either like, okay, like, you have the power to do it. You only have the power to do it with, like, this spell slot level or above. Like, I don't know. Something about the, like, just experiment with it vibe doesn't quite sit right with me unless they're, like, a mega experienced player like Taliesin. But, like, Pike is super new. Or I shouldn't even say Pike. Ashley. Like, Ashley is pretty new, and I would provide her with more guidance about, like, hit points versus something like Greater Restoration that heals debuff type effects. I don't know. Maybe he's just stalling because he hasn't quite decided in his own head yet, but I don't love this interaction. I very much think that he's not being as helpful as he should. Max Stealth Assassins are awesome with a limp. Hey man, that's the risk you running around this lava shit. I think they are pretty cool with a limp.
An ear out for anything.
Wait, plus my spell.
Very much
spellcaster- Plus my spellcaster.
It's pleasure modifier, which is 5.
I start building a positive chi, like a healing chi ball.
Okay.
Just to know.
I hope she just takes a piece of chicken and rubs it all over your,
doing
on your
standard
toes.
healing
That would be
here? Is
okay.
my song of
I don't
rest
think
would that
it would
help
do
at all?
Just grease them
Your
up.
song of
I'd
rest
allow it.
would actually be a vein to this.
Okay. So I'm gonna sing while you heal, if that's all right
Ooh,
with you.
Please do.
So all the healers convene. Scanlan begins.
I would at least, if you are going to let something like Cure Wounds heal this, like if it's okay for, like, HP to heal this wound somehow, I would tell them straight up, like, yeah, like, this might work or it might not. You need to hit a certain threshold of HP. Otherwise, it's all wasted. Or maybe you can build up. I don't know. But I would just explain more of, like, the internal logic that you're using as a DM. I wouldn't leave them this in the dark.
Light some sage.
As new players.
Whatever.
hurt?
Okay, ready? Wherever you go, whatever damage they've done, we will be right here waiting to heal you. No matter what hit points you take or how your foot breaks, we will be right here waiting to heal you.
I really wish I knew this song.
as you take the healing energy you've gathered.
I feel like I never know Sam's songs. I want to sing. Oh, someone was calling me. I want to sing along so bad with Sam, and I never know the names of his or like what song he's singing. So
From
sad.
your own nature-based casting, you infuse the healing spell you do. How many points did you heal total?
27.
27. Go ahead and make a medicine check.
Is this what I can maybe assist her with?
It looks really disgusting, by the way.
Oh, I
It's
have.
just-
What do I roll for? Do I roll the
So
20?
gross.
Roll a d20. and
Can
find
I
your
apply
medicine.
my luck feat to her?
You don't have any
No.
feet left.
Feet pun!
That was Richard Marks. Ooh, never even heard of that one. Damn.
One. As you finish the spell, you can see where the mostly gone second small toe has grown to mostly a full toe, and there's a small stub where the little one is.
You got a toe nubbin. Hey man, we got a little stub. Out of there.
You're promoting a level of divine regeneration at a very, very slow pace, meaning you've never attempted this before.
Richard, that's great. Last episode was the first time I ever knew he had Lucky, and he's already used it this ep. I see what you mean about it being a drinking game now.
And there is some progress, but this may be an overtime thing you have to do.
Over time, I just keep doing it.
Like once a day, you might want to attempt this, and eventually he probably will recover, but not immediately.
Until then, he's a gimp.
Get your
Little
foot
gimpy.
Or
away
we
from
could just
me
start
at the time.
calling
I think
you.
I see Pike's deity in my toenail.
It's gonna take time. That was just a little manicure.
While they're doing
that
that, I'm in
we
I'm
could
in
just
my
own
little,
it and call you, you
kind
know.
of comfy nook.
Little
and I'm
piggy.
Well, it's gonna
casting
stay back to the
spells
9
into
toe.
my
Put a
iron
knife
stones
on it.
and my ring again.
Could put a very tiny knife on it. Could actually give you a nail clipper.
Before
You
the
can
rest.
clip your own nails.
We can get you a prosthetic
Yeah, the little Deadpool nubs. Yeah.
little toe that has a little compartment for poison.
I would take a
Oh,
brass
that'd be
claw.
fun.
A little brass claw toe. That's fun.
Drink. We should
Maybe we
sleep.
could get you a raptor claw. That's cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Asleep. Before we go to sleep, I go over to Kima, and I just say to her,
Kavarn, whatever.
Lady Kima, I think we're all going to take a rest, and you as well, correct?
I think I should.
We can trust you while we're all asleep, not to do anything to any of our companions, correct?
If you're worried about the mind flayer, I'll be keeping an eye, but nothing beyond that. Remember, he has to make the side step, the wrong step, before I take any action. Trust and know that if I were to strike a blow, it's at his own poor choice and actions.
That first part of what you said rhymed.
And
Are you gonna be a god?
Okay, also, they can take watch. They don't all have to go to sleep. Like, they have, including Kima and Clarota, they have 9 people? Like, they have more than enough to keep, like, 2 people awake at any point.
does she seem to be telling the truth?
Time we're down here.
No, it's about to wear off in
make an
about
insight
20
check.
minutes, I think.
What check?
Insight.
Insight. Okay. 18.
But I mean,
She
look at this
seems to be
beard.
true.
Okay.
She is legitimately
Dwarves are
concerned
weird.
about Clarota,
Okay.
but also understands that at this moment it has not done anything to necessarily draw her blade.
Lady
Ha,
Kima,
it.
Clarota, may I suggest you take the first watch?
Oh my God.
Fuck, Max?
So it's going to be that sort of evening. Excellent.
Rated
M for mature.
Clarota says, "Should you insist?" And Clarota's image just kind of shimmers and vanishes.
Ooh.
Sweet.
Sleep.
Sure.
I'm falling asleep.
As you guys are all going to sleep, Kima is still sharpening her sword, and she kind of stops for a second and goes, "Everyone, I'm sorry you've lost your friend. If he lives, we shall find him.
He will live.
And we will find him.
No, he will, Stanley. You just calm down.
But if they have indeed taken him prisoner, and Emberhold is lost, there is only one place they would bring him. Yogg-Voril.
With the dude with the black horn.
Notes, notes.
Consider the mess that you've made since entering their realm of living and work. You would make for a great gift to their current standing demigod. If we
What would you know about that, Lady Kima? Why are you thinking about what would make a great gift to a certain demigod? Are you just thinking how your enemies think, or are you thinking how you would think?
We are unable to find him within the city, I think that may be the next place to look.
Once again, are you afraid they're gonna take him while we're asleep? Is this a genuine concern? Is this something we should move on now?
Not as long as you're keeping concentration, we should be fine.
I'm concentrating so hard.
We're busted up. We need to. We're busted up.
We can't do anything.
There's legitimately nothing to be done.
There's a softness that hits Kima's face, and you can see a bit of a quiver to her chin, and she goes, "The guilt I feel for unknowingly putting you all in danger for my sake is immense. It's because of me and my actions that you even delved this far and nearly lost life and limb.
True.
Merely at the behest of Allura, and I just want you all to know that I appreciate it. I really, truly do."
Where are my insights? Where are my insights to see if she really appreciates it or if she's pissed that they're here? Huh?
That's great. If you can mention that to Allura, that'd be wonderful.
I would really appreciate to speak to Tiberius.
I would really appreciate if you mentioned that to Allura. I'm trying to get in her good graces and whatnot.
She chuckles a moment and kind of says, "All right, Allura's a good friend. We've known each other for, God's 15 years now, since we defeated the Scourged Rider together. But she's always had more of a political mind than I do, so when we were both offered a seat in the council of Taldore and Iman, she stayed, and I'm a woman of action."
Right, and it definitely sounds like you don't regret it at all. Maybe you regretted the power that Allura gained through the council and realizing that you made the wrong choice, searched for power elsewhere. Lady Kima, or should I say Kavarn? It's coming back. It's wrapping back around. The theory works again.
I knew my destiny was out in the world.
We share something in common, Lady Kima.
Or the underworld.
I, too, have left my home and land because I did not want to sit on the council of Draconia. With blessings of my father and stuff, I gained ambassadorship on a mission for them, but really just so I could
her
get
eyes have glazed over and her staring off in the distance.
to get, all the things out. And I saw this wonderful lamb in this field.
I will speak to Allura of your honor and deeds, Tiberius.
Oh, yeah.
We try to have drinks and swap stories every few months. She's a good one.
Damn, Kira's shutting that shit down. She just lore dumped about her backstory. Why can't Tiberius?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
She takes a moment to herself and looks around at the rest of you.
That's so funny.
The cruel king. Who dealt the final blow?
That would be the Kingslayer. Me?
She steps up, walks over to you, and puts a hand on her shoulder, and gives you a stern look in the eye, and kind of shakes your shoulder. She's a halfling. She's not too much sharp. Okay. Good. The cruel king is down, and I thank you for that. She walks back to a little perch in the rock on the side of the wall and says, "He tried to break me. Relish in his false superiority, dragging hooks across my flesh, underestimating the will of a servant of Bahamut."
Are you congratulating us for being murderers? Is that what you're doing right now?
Caliph, didn't you, kill a kid and push a dude under the lava? I don't know. I don't know what this is right now.
Oh, he was a foe against...
Murder and justice are two entirely different things, and the deities of all good saw fit that this king's time was limited.
You're suggesting now that we control the wills of the deities?
No, but we enact them, as long as we work within their plans to keep us safe.
I could look like them.
It's mighty bold and presumptuous of you.
My life.
I have not. What is this side of Kayla? This is a totally different side. Does she not fuck with Lady Kira? I mean, I don't either, but this is
Has
aggressive.
been given to the guidance of the Platinum Dragon, who has not seen nothing but the positive direction for all of your species, mine, and the rest of the humanity that exists in the material plane. You would do well not to disrespect one who looks out for you, even though you may not look up to him for guidance. The reason these lands that you grew up in are safe and free, as much as they are because of the sacrifices of my brethren who came before me, under his light and guidance. I'm not saying you to worship him. Each one has their own gods of choice. I just say show some respect.
I do show respect, Lady Kima. I show respect when I feel that respect has been earned.
She's royalty, you have to understand.
What is going?
We're all a bit cranky. Maybe we should just turn
We
in.
have a big day to watched as they executed my companions.
This is tense. Why is Caleb just upset that they're not going to find Grog? No one else wants to go either, Caleb. You gotta be mad at everyone. Maybe she is.
The wondrous men and women who came down into these caverns at my sides, at my coin in their pockets with the promise of justice. And they laughed as they cut their throats before me, hoping it would be able to crack me. It was Bahamut's strength that held me there.
Lady Kima, I am not saying that what we are doing here is not just.
Sounded like
I
it were.
just only wish that you understand, and I humbly thank you for your appreciation and thanks for coming down here to rescue you. But you are correct. We have lost a friend. Someone who we have been through a lot with. Way more than we have been than with you. So, before we start boasting congratulations and you start thanking us, why don't you wait? And we'll see what happens when we all get out of here first.
She's suffering from PTSD. Why are you poking the badger?
Maybe we should just calm down and go to sleep.
I
We
already
all
went to
miss
sleep, by
Grog.
the way.
Kima takes a step forward towards Keyleth. And as you look up at her face, there is a tension.
By the way, I'm cringing and like I'm being very tense. I don't think that this is like bad character work or character acting on Marisha's part. Like I like this as a character moment of her like being very aggressive about the lack of Grog. Like she's been the main person that's like, no, we need to go and find Grog. So this is totally within established character, but oh boy, is it tense. But I like it. That's drama. That's the story. That's the narrative. And I like them too, of being like, hey man, calm the fuck down. This is great, even if it is kind of icky.
But you can see now that she stepped nearer into you towards what little bit of light seems to cascade through this cavern. There are tears streaking down her face.
Oh, how do you feel now?
This
How do you
druid
feel
thing.
now?
They tried all they could to break me, but I knew my destiny would not end here. I have a destiny that does not end here.
I just reach out really slowly and give her a handkerchief. And then retreat.
Lady Kima, as I'm sure you know, grief speaks before sense.
All I'm saying, Lady Kima, is after what we have done and what we have been through, and the lives and the blood that even I have on my hands, you had better be worth it.
Let us wait for talk of work.
Richard. Poor Kavard.
Earth and talk of might until we are reunited in all
She puts a
things.
hand up towards you. Child, let me explain to you why we are here. As while you may have stepped under the pretense of keeping me out of harm's way, there is a purpose that I, and now all of us, serve here in the Underdark. Now, I have been on this journey for more than a year, traveling wherever the wind took me, finding where my gift would find an end to suffering, justice to the wicked, and comfort to the downtrodden. I just returned from the frozen tundra northeast of these Cliffkeep Mountains, heading to meet with Allura, the same friend who brought you here.
I pop out of where my sleep.
Did you say hello again? I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
And my vision came to me.
All right, I normally don't like Tiberius's interruptions, but that was funny.
I'm sure you're familiar with visions. The great platinum dragon bestowed upon my humble self a dream. I saw an ancient vision of the great and terrible god of undeath himself, Orcus.
And Orcus gave your shit a horn?
His crimson leathery skin.
Maybe she's multi-classed. Maybe she's like a certain level paladin, and then she got in bed with Orcus, and now she's a part paladin, part warlock. That's why, because paladins aren't necessarily religious. Like, remember, in 5e, they gain their power from their oath. Not some god like a stupid cleric. So, like, she could still be a full-fledged paladin if she still carries out the tenets of her oath, while also being a warlock, a servant of Orcus. Which is why she can still smite and shit while disguised selfing and covering up her fucking horn. It still works! It still works. Blackguards are cool, sure. I don't get the reference. Fuck. Oh, is Blackguard like a paladin, like an evil paladin? That's a good name for him. Is that like the paladin warlock multi-class? I like that name, if that is.
And endless wings rumbling through the abyss itself. He had chosen a champion.
And it was me. She's not gonna say that, but it was her.
One that would unite the material world in the heart of the abyss, bringing a doorway of oblivion to our...
Oh, what? Clerics? Fucking little servants of the gods? At least warlocks have some self-goddamn respect. They're not in this because they're super into their patron. It's transactional. I give you service, you give me power. Clerics are like, oh, I'll serve you no matter what. And then you bestowed me power. Wow, thank you. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Come on. Come on. If you're gonna make a deal, if you're gonna get power from an extraplanar deity, sign a fucking contract. Don't just take whatever table scraps they see fit to give you. Get that shit in writing. Lawyer up. That's all I'm saying.
Our world. He cut from his own head 2 of his terrible black horns, placing them upon the brow of this chosen warrior, his avatar to these realms, granting him power no mortal should ever have.
It all works.
I saw heroes long forgotten rise up to destroy this shadowed champion. Losing much in the ensuing battle, lost far more than you or I will ever know. The body of the Avatar was burned away, but the horns of Orcus remained, untouched by flame, blade, nor divine judgment. These keepers of the horns had a title that time has taken, and the whereabouts of the artifacts that had been thankfully lost as well. Until the next stream dispelled my confusion.
Wait. Maybe there are 2 horns, right? There are 2 horns. So maybe Kima is not Kavarn, but she, okay, she's on this Bahamut vision quest. Whatever. Easy fucking thing to lie about. What if we just had this whole exchange where it's like, oh, Allura got the fancy position and I've just been out here. Maybe she's starting to regret some shit. Maybe she's not reaching out to Orcus, in like prayer or whatever. But there are 2 horns, right? And as it has been displayed to us so far, Kavarn is only supposed to have a single black horn. So that would imply that there is a second Orcus horn out there. That, this Kavarn found the horns, took one, boop, popped it on his head, didn't take both of them. What happened to the second one? If you were, say, a power-hungry paladin that has realized they can maintain their powers without the service of some stupid god, you might be thinking to yourself, okay, Bahamut, lead me right on to this ish. And if you're Kima, and there are illithids that you have now determined are probably being controlled by Kavarn, and Kavarn's going to want to keep the secret of where the other horn is, a secret. It would make sense to align yourself against them. Ooh. And that's why she would help the party. Because she's not trying to protect Kavarn. She's not Kavarn. She's trying to kill Kavarn so that she can either take the horn for herself or torture the location of the other horn out of him. I'm not giving up yet, Richard. I'm just saying I have a plan B in case it becomes really clear that Kima can't be Kavarn. I now have a plan B that Kima is not Kavarn, but she is looking for the other horn, so she will become Kavarn Part 2 Electric Boogaloo.
I felt a cackling entity of immense power who had discovered one of the holding vaults, never meant to be found. This creature obsessed spent all their attention.
Plan C? I haven't figured out a plan C that still involves Kima being evil, which is my core thesis of all these plans, is that Kima is not to be trusted.
To unlock the promised treasure within. And over time, they did. One of the two horns had found a new champion. One who now resides deeper within the Underdark here. One we've now known to be called Kavarn. This one who has united the Illithid and Duragar alike under a banner of madness, expansion, and mockery of life. I've seen these experiments.
I will also note that this whole theory started off by me just saying, wow, Kavarn sounds a whole lot like Kima of Vorn. I was just like, damn, those kind of sound similar. That's where all of this started. I have just been justifying it as I go.
As of you. This is what I came down here to dispose of. Once and for all. Now,
it is also interesting. They never found Kima's shit. Like, she was like, oh, I got this stuff that Bahamut gave me, all locked up in the vault. And she's like, I really need to get it. And then, after everything happened, she didn't really seem too torn up about not getting it. She was just like, ah, damn. Guess not. Which also strikes me as odd, but I can't really fit into either of the theories yet. So I'm pending on that little factoid to be like, why was she so insistent before? They can't just leave. They have to go and get this treasure shit. And okay, obviously the out of game reason is Matt had a big combat that he wanted to run, and so they had to have some reason to go upstairs and not just ditch the dungeon. But I'm trying to think of an in fiction reason that makes sense. And I don't know what it is.
I hired some of the finest warriors in Craghammer for this. All of whom have been slain or worse. That guilt weighs upon my soul in this very quest. However, this Kavarn monstrosity, it holds Ona Orcris upon its brow. Like my visions have told me that we must destroy it. And must do so soon. If it had already unlocked the artifact's true potential, Craghammer would be a ruin before you even arrived. But it's only a matter of time. We must end Kavarn and retrieve this horn and return it to the Tal'Dorei Council to discuss how...
Upon a king? I mean, I'm just saying. I don't think that's the craziest theory. Just see if they have the fucking horn locked up in there. Or they got a map, or they got clues, that's not, honestly, on the par of a lot of my other logic. That meets my standard.
I'll work it in. To seal it once more. hopefully for all of eternity. Your friend's loss is a terrible thing, but we will try to find him. And should we not understand that his sacrifice was not in vain? For we're here not to save one, but thousands.
All right. Kima. I almost called her Kavard. Okay, Kima. You understand that the whole reason that Caliph is mad is because you're counting your chickens before they hatched. You have no idea whether his death was in vain yet. Y'all might fail. And then his death was super in vain. So and look at Caliph steaming. I thought that this character work was like a little iffy and that I liked it more and more as it went on. And I really hope she gets like a big outburst right here about like, don't talk about his death like that.
Hundreds of thousands of lives if we succeed. So we sleep, we rest,
she wanted to say something.
we find your friend, and we destroy this abomination, this anathema.
Lady Kimo, I only hope you do not eventually become what you fear so much.
Are me and Yes, Marisha! I'm on the same fucking page! You're telling me we're gonna find that second... Because, okay, also, let's be clear. We're gonna find the second Orcus horn at some point. You don't just put 2 of this magical artifact and are like, oh, the main bad guy only has 1. And we'll never see the second horn again. Ha ha ha. Like, we're gonna come in contact with the second horn in some way. And did Marisha just bink it? Did she just fucking call it? Like I've been calling it? I don't know.
Good night.
Sleep tight.
She picks up her blade, sits back
That was
down,
good
and goes back
character
to
work,
sharpening.
I liked that a lot.
That was weird, right? Good night.
Pike, I'll cuddle you for warmth if that would help.
It's already so hot in here
Oh,
with all
right.
the lava and stuff. I would just prefer to sleep alone. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Good night.
That's fine. That's what I meant.
I turn into minxie form and kind of go off in the corner. And
Scanlan, I am very cold.
You know what? We better let that foot heal. We better let it heal.
Trinket, go sleep with me.
That's a good idea. Come here, Trinky.
Trinky.
Who wants nibbles?
Trinket comes up and curls next to you. The evening goes by, uneventful. Occasionally, you stumble out of your rest, keep an eye out. The beacon still resides. From what you can imagine, a natural body sleep cycle that you're used to passes. A few of you begin to wake up before the others, as you have no daylight to ascertain whether it is day or night indeed. Who knows what it is at this point?
I relieved myself in the middle of the night.
I feel so weird.
All right.
Thank
Did
you
you
for
get up,
telling us.
or
how
did
it
you
is.
just kind of go?
No,
He just wake up in a puddle of his own dragonborn.
I did my dragonborn business and buried it.
I think so. So have
we
you
do.
healed completely?
Yeah, what happened?
Yes, you've all healed completely at this point.
We get all our
Rest.
spells back and
Get
stuff?
your spells back.
They have to pick them for the day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got
So think of what happened.
Yeah. Hang on. Gotta think about
Your
this.
mark.
Restorations in there.
Wait, your mark, your hunter's mark, which you can feel the magic.
Quick, I mean, more of a player tip than a DM tip, but if you are a DM who is about to DM for new players, this, I think, is something nice that you can do for them. If they're going to be playing a prepared caster, bringing, like, kind of 2 sets of spells, just like recommended lists for them. So like, if they're level 1, that's not too hard to prepare. It becomes more difficult to prepare as they level up, but it can be a good service to them of being like, okay, like if you think that you're going to be fighting a lot today, like here's a list of recommended spells to take. If you think we're going to be like environmental puzzle solving and dungeon crawling, here are some spells, and here's like some out of combat talking to people spells. And again, this is like for new players. If you're a new player, coming up with those lists ahead of time can be nice for like switching really quick during a long rest. And you can even like take those lists and like slightly customize them depending on the experiences that you've had. But whenever I play a prepared caster, I normally make like 5 different, like, I call them like presets. And then maybe I'll swap a speller here in and out. But that's my own little way that I do it.
Of it is slowly waning as the spell comes to the end of its effective period, is moving.
Where's it moving?
Moving out of the city.
Where? Which
Let's
direction?
mobilize.
Where? All right, at the end of this long rest, it's been about an hour in time. I'm going to go take a bio break, fill up my water, hydrate or dihydrate, and I will see you. Oh my God, I took the mic away before I was even finished talking. I will see y'all in a second. I will be right back. Da, 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 da. What up? I'm back. And John's back. Woo! We're all back. Let's go. What up, everybody? Turn off the music. Put that. Oh, wait. I forgot to go turn down the AC because I'm hot. I'll be right back. All right, I'm here. Okay, okie dokie. Okay, we will get back into it. I'm thinking they're gonna go find Grog.
Best you can tell,
I know. Crazy theory. Hot take.
it's heading towards the opposite side of the cavern, towards where it curves down deeper and below.
Is that, wait, where is that in relation to us?
To where you guys are, it's, if you're looking out, like you're next to Umberhold, it's to your right, curving down and around.
We should go that direction.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable thought.
I go and cast Pass Without a Trace on us.
All right.
So they're turning into Labyrinth. Beyond the Goblin City.
Can we get out?
Child, which you've still...
The way that we came into the city was through this side path, right?
Yes, the side of Emberhold, which you followed the curvature of this giant cavern around.
I will also say, really quick, for anyone who doesn't know what John was doing, maybe you're like normally a more of a Twitch frog, because YouTube Live uses the YouTube player. You can set the playback speed of my live stream just like you would set the playback speed of any other video. So if you join late and you want to, watch the whole thing, but you also want to catch up to us live so that you can, comment in the chat, you can just start at the beginning of the live and then set the playback speed to like 1.5 or 2. And so you'll, watch faster than I'm creating it live and you'll catch back up like John did. So just fun fact, that is one of the benefits of being on YouTube rather than somewhere like Twitch, which does not have, that capability.
And you slept on the side against the wall using the illusory terrain.
Oh, so we're already.
You're already away from Emberhold. You're on the side of the wall, maybe about a quarter to a half mile
But if we
further
keep
down.
going, we'll get to.
You'll head down further into the cavern, seemingly in the direction where her hunter's mark is currently leading.
Okay. So we
which
should-
has now faded.
Okay, your hunter's mark is gone.
We went that way. We should
So let's go.
Continue that way.
Let's just hurry.
Yeah, wait, that
As stealthily as possible so we don't alert the entire freaking camp.
We've got Pass Without a Trace, so we should be
What up, tons of fun?
all right.
All right.
What up?
I try to make it look like we weren't around this area as much as possible without our dust of tracelessness.
You're sweeping behind the group as they're all moving along. With your
Also, tons of fun. You'll have to go and watch the beginning of the stream. I had a big announcement, and I'm not redoing it again with that same level of energy. You don't have to watch the entire in-between, but go and watch the announcement. It's a big one.
imaginary brush.
Drink is doing that thing
Yeah.
where he
Oh,
pulls
and-
with his front feet. And
He's
drags
just
his
rolling.
behind.
He's just rolling like a giant Brillo brush.
I put stone shape in my ring of holding last night with my unused spells.
Good
I
to
meant to
know.
tell you that.
All
last
right.
night.
That's all right. All right, you do that.
Oh, I forgot you have that ring.
All right, so.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone forgot about every magic item they have.
I bring up my iron stones.
Okay, so your iron stones are now kind of slowly rotating around your head. Well, you can only have one up at a time, so.
Well, I only have one.
Yeah, okay, good. You said stones, so.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Pathfinder habit.
I know. Alright, so moving around your head slowly.
Sorry.
Alright, so the rest of you kind of gather up, you cast your spell, Pass Without a Trace. You continue to crest along the outskirts of the cavern wall at this point. You can still, looking over, you can see throughout the nights the most of the fortress currently, the lava fall that once contained it is completely cooled and is dark. It looks like their way of stopping the flow was to stop the entire magma fall. Who knows how much damage has been done, but currently the flow is halted. And you can see now there's a number of parties of Duragard that are now just wandering out through the cavern, presumably in search for you.
Oh, good.
Pearl of Power.
So technically, Lady Kima, we might be able to get.
What is Pearl of Power? Is that an ion stone? I've never used ion stones. Or is Pearl of Power a different magic item from 5e?
Back in eventually and
I can never, it's like 80% of the time Richard is making a joke, and I get about 3/4 of them, which is pretty good, but it leaves me uncertain about the last quarter of them, if it's, the 20% where he's being real, or the quarter of the jokes that I don't get.
your weapon.
As you say that, she kind of like
So I feel like the Pearl of Power is going to be like Pearl of Power these nuts. I don't know. It's like a spare 3rd level spell slot. Oh, okay. Sick.
I would like that very much. There's some sentimental value to that equipment.
And there's a vault.
And there is a vault.
Unless it melted.
This will greatly enhance your ability to move forward with us, won't it?
I think right now time is of the essence for your friend more than anything. Okay. Besides, I highly doubt that stronghold has been left alone just because it's filled with rock.
Maybe on the way out.
Perhaps. Alright, so as you guys progress on the side, I would like everybody to go ahead and roll a stealth check, please.
Oh, I don't know which
You do
one
still
to
have
roll.
disadvantage. I mean, you have advantage with your cloak, so you're neutralized for a normal roll, right?
We have advantage.
Yeah, plus 10.
You have disadvantage still.
There's no plus anything?
There's a plus,
Plus 10.
plus
Still?
10.
29.
Plus 10 because of...
With this, okay.
29. 19.
33.
17.
21. 24.
33.
Woo! 33
Oh, I didn't
club.
roll for trinket. Hold on. Club 33.
Oh, Trinket rolled a 1.
Tough rolls for
Trinket, shush. Oh, I didn't feed him today. He's probably so hungry.
Have any of us eaten?
It's fine.
As-
He's nibbling.
Essentially, as opposed to having to go through the minutiae of reminding you all to eat, I just consider when you rest and take short rests, you're snacking and resting. Otherwise,
Yeah, rations in 5e suck. I think that's not a hot fucking take. I will say there is a supplement. I don't remember if it's by WebDM or someone else. I just think everything good must be by WebDM. I haven't even watched that many of their videos. It's just like the one that comes to mind. But there's a third-party supplement called Weird Wastelands that has, I think, a very slick way of dealing with consumable resources like water, food, even ammunition. Basically, instead of saying like I have 10 rations, you have a ration dice, like a ration die. Oh wait, have you noticed the beginnings of Laura's slow descent into dice goblinhood? Yes. I don't know if it's been slow. I think she was the first one in like episode 1 that was like, this die isn't treating me nice. I need to put it in jail. But yeah, so for each resource, instead of having like 10 rations, you have like a D8, say, is your rations die. So this one die represents all of your rations. And every time you would need to like eat a ration, so like say, during a long rest, at the end of a day, etc., you roll the ration die, and if you get a 1 or a 2, the ration die goes down a size. If you get anything above a 2, it just stays as normal. Like nothing happens. It just stays as a D8. But then if you get a 1 or a 2, it goes down to a D6. And then if you roll a 1 or a 2 on a D6, you're out. Like, no, sorry. What am I talking about? It goes down to a D4, 1 or a 2 on a D4, you're out. So it's basically this way of making the minutia of tracking it more of like a fun, like rolling challenge. I did not discover this. One of my friends, who has DM'd a couple of games for us, found this. And we used it in their games, and I loved it. You also do it for like ammunition, basically anything that's consumable. So like if you're using like a crossbow and bolts, after any combat where you use bolts, instead of having to be like, okay, I recover half of them, but I fired this many, blah, blah, blah. Instead of all that, you just have a die that represents all of your crossbow bolts, and you just roll it, and you go down a size on a 1 or a 2 until you get a 1 or a 2 on a 4, and then you're out. Which I think is super duper cool. I think it's a really fun way to do it. And then if you're like out in the wilderness and you're like, I want to forage for food, it's really easy for the DM to just be like, great, you successfully forage, your ration die goes up by 1. Because going up by 1 doesn't just mean like one more day of food. It has like this like very like statistically significant effect because it actually makes it less likely that you roll that 1 or 2. So it really abstracts the system in, I think, a super positive way. And it also allows for ration sharing to feel really nice because if you have a D8 and one of your compatriots has a D4, you can lower your dice to raise theirs, and that exchange is actually like netting you like more because, again, like going up a dice size is like statistically more significant. So it makes you feel good about sharing, but it also lowers you, and like, so it makes it like more likely that you're going to run out now. So you take like very safe and very risky to like both like medium risky. Okay, rolling my D100 for my arrows. No, the max size of a container is like a D10. So like a jug of water would be like a D10. A quiver is a D8. No, you don't roll these giant numbers. But yeah, it's a big abstraction of the system to remove the minutia and make the tracking of it super easy, as well as like kind of fun, because now you're dealing with math rocks and people love to gamble and like see like, ooh, did I lose anything? It doesn't sound like it would make that much of a difference. I'll tell you, I was excited to roll my rations at the end of every long rest using that system. Next time I DM, I am 1,000% using that system.
Otherwise, we communally spend 10 minutes a game talking about what you ate. If food begins to become scarce, which it may in time,
We'll let you know.
I'll let you know.
Foot flakes, anyone? Foot flakes?
God. It's like pork rinds.
I will also say it makes it really easy to use their rations and water as punishment. So if they are like maybe don't secure the camp enough, one of the like negative like nighttime encounters, instead of actually fighting something, you can be like, you wake up to like rustling and scrabbling, and as you like get over to the sound, you see hyenas running away with some of your rations. Lower your dice by 1. I love it. I think it's so sick. Weird Wastelands has a lot of really cool stuff supported on Kickstarter, but that was the one that really stood out to me.
All right, so as you continue down this cavern, you begin to see the search parties in the distance, and you kind of keep low and watch they pass. Some of them have small, that red glowish stone torches set out to kind of keep their vision about. You can see a few of the parties returning to the city. Eventually, you guys begin to crest down deeper and dropping into a small decline as this giant kind of almost like a hatchback cavern where most of the Duragar civilization is built in comes to an end. You begin to travel deeper into the Underdark caverns below. As you're continuing forward, you find a very, very familiar scent catches your...
I will say, John, so Weird Wastelands is mostly about building out the exploration pillar of D&D. So, that's, which you can totally tell by the, the fleshing out of this resource, of this consumables system. And by the way, same thing happens with water that I described with rations. They do make a change to Goodberry, create food and drink. They make a change to a couple of spells to make them work with that system. Because, I mean, let's be real. Goodberry is basically just a cheat code for survival situations. Like, it basically just takes the question of rations and just says ignore it. Spend a spell slot and just ignore rations. Which is not great if you're really trying to have a robust exploration pillar. Where like running out of food or water is actually a potential concern. So in Weird Wastelands, they make modifications to those spells, but you do point out a point that like, if anyone in 5e doesn't know, like Goodberry is just a cheat code. If you want to like not think about rations, but your DM wants you to track them, just take Goodberry and you're good forever. Matt is very concerned with the odor prison you have put him in. He's not out of jail yet. That's true. Matt is still very much in my odor prison, and he's not getting out yet. He has not described the way that something smells outside of like player magic. Come on, man. Doesn't Goodberry require having berries now to cast? That would have been an errata, which it totally could have been. Let me check D&D Beyond. Do you mean in like 1 D&D, or is that like a 5e errata? Goodberry. No, because D&D Beyond normally includes any erratas, and right now Goodberry just says a sprig of mistletoe, which is not even consumed. So, yeah, no, Goodberry is just, it's just very, very good. And also, debatably also takes away the need for water, because eating a berry restores 1 hit point, and the berry provides enough nourishment to sustain the creature for 1 day. Debatable as to what nourishment means, but if you're being generous, which I wouldn't be, you could interpret that to mean like it takes care of food and water. Inarguably, it takes care of food, which really does just ignore a huge part of like a standard exploration pillar. My campaign only lasted 6 months before people bailed, but you should have seen the DM field down when I chose Goodberry as one of my ranger in our Rime of the Frost Maiden campaign. Oh yeah, because Rime of the Frost Maiden like really tries to fake it as like a really exploration heavy module, right? Yeah, that'd be tough. But it's a spell. Like if you want to ban it as a DM, I think you're well within your I think you are well within your rights to ban anything you want at the table, as long as you have a conversation with your players about why you're doing it. If you are a DM and you say, I really want to dig into resource management, I want you to have to worry about food and water, so I'm banning this selection of spells. Or I'm modifying them in some way that makes them much more costly. So like, for example, purify food and drink in that campaign requires a pound of charcoal, which is consumed on cast, which I think is a great modification for it. And even like a Pawn and King, if you made it to where like a Goodberry required berries, I think that's a very easy way to nerf the spell and at least require you to have something. Like if you're in the middle of the desert, you cannot cast Goodberry. So I think you should feel free to experiment with those things as a DM, as long as you're communicating to your players the intention behind it, and as long as they agree with the intention. If your players aren't into having a campaign where they really have to worry about this food and water, and they say like that's not what we want out of this game, then that's like a conversation you guys have to have and agree upon ultimately. But I think you should have those conversations with your party. I don't know where I got that then. It might be a homebrew rule that might be popular and I'm just unaware of it. Because I think it's a good modification. Like, that's a really simple modification that I think brings Goodberry's power a little bit more to where it should be. So dumb. Isn't mistletoe poisonous anyways? I think so, yeah. I don't know.
Attention immediately as you're tracking through, trying to keep your attention on possibly any sign of grog. It's the smell of blood. It's the smell of fresh blood.
Smell! Let's go! Let's go, Matt! You used it!
Freshish.
Freshish?
Freshish blood.
Freshish
if you
blood.
will. You smell freshish blood.
You look freshish.
You immediately glance over and you can see...
Oh, the emoji didn't work. I don't know why it didn't work. It's supposed to be a nose in chat. Because he actually described a smell. I will say I don't think he described it well, but he at least did it.
On the side of this cavern, which is about 50, 60 feet wide at this point, as it's kind of come to a pinching point continuing downward, you can see a spatter of blood across the wall to your immediate left. And what looks like a mangled mass of once was a Duragar, currently just torn asunder across this rock wall.
Does it look to be natural, done by like an animal, or does it look like people with weapons?
Go make an investigation check.
The only time I've seen Durgars lit across like this was when we saw the camp of that creepy centipede creature.
With the
Beard.
Yeah.
I don't know.
10?
What up,
Do I
Inspire
see
Red?
any of those kind of tracks around?
You check and look around the ground as well. You unfortunately, as you look around here, you're not able to pick up the fine details. You, however, just being naturally understanding of the Underdark, as well as having the previous knowledge of inspecting the initial camp, yes, these tracks are very similar. You see what looks like these strange dragging marks in the ground, these elongated ones. No footprints Occasionally you see what looks like a human-sized footprint as well, and then just these drag marks. You also notice that there is just, beyond the rock threshold as you step over towards the wall, you see 3 other Duergar bodies that are just torn asunder, many of them partially eaten and just violently torn apart. Some parts are kind of scarred, some sort of like a burning acidic burn. And you see tooth marks, you see claw marks, and you see portions of limbs that have been pulled off by sheer force.
Could I do like a nature check to see if I would know the creature?
You certainly
is?
can.
It's gonna be that centipede creature thingy.
That's nice.
Ooh, 26.
26. It's weird. There are elements of the drag marks on the ground that resemble a creature that has pseudopods or some sort of a tentacle-like mass.
Oh boy.
But you know of no natural creature that also has this power, this type of hunting technique, nor would be this far underground.
I can't think of any 5e monster that fits this description. Like, I feel like it must be some sort of homebrew aberration that he made, because the only thing that's coming to mind is like a gibbering mouther, but it would have to be like a very specific configuration of a mouther. I think that was the 3.5 Goodberry Rec weird dated pull. Hey man, it makes sense, so I don't blame you for pulling that out.
Another Stitch monster.
Yes.
Stitch Monster.
Stitch Monster.
I like it.
I do too.
It's a good name.
It's quite
Something tentacly though.
Can,
nothing
can
ever
we-
good is tentacly.
Tentacly.
True.
no,
Should
no,
we,
no offense.
can I tell if Grog definitely came this way?
Clarota's not
Yeah.
This
too
is
bad.
not a JRPG.
Go ahead and make a tracking check. So just go ahead and roll a d20. You have advantage because you're in the Underdark.
Why are you so racist?
Right. What do I add that to?
It should be under your tracking ability on your ranger abilities there.
What are you, my Facebook feed?
On yourself, under your ranger abilities. I'll see if I find it before you.
I don't understand.
It's on the sheet I gave you with all your characters.
Oh, okay,
stuff.
cool.
Hey, they're finally looking at it, so maybe they'll finally understand what it actually does. Calamari is delicious, Richard. I talked about that a lot in my ranking, like my eat tier list for the 5e monsters. This is some, old-ish, from a couple of months ago, Megaphone Man lore. I know a lot of you came in on the CR streams. I did a stream called Smash, Pass, or Eat for every monster in the 5e monster manual. And then of all of the monsters that I rated Eat, I then did a tier list video with Dicebrain, or Nico from Dicebrain, on, of all the ones I said Eat, what tier of Eat were they? And there were several where we were like, ooh, calamari, yummy, yummy, yummy.
That one. That one's easy to use. And
Natural Explore.
okay.
I don't have any idea what I'm looking for. I'm just looking at words right now.
It's a survival check.
It's
There
a
you go.
survival check.
You have advantage on it.
Okay. Oh, good.
Is her favorite enemy humanoids? Because that's the only way that this makes sense. She has been using Natural Explorer and like gaining advantage related to Underdark stuff, which is wrong. That's not how Natural Explorer works. But if humanoids are her favorite enemy, then this is correct. But I don't know. We'll see. There's always room for gelatinous cube. I wonder what beholder meat tastes like. Bro, I've been saying. People said that the beholder would be disgusting because I did the first stream with my wife and my friend, and then I did the tier list stream with Nico, and all of them said that beholders would be nasty. Which, to be fair, I don't know that I disagree with them. I think we said I think the tastiest monster was a chimera. Is what we said, because there's a spot in the middle where all of the meats combine into a new thing. I don't remember what the other top tier. There was 2 S tiers, but I don't recall what they were. Gelatinous cube, I think it was a pass. I don't even think it was on the eat tier list. Her favorite enemy is dragon. A dragon killed the twins' mother. So that's not how. Yeah, they really conflate a lot of the favorite enemy and natural explorer abilities, which is fair. The abilities are confusing. I don't blame them necessarily for that, but I don't know. If you're a player, try to know what your features do. It's hard though, especially coming into a new system at level 9 when you have all this shit. I don't really blame them for not knowing what their features do. It's more like you at home, starting at like 1st or 3rd level, know what your shit does.
So that is 22.
22. All right.
22.
Looking around, what you do find is a and there is a very familiar scent that a Goliath barbarian does have. You, using Trinket's help, as you yourself are not quite as attuned, a Trinket does pick up a little bit of grog scent in this pathway. So Trinket kind of gives you a nudge and points deeper down the cavern, and you can see what looks to be a smattering of small Duergar-sized feet and 2 grooves.
2 grooves.
2 about 2-inch wide grooves that continue down the path.
Prisoner now.
Also, I do want to slightly point out, I was like, yes, Matt, roll initiative. This will be so good and so great for this like upcoming chase sequence, dodging, whatever. And then he literally never used it. They just like got to a place where they were like safe enough, I guess, to like, because they went under that ridge line and he was like, oh, like you ducked down and you stealth. Congratulations, you stealthed. They didn't see you. And then they were just like safe. And then they used hallucinatory terrain and then they were super safe. So it's funny. I was like, yes, use that initiative. This will be great for like the chase sequence. And then, yeah, what are you gonna do?
Now, if he came out of his mind funk.
So, like almost wheel tracks?
No, like they're dragging.
Could very well be wheel tracks.
Like
Like they're dragging, or they're dragging his body.
They're consistent, and their width is consistent across
Their
the
width is and they seem
There's
clean.
2 grooves.
Put him on some sort of stretcher thing.
Yeah, it sounds like they have them on like a
Some
on
sort
a
of
trailer.
Yeah.
Lovely. Well, Grog definitely came this way, as did the Stitch monster, so you don't have much choice but to follow.
Let's continue.
Shall we?
Right.
Be aware, we're all very aware of
Things,
any movement at all
guys.
happening.
Stuff.
Keeping your eyes peeled, you travel for another 2.5 hours down this cavern path. It grows tighter at points where you can only really fit 3 or 4 individuals through. It's about
Love that. Love that we're not doing a random encounter with an ooze that ultimately doesn't matter. Love that we're not being greeted with random junctions that ultimately don't matter. Just time skip. Boop. We're in a new area. Congratulations.
25 feet wide, and opens up sporadically into other small pockets where the natural topography of this portion of this underdark cavern structure seems to kind of weave and bend.
Hell yeah.
The warmth and that sulfurous smell that was intrinsic to the Duergar portion of this cavern that you were so used to begins to slowly fade, and the temperature begins to drop. Still uncomfortable, but it's growing more humid as opposed to dry heat.
You did it.
About another hour of travel.
He's reducing his sentence every time he mentions a smell. I'm loving it.
Your eyes out. The temperature drops significantly.
That's jail
and it's
sentence
actually
is lowering.
quite cold. The heat in the volcanic portion of this cavern structure apparently has passed you now, and you've hit an area of the rock where it is a much more chilled, much more ominous.
But it's humid still?
Human?
Humid?
Humid? The humidity begins to fade as well. The air becomes the dry
Go
cold.
past that. So now
Okay, so this is another thing that I haven't really gone into. Obviously, I always say, what do you hear? What do you smell? But what do you feel is an equally as valid, if not sometimes more impactful, way to describe things than smell and hearing. Doing all of them really creates a vibe, but like talking about the humidity in the air, if it feels clammy, moist, humid, bone dry, like that really can get players into the feel of where they are. Wait till the traffic jam and Kima starts blowing the horn. All right, Richard. Yeah. I can't wait. Silly man.
You eventually using, which by the way, the only light source you have going forward is the light from your staff.
Oh, light.
I assume you've had it up this whole time, or you've been walking in the darkness.
Oh, yes, of course.
You
Yes,
continue down, and the topography, which was once the black, jagged obsidian flooring of the previous portion of the Underdark, begins to give way to a more natural gray sand type texture. Your feet sink about a quarter inch or so with each step, and you get about 10-15 feet before the color of the sand and the texture changes dramatically. It looks almost like a peppering of small whitish yellow stones and rocks, as well as bits of black and gray. It's like a giant rocky pit out in front of you.
What?
Meaning
What?
all solid stone that color or loose?
It's like sand,
gravel and rock?
You find sand, and then the sand eventually gives way to like larger pieces of
Okay.
these
So it's like
rocks and stones. Some are
Pebble
jagged,
ball pit in front
kind
us?
of, essentially.
I'm looking for signs of mining.
Okay, go ahead and make an investigation check.
I'll make an Arcana check also.
15.
Which would not
15.
Great.
Checking the walls immediately in your vicinity, you see there are
Oh my god, I've never seen it happen so close together of good player behavior and bad player behavior. Holy shit. Just like rewatch this. I'm just gonna keep bragging on Taliesin, and unfortunately Orion's gonna be the punching bag right now.
Ball pit in front
kind
us?
of an investigation check.
I'm looking for signs of mining.
Doesn't talk about a check, doesn't talk about rolling, barely even acknowledges that he's talking to the DM. Doesn't say like, Matt, can I do this? Or can I do this, DM? Which, by the way, I think are fine and acceptable and like still and still okay. But this just shows Taliesin's experience and expertise when it comes to just playing a TTRPG. He doesn't even say, can I look for signs of mining? He just looks at Matt. They lock eyes and he just says, I am doing this. And it is now up to Matt to like match that and be like, what check, give him a check to roll. Just tell him if he just does it. Like, that is such a perfect interaction. And then right afterwards.
Okay, go ahead and make an investigation check.
I'll make an Arcana check.
I'm gonna make an Arcana check. The fuck? Why? Matt didn't ask you to. What are you looking for? I as the DM, I have no idea how to handle that roll because you didn't even tell me what the roll meant. Like, are you examining the pebbles? Are you like looking for like an aura in the air? Are you wondering if this is like the remnants of some magical phenomena? Like, what are you even doing? And he is rolling and getting the result before he even tells Matt what the roll was meant to do. Which is just so ass backwards from how D&D is designed. There are games that are designed that way, by the way. Like, that is the way that Blades in the Dark is designed. It took me a while when learning Blades in the Dark to get used to that, and I'm still not used to it yet because I haven't played as much as I would like to. I really want to play more. But, like, in Blades in the Dark, it explicitly calls out that the player chooses when they roll a check, basically. D&D is the exact opposite. And, like, you need to keep that in mind because it is how D&D is designed. Blades in the Dark has mechanics that build off of the fact that it's the player choosing. There are other things that the DM does. 5e doesn't have that. The DM needs to choose what kind of check you're making. And he needs to know what you're doing before you know the result of the die roll. I mean, it's just insane to see it so blatantly juxtaposed against each other of like fantastic check interaction, skill check interaction, terrible. You're starting to understand the Orion experience. I am. And that's why I keep saying it's like, unfortunately, because like I don't want my bagging on him to seem like I'm doing it because I know I have like meta knowledge, but like just legitimately, I'm like, that's not the way you play 5e. And like, there's a lot of things they do where I'm like, oh, they're beginners, it's fine. And even this behavior to some degree, but like, I'm still gonna very much call it out of like, that is like very, there's some amount of like, oh, can I roll an Arcana check? And then you and the DM, I still don't like that, but you and the DM can at least have a dialogue about like what that Arcana check means. They can clarify that before you roll. They can ask you to roll something else. Like, I still don't think that's my preferred way, but it's at least okay. This is like actively bad and like doesn't even put the DM in a box. It like fully circumvents the DM, which is just bad.
Also, 15.
15. Checking the walls immediately in your vicinity, you see there are signs of mining, but they're old. They haven't been used in a while. You can see some veins that are dried up.
I also want to be very clear. Sometimes as a player, I will roll a d20 to myself, or like if I'm in like an RP situation and I just like want like luck to decide, I will say like, okay, 1 to 10 I do this, 11 to 20 I do that, and I'll roll. It's not a check. Like, it is just a random number generator that is helping me as a player make a decision. That's not what was happening here. With that sort of thing, I'm not trying to glean anything about the world. Like, if Orion was rolling that to himself to, like, say, like, okay, like, internal Arcana check, would I even look into something like this? And then he, like, asks, Matt about a roll beyond that or something, maybe I can see that, but I don't think that's what was happening here.
Looks like maybe the Duragar had business down here mining.
Does it look like they're, can I do like a nature check to see if this like is a old lake bed? Like there was like a river bed?
Go into that. What'd you roll?
11.
Oh, and we have like the 3 like levels of players interacting with skill checks. Taliesin was amazing. Marisha was not my preferred. She did it in a way that I have criticized in the past, but it's totally acceptable because it still gave Matt the agency to decide what she did, to think up a DC, to understand what she's going for. Like, acceptable. Still not my preferred. And then Orion is just out of the ballpark, not how you do it.
What are you checking?
For Arcana.
What are you checking?
Just general, I feel a general source of
Sinister magic anywhere.
See, because even that, as a DM, he says that to me, I'm like, that's like perception. That, like, just seeing if you can, like, feel a vibe is not Arcana, at least in my own personal interpretation. Arcana is like an intelligence check. Like, he's asking if he can sense something. That's like wisdom, perception type shit. It maybe even insight. It's not Arcana. Arcana is the same as history and religion. It is facts about magic. So you would sense the magic and then be like, can I tell what school of magic this aura is from? That's an Arcana check. So this is the exact reason why, like, he chose the check for himself, and then he described an action that, in my DM head, doesn't even fit that check. And so it's like, now, and he's already got the result. So, like, I don't even know what to do as a DM. If I'm a DM, I'm literally asking him to re-roll it. Honestly, if he's at my table, I'm like, hey, man, like, I'm going to describe what I didn't like about that, and I'm going to be like, please, like, at the very least, like, tell me what you're doing before you roll. So, yeah. FMK skill check edition. Yeah. Honestly.
Nothing arcane seems to emanate from the vicinity.
Yeah. I'm fucking Taliesin hard. Marisha's, acceptable. Like, it's not, again, not my preferred, but I'm marrying it where it's consistent, it's nice, and then killing Orion. Easy.
Vicinity.
They're not those individual people, the way they did their skill checks.
The Underdark, are there any critters crawling around in that pit?
Is this still the Underdog?
You seem to be still in the Underdark, but I mean, like, the Underdark, in general, you're familiar with your training and studying on the denizens of it, what things to look for. This is not a natural or, overall occurrence
I can't sense any,
I think this
any
might have been
creatures
caught.
there.
I think that's a fantastic way to bring in favored terrain. Of like them ostensibly being being in the Underdark, but then Matt being like, you know the Underdark. This shit ain't normal, ain't typical. That's a fantastic way to work in the favored terrain feature without having to get like checky about it. Because it tells them like something's going on here. Something.
No, per se.
I rolled a 16.
Rolled a 16. As you're looking around, you go and inspect the stones. What you do notice is they're not stones. There are pieces of glass, little shards of actual volcanic glass scattered across this entire field, mixed
from her visions. Damn, I gave Matt too much credit when I was talking about the visions. I thought that like the field of shattered glass was the obsidian like spires, like defense towers. I was like, oh, that's so poetic. That's so cool. It's literally just a field of glass, which is also okay. That's one of the things I love about visions is that they can be interpretive. And like me, I misinterpreted the vision. And so now I'm working off of misinterpreted knowledge, and that's dope and cool and like drives drama. So this just goes to show why I love visions, is because I didn't get his.
with an endless, seemingly sea of small bone chunks.
Chunks? Great.
Pieces of bone that have been rounded off, ground, broken.
Delightful.
They're
bone pebbles.
Ancient. These
Okay,
bones.
so there appears to be. Are there any whole pieces of bones, like big femurs or skulls?
This was some sort of burial ground.
It's hard to see. Most of the bones that have been here have been around long enough to the point where they've eroded, been broken, destroyed over and over again to the point where you can't discern any of the original creatures they may have come from. It's just a sea of bone, obsidian glass, and small bits of stone that have fallen from the actual nearby cavern.
Can we see anything of any sort of civilized construction here, or is this all the work of nature or some living thing?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
See, and I mean, okay, now I'm just getting into the nitty gritty of like when I would use checks and like what checks I would use. For that sort of question, I interpret that much more as an insight roll, personally, because he's not, like, I mean, it also depends on how fucking big this cavern is, but I'm assuming if you're just looking around a cavern and it sounds relatively empty, it sounds like it's just this, like, field, like this, like, pit of stuff, it is more like, oh, is that thing over there natural or civilized constructed? That seems more like an interpretation question rather than like a can I physically see it, because it doesn't sound like there's anything that would prevent you from seeing everything in this cavern. It's not far away, it's not like obscured by foliage, it's just there. So my recommendation, my interpretation, I would have used insight there, but I think that perception is also valid.
That 18.
18. You look past the barrier of his light spell, because you can only get a little bit past that due to your elven low light vision.
Didn't I? Yeah.
You do notice there are occasional.
Okay, you know what? This is a great point to be like, this is why the DM chooses checks. Because, like, me as a player, if I'm fucking Liam and I have that thought process of it should be an insight check, that's why you just tell him what you're doing and he decides to check. I totally fucking forgot that the cavern is pitch black and they only have the light spell and low light vision. Makes total sense for it to be a perception because he literally cannot see past these barriers. So this makes easily way more sense for it to be perception. There is literally something obscuring his vision. Darkness. So again, this is a great driving point home of like why the DM chooses the check, because they have the most knowledge about the landscape and about the player's positions within it.
Occasionally, some spires of natural rock, some stalagmites that are jutting out in the distance, and you see what looks like semblance of almost like a ruined wall just beyond the edge of the vision, like a crumpled small wall.
Can I use my
Let's go to it.
primeval awareness and see if I can sense Grog within 6 miles of us?
Certainly. All right. So how does your primeval awareness work, Mr.
Oh,
Ranger?
I can use an action to focus my awareness on the region around me, and then I can sense whether, oh, well, no. It's only certain.
Yeah, it's just a general creature type. It's not like Grog specifically. Crumpled Small Wall was my name. It's my nickname in high school. Hell yeah. I like that. That's good. At least you're some kind of wall. This is great. You are turning pretty boring tabletop gaming into a cool lesson plan. Dude, I mean, thank you. That was kind of the, part of the inspiration for this was like, educational, like marketing content that I used to watch, Marketing Monday by a creator named Atrioc. Where, he turned like fairly boring marketing news into like something that was informative and like taught me about something I didn't know, most of the time in the vein of like gaming or, nerdy shit. So that's very much my my goal. Thank you, John.
Types of creatures.
Right. Which are
one of them?
Like Goliath?
Well, no.
I've heard from a lot of people a very similar aspect. Yes, the same matriarch creature. Yeah. Yeah, that one. Yeah. I'm not gonna, go significantly into that very bad and complicated situation. But yeah, that one.
It says aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead.
That still might be useful even if it doesn't find.
What you do gather, you do notice you sense a number of, a very strong force of aberration-based, much further, like 5 miles ahead, way ahead, and you kind of have this weird, okay, good to know. You don't sense anything else, but you do sense a general presence.
Also, Richard, speaking of, it's your one job as a streamer not to leak shit on stream. I don't know if it's too soon or not, but yikes.
About this entire sea of bone.
I've been here.
What?
I was here in the vision.
Really?
Really?
Yes,
This
it
is
was
such
a field of broken glass and bones,
Spill it, girl, spill it.
and I feel like this is it.
So what do we do?
And then after that, I got to sort of a cavern of blue crystal.
Interesting.
so we have to go beyond.
So
this.
we're on the right
We have
road.
to go beyond this.
All right.
Well, let's keep moving.
Can
then.
we keep to the edge and try to not disturb the rock as much as possible?
As you move to either edge, you can see the wall comes to a straight meeting with this. Aside from climbing the walls proper, you have no other way of...
Could you describe the dimensions of this one more time?
Yes.
She has spider.
The cavern itself is about
I don't anymore.
120 to 150 feet wide.
Yes.
You don't see the ceiling right now.
So
Collecting features, yeah. I mean, dude, they're level 9s. They just got a fucking list that they can go down.
Oh, it's that high.
from our left to our right, 150 feet?
Correct.
And is it like a big circular shape?
And to be fair, this is one of the things I was talking about when I was talking about how bigger parties are more powerful than like their individual scaling. Like one PC is not half as powerful as 2 PCs. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like one PC is not like 3 times, or 3 PCs are not 3 times as powerful as one. They get like even more. It's like an exponential scale because you can start just stacking features from multiple people to accomplish your goals. I mean, totally separate from even stacking them within your own class. When you have so many people, you can just throw player character features at a problem until it crumbles.
From what you can tell,
Which is why you need to take the resource management part of D&D so seriously. Especially if you have this many players, it becomes vital that you like really enforce, like when they are using features and they are choosing to stack them to like inevitably achieve their goal, that they are spending these resources and they need to be like safe in order to get them back. Yeah, that's why I'm also like very critical of like Matt keeping the heat on, because this many players is so undeniably powerful that you have to make sure you're keeping to the design of 5e in order to challenge them at all. Otherwise, they'll steamroll everything you put in front of them.
Opens up and then continues and then darkness. You cannot see beyond.
Are there any
this.
rocks
for a wall in the
around us? Any big rocks?
Is that just your catchphrase now? Richard is just Toll the Dead, baby.
There are a couple of small spires about 60, 70 feet out.
Anything loose? Anything I can grab near us?
Bones.
Around you, most everything that's grabbable are
Big.
part of it. Yeah.
Could we don't have
That's true. Toll the Dead is just really good, and you never have to worry about running out of it. I feel you, Richard.
magic carpet.
Honestly, one of the reasons I like Warlock. Yeah, save those slots, baby. Yeah, if I'm a Warlock, I have 4 really powerful slots, and I can feel nice and comfy choosing cantrips the rest of the time. I don't have to feel bad about it. I'm just like, no, I'm saving my slots. I don't... It's real easy. And then I can get them back on a short rest. Warlock's goated.
So never mind.
What do you want to fly?
Take a wall.
Could we?
So we just
What if you make
gingerly
Some of
try
us
and
are.
cross against a wall.
Yeah. Can I mean, anything to throw as far as I can out and see if it
You look around, you find a small pebble, and you chuck it.
Because I feel like we shouldn't touch this shit.
It arcs around and kind of bounces a bit and comes to rest.
Man, let's just go.
No!
Yeah.
No, I'm not touching that.
What are
Nope.
we gonna do? Turn around? Grog's that way.
No, okay, here's my idea. We've got that immovable rod.
Yes, I know where you're going.
They have an immovable rod?
And we'd all have to make a certain...
Once again, there's something about this whole area that just, there's a presence about it. Like it's ominous and everywhere about this floor.
Freaking Sarlacc pit.
These things.
Okay, now that he said that, now you could maybe Arcana it. I mean, obviously not again, now that he's already done it, but still.
I don't want to touch this. I feel like we should go over it.
What if these bones come to life?
Why don't we have our
Can you send your light
fair
source up?
worry.
Can anybody send light up and see how high the ceiling goes?
Shoot an arrow if you would, Vex, please. Wherever you wish. Light.
Cast out an arrow as it shoots over, arcs through the air. You
that's
get
fun.
a look of the cavern. You can see it's a large, kind of arched,
shoot it very
natural
far.
cavern with a number of kind of hanging stalactites at the top. It
Very fun combo. I love feature combos between players. That was dope.
goes up, arcs past, and then lands probably about a half a mile down the way. Really nice shot.
Thanks.
And it lands a little bit. You can see through the arc. This path just continues and continues and continues for that full half
There's no
mile.
way to avoid it.
There's no way to avoid it.
Unless
You
we
do get a nice view of what looks to be more of these little central pieces of broken
I mean, the way to avoid it is to fly over it. Oh, wait. That's in the bag of holding with Mr. Grog.
wall. It looks like there was some sort of either a small series of structures or buildings that were built once within this cavern that have all completely crumbled to ruin with but a few small bastions of foundation that still remain.
Tiberius, how many times can you cast pillars of whatever?
I will also slightly note, this is me being pedantic and rules lawyery. Light's a touch spell. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to like shoot the arrow and then cast the light, but you would also just be able to like touch the arrow and then do it, so whatever. Cast light into a spell scroll auto flashlight with a cap? Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, light is a super cool spell. I think it gets overshadowed most of the time by just players just having dark vision. But I love this, especially like ever since we got out of the first Underdark area and into Emberhold. I love that Matt is making these caverns like giant and like almost like Lovecraftian, like monstrous caverns, so that they feel like they're small. And then light becomes like a very, very cool spell because, you know, things are so big and so dark that even dark vision like only really helps right in front of you. It can't see out, which light can. So yeah, I think that Matt is doing a good job. I really like the new design of the Underdark more than the previous.
pillars.
Grand columns is
Grand,
the
how
name
many
of the
times can you
spell.
cast grand columns?
Top 5 favorite cantrips. Go! Prestidigitation. Mage Hand. I have a love-hate relationship with Druidcraft. Blah, 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 blah. Eldritch Blast. Is I have to. And Mold Earth. Actually, I'm gonna take out Eldritch Blast and replace it with Shape Water. So, Mage Hand, Mold Earth, Shape Water, Prestidigitation, Druidcraft. I would say. Mold Earth, I can't believe I forgot Mold Earth. It's by far my favorite. I think Mold Earth is so much fun. And then Prestidigitation and Druidcraft are classics. I have a love-hate with Druidcraft because Druidcraft can allow the player to predict the weather, which means that as a DM, I have to think about what the weather is. And it's not the default, just nice and sunny. But I think the Druidcraft is cool overall. Mage Hand is like one of the most flexible spells. Very similar to Minor Illusion in terms of like with creative it's very similar to like Prestidigitation as well. With like creative application, it can go so far. And then yeah, Shape Water is just Mold Earth, but slightly lower. But I do like Shape Water as well. Prestidigitation, Mage Hand, Message, Mending, Control Fire for me. I have a look. I don't know how I feel about Message. Like, I like it in general, in concept, but I feel like Message for me can never really be like in my top 5 anymore after they added Telepathic as a feat. I think before they added Telepathic, Message was definitely up there. But now that Telepathic is a feat, I feel like if I want that sort of power, Telepathic is just a great way to get it and have it easier. But to each their own. Mending is underappreciated, I'll say that. And Control Fire is very, very good, especially if you have a fucking pyro wizard casting Fireball all the time. Control Fire is a very flexible spell. I just like all of the elemental cantrips, honestly. Gust is also like probably in my top 10. The elemental cantrips are very cool. Yeah, Telepathic and Telekinetic are both really stellar feats. That, you know, I think that feats in general have a difficult relationship with spellcasting. And there's some amount of, I might call it power creep, when it comes to 5e feats. But also, it's really hard to say that there's power creep when, like, Polearm Master was in the original handbook. So, what is power creep really? Love me some Minor Illusions, especially for sounds, dude. It's really hard. Like basically everything you guys have said is in top 10 except for Message with the Telepathic thing. But yeah, Minor Illusions is so much fun. Really scales in power with your creativity, which I think are the best kind of cantrips. So yeah.
Multiple times.
Could we potentially?
I also love 2 different casters both having Minor Illusions so that they can like pair up sounds or pair up a sound and a visual. When you have 2 people going at it, the amount of fun just escalates.
Walk on columns across this thing, but.
Or you can start having someone do like a silent image with someone else doing a Minor Illusion for sound. I mean, there's endless possibilities.
I mean, I could bend us like a stone wall that's,
and just let us walk along that and stay above it.
But it goes only so far.
Could we go?
Hold on a second.
We're seeing the remains of buildings scattered throughout. Maybe we could go from.
Brought a wall out from the side.
And then we walk along that side?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that, right?
How big is the wall you can make?
Well, there's little islands of structure left. We could just
hop.
Like Stonebridge.
Oh, yeah.
Stonebridge. But I don't know.
I can go 120 feet. I can make about 120 feet wall.
Could you do
You saw
like
about-
portion and portion
about-
and portion?
You saw about a quarter to a half mile of this seems to continue.
So that might not be enough.
She'd have to do it 20 times.
I think we may just have to walk gingerly.
Oh, I'm also gonna shout out really quick. If you guys are into like painting minis at all, or just like the crafty side of D&D, Ryan Immel DM. Yeah, I had him on DM Live. Great guy. Love making content with him and love just talking to him in general. He's live over on TikTok. So if you have a TikTok and you're the type of person that likes to have like 2 streams up or something, one on your phone, one on your monitor, go and give him a follow regardless. He's great if you're into like that crafty stuff. But just in general, go and check him out. He's painting a creepy little mini, according to him.
Okay.
Maybe we can fashion.
I'm in his Discord, so I get all the nice notifications, just like you guys get notifications for me, because I'm a fan.
Should we check for traps?
Can we fashion like snow boots?
This is something
Like
that-
snowshoes?
Zach starts feeling along one side of the wall. Does the ground look firm and more stable on the edges, or is it all just the same?
That's
Do you step out a little bit into the area?
Hand on the wall.
Hand on the wall? I mean, it's a wall.
No, but I mean, yes.
But you step out with your hand on the wall.
I'm not stepping
Okay.
out yet.
Can
I'm
you do
looking
that?
at the ground. Is it pebbles and rock all the way up to the
All
side?
the way up to the wall.
Okay.
Lady Keyleth, if you will,
Yes.
Could you perhaps make a flat, sturdy stone tablet we can all particularly stand on?
Sure.
Make sure it's under 100 pounds, if you could. Or actually, 200 pounds. I have a little bit more to work with.
I use stone shape, and I just kind of
Lifting this?
bend down and make like a big circle where I am, and kind of carve out a little cylinder with stone shape.
So using a very earthbendery hand motion, you take a portion of the wall right next to you, send it outward, and begin to shape it into this large kind of cylinder disc-like platform that is just on the ground right at the base of the platform.
Everybody, hop on.
Right.
I hop on.
Hop on.
Okay. Again, rules lawyer Jack here. Stone shape only affects an area that's no more than 5 feet in every dimension. So unless they're piggybacking all the way up, you're going to have to pop at least 2 or 3 stone shapes. I mean, whatever. It's not the most egregious thing, but it definitely is not within the capabilities of the spell to make a giant disc they can all stand on.
Up on this rock.
Oh, wait a minute. How much did Trinket weigh?
A lot.
200.
Oh.
I think it weighs more than that.
Yeah, Trinket weighs a ton.
Maybe we can
All of us
just
together.
levitate Trinket behind.
I don't have it. I don't have that spell anymore. I need to know how much she weighs for this.
Trinket, I mean, looking at it, you haven't really weighed her yourself. You gather.
Trinket's a boy.
Trinket weighs approximately.
It's a boy?
It's a
boy, you guys.
Frog's 500.
Yeah.
Frog's 500 pounds.
With a name like Trinket?
Haven't you
Trinket's
seen his
probably close
wang
to
flopping around on the
Big
trail?
I thought that was his labia.
So here's the situation. I could get us all across, but I cannot take Trinket as well.
Oh.
I'm not leaving Trinket behind.
Well, then.
So, everybody
Why don't we get
on
across?
that and I'll see
You
what
can
happens.
come back and get Trinket.
Okay, yeah. How about you guys go and I'll stay with Trinket? You guys go.
No, I'm not going to leave. I'm not going to leave.
Well, can we make him weightless and then just tug him along with the rope?
If you have a levitate,
Do that.
yeah.
I have a
Don't
question.
have levitate.
How many feet across? It's like
It's a half mile.
Quarter to a half mile from what you can tell. Like I said, you only have vision enough to where the arrow arced, and it was a very long arc that just trailed off, so you gather anywhere between a quarter to a half mile.
I kind of just want to run across. Ding, 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 ding.
With your heavy armor.
Hey, it doesn't slow her down.
Let's do it. They're gonna
the
become
bard.
undead. Wait, are we getting on the rock?
How far is the closest little island of remaining structure that you referenced?
It's probably about 60, 70 feet out.
Would have sensed undead. I don't sense any undead with my primal awareness, right?
I request a
The
redacted,
perpetual presence that you sense across the entirety of this bed of bone and glass
Well,
if you had to describe it, it has some sort of undead-ish.
So I will also add, I've talked a lot about creating vibes, creating investment. I've also talked about keeping the heat on your players in ways that make sense. Ways that you can maybe foreshadow later narrative moments. I've talked a lot about this. And I was literally just thinking to myself, I was like, okay, they're stuck in analysis paralysis at this point. They're really, and some of them are just like, let's just run across at this point. So it's like, as a DM, what do I do here? Right? Because they're getting to a point where the pace is stalling out. You know, they've done a little bit of character work, but it's okay. But I don't think it would make sense for me to just like throw in a random enemy or like, you know, like talk about like stuff coming from behind them. Like that doesn't always make sense. It doesn't always work. But the thing that would make a lot of sense is he's talked about like this really uneasy sense, this foreboding, something is wrong here. There's bad vibes, right? Make one of them just be like, hey, Kalith, what's your passive perception again? And it doesn't matter what number they say. You ask them that question so they know that they're, you know, perceiving something. Doesn't matter what they say. And then you say, out of the corner of your eye, the moment you look, it's gone, but you could have sworn you saw something circling the group, getting behind you. And you turn all around, it's not there, but I don't know, you could have sworn that you saw it. That's a way to, again, just put the heat on them a little bit. This is all fake. This is a result of the bad vibes, right? And you know, as the DM, you know the perfect way to make that narrative foreshadowing for whatever the source of the bad vibes actually is. But give a little bit of foreshadowing there. Make them feel unsafe. Make them feel like they need to make a decision now or something bad's gonna happen. And then you can bust through that analysis paralysis while bringing them into the scene, while dragging them into the vibes. So that would be my advice, my analysis for this situation of how I would kind of nudge my players along. What are your thoughts on squat nimbleness, if any? I've always wanted to try, but I've never pulled the trigger. I don't play small races. I've not gotten to play very often, to be fair. You know, most of the time it's DMing, so but I have created a lot of characters and almost like I think that squat nimbleness is like an interesting feat for like a halfling or gnome monk. Probably a halfling monk. And I've just there's never been one that's entered my noggin where I'm like, yeah, that like, it's an interesting feat, but I've never come up with a character concept where I'm like, yes, like, let's go, halfling. I don't know. So yeah, it's cool, but never one I've ever used or seen any of my players use to for that matter.
Realm, it's not your specialty. I mean, it is, like undead creatures are, and the presence is similar to that.
I get my Mace of Disruption ready.
Oh, we're done. We can do this. We polymorph trinket.
That's it! Yes!
We polymorph trinket.
Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Make him into like a chicken.
A trinket.
Wait, you're focusing on the slab, aren't
You
you?
instinctively kind of like glance around.
No,
you
the
look
slab
down,
just
and
happens.
You notice your
I can cut it
holy
out,
symbol
it's not- it's not all stone.
Sarah and Ray.
Very good.
Has a hairline fracture in it.
What?
What was once a perfect and impeccable
She's pissed off her
figure of
god.
design. You've had this your entire life. You look down and see, you don't know how recently, but a portion of the metal symbol itself is cracked.
Oh,
Bad vibes. I would have more explicitly tied it to the landscape because they might think that shit just happened in the last dungeon. But Ooh, I love the bad vibes.
No,
Your
this
abilities
is
are
terrible.
incredible.
Pray, do something.
Does that mean maybe
I motion
it
over.
happens in the fight?
I motion over to Pike, and I take her medallion slowly off of her, and go like, and bring out my mending wheel.
Your mending wheel, which was where?
Who's
The
the
bag
Bag
of
of
holding.
holding.
No, I held that.
The mending wheel's this big. You haven't been carrying it with you this entire
I
time.
thought it was like this big.
Okay, even so, Orion, you're a fucking sorcerer. Come on. That's an alignment thing. Back to when they really cared about that. What's an alignment thing? The bad vibes? I don't know what you're talking about, John. Oh no, I've already forgotten the words that came out of my mouth. Is it like her symbol is like an alignment thing? Like if the symbol cracks, it's because like her alignment's all fucked up? Oh, I see. Interesting. I mean, look, I think that you can still play around with like people doing things out of character or like away from their general moral compass. Neutral versus chaotic versus good versus evil. I see. Okay. The split and Pike symbol. Gotcha. Okay. I'm on the same page now. I mean, I'm still super down with them playing with that concept. I just think that the actual model of, chaotic evil, I think is a bad model for describing this morality phenomena. But that's very interesting. I love clerics and warlocks and paladins being held accountable for the shit that they do because their power is not their own. So I'm loving that. Baby did a bad
Tiberius. Tiberius.
I'll take my symbol back and put it back on and say this is something that I got it. This is something I need to deal with. We can't just put it in a mending
The
wheel.
gods reward deeds, not words.
Yes.
Maybe it happened in the fight. Maybe it's...
I think I know why it happened.
Maybe because you've been killing unarmed people?
I think it was when I slit the guy's throat.
Hey,
She got mad.
Could have been.
Just a hunch.
But you know what?
That could be it. Okay, so this is not related to the bad vibes. Yeah, Pike, that could be it.
We'll do some good deeds when we're done.
Yes.
Oh,
This is something that I need to fix, but I thank you for trying.
I forgot we didn't have it.
Well, Trinket, what do you want to be?
Yes.
A lizard? A mouse? A kitten?
A little kitty.
You want to be a kitten?
Trinket glances over at you and look in an eye of like,
Siamese.
And I go, "Flip," and I make him a kitten. What kind of kitten?
Oh, he's a Persian.
He's a Persian kitten.
Trinket's form shifts down to this tiny white puffball with a pushed-in nose.
I go and I snuggle and
I kind of
nuzzle
tuck
him
him
and
into
go,
my little shirt.
You sense immediately Trinket is not necessarily pleased,
It's okay.
but will deal with it.
Well, he's so cute.
He's so cute.
In Draconia, those are snacks.
I wouldn't say that.
Let's go. Come on. Let's
go,
get on this
come on.
thing. Grog's getting ahead of us.
All right, let's go. On our stone airplane.
Is everybody
on the Wonka Vader, everybody.
Everybody quiet.
Let's,
I need to
all right,
concentrate.
hop on.
So-
Okay.
I hop on.
Okay.
All right, so you all step
Go.
onto this giant stone. It's really cramped. You're all kind of shoulder to shoulder pushed onto here, clutching your new Persian cat. Kima and
Lord.
Kima step onto it, kind of.
So cute.
I cast telekinesis on the stone slab, and I lift us up and push us.
Okay. How much weight can you push through telekinesis?
1,000.
Okay.
I think that's.
I did all the math.
I don't weigh a lot.
We're really little. We're all skinny.
And this is why I brought up before the, writing down how much you weigh, generally loaded down with all your stuff, as well as your strength for how much push, pull, carry. I've talked about, I think that those are numbers that you should add to your character sheet if you're a player. And this is the exact reason why. Because these types of plays are super cool. And if you have all those numbers just on hand on your character sheet, you can make them more often.
slender and...
Vax weighs 155, Pike weighs 75,
Yep.
Allison weighs 190, Vex weighs 120,
Yes.
Scanlan weighs nothing.
Sam weighs the same, 75, Keyleth weighs 125.
Yep. Kima weighs 105.
Okay.
Or no, it's actually, yeah, with all of our armor and equipment, she'd be 105.
Rota can float.
Crota can float.
Correct.
Does that still fall under 1,000 total?
Yeah. Should.
Okay.
Is that right?
What about you? Plus the rock.
That's why I kept 100 pounds for that. That's,
What about you? Give me those
100
numbers
pounds
again
for
for
the
the
rock.
calculator.
Rock's 100 pounds? It's not a lot of stone.
It's a very thin piece of stone.
That's a very thin piece of stone.
Nine.
All right.
For all this fucking wood, for like 900 pounds on top of it, or 800.
Right, nope, we're like at 9. We're there, like at 9 something. You can do all the math, right? But it's
Okay.
like 9.
All right. So you all stand on a platform. It
Oh gosh.
rises up, and it's one of those, like, all of you kind of like have to gather yourself, but nevertheless, it is now floating. How long does that last, concentration-wise?
10 minutes.
All right.
Quick.
So,
Let's go.
Tiberius begins to concentrate. The stone begins to glide out over this expanse of broken bone and obsidian glass.
I hover about around, what's bone break? Just around 6 feet above the air. That's how
Okay.
high I take it.
So you're cresting about 6 feet. You have to move it around occasionally to avoid some of the large
Yeah.
stalagmites that are kind of jutting out of the bone.
Can we see anything in the rock? I'm like keeping an eye out to see if I see any movement or anything that's maybe sparkles.
Keeping an eye behind us.
Okay.
Just looking.
You guys,
I caught it.
keeping an eye out, you see more and more of this ruin, and you can see the further in you go, you start seeing bits of bone that are larger than what's near the edge. You start seeing bits and pieces that are, full bones, so they've been more, still rounded and weathered, but they're less ground down as opposed to the edges where most of the traction seems to be. You get about 300 feet out before you hear a loud, echoing scream across the cavern.
In
front of us?
In front of you guys.
Female,
What does
male?
it sound like?
It's male and it's loud.
Go! Can we go faster?
I push us forward towards that. I mean, we're going that direction anyway, so I speed us up.
Keyleth, take the...
Okay, so I've talked about how much I love Matt's narrative timing, and I do think that this works while they're on top of this slab. I think it would have been even better if he had somehow foreshadowed it a little bit more. Like kept the heat on them when they're all just standing around talking. So that this feels like even more of an escalation, because he placed it well, but I think he could have built up their emotion a little bit more before they started taking their little helicopter ride. But that's my opinion.
As you speed up and continue,
I jump on
Take
Keyleth,
the gnome.
okay.
grab some feathers.
I'll grab on as well. Why not?
All right. So Keyleth, you transform, maintaining concentration on polymorph for trinket, I believe, right? All right. It's not a spell; it's an effect you can do.
Yeah.
So you transform into a giant eagle. You grab both the gnomes. You guys are lifted up off the platform as the platform continues to push forward.
Cool. So I get a little bit more control of it now.
A little bit more. As you're pushing forward, you feel that the stone itself is still kind of, it has this weird wobble to it, but you still manage to keep concentration, pushing forward. Eventually, the little bit of light from your light spell cascades past one of these joining parts of a wall, and then beyond that, you can see what looks like a few other stone pillars that are sticking up, and you see what looks to be a small party of Duragar that are in the middle of battle. There is one Duragar who is just splattered across the bone floor. You see a troll that is currently in the middle of a fist fight with something that's moving extremely fast. This blur of motion. You can barely make out the physical form before the troll turns and runs in your direction, surprised to see the light coming towards you. And in its expression of extreme confusion and fear, you see something whoosh past and its head just...
Oh, that's not Grog.
Shoulders.
Shit. We're going to Wood Monster.
The troll body hits the ground. As it does, you see bits of bone begin to rise up and pull the troll down underneath.
Oh, it's really good when no one's
Daggers
standing
out.
around.
Daggers out.
I get my legs to just
All right. As you guys begin to push forward, you can see two of the Durgar are now like backing up instinctually. One looks down at his feet now that have been grabbed, and he's being pulled under. And as he starts trying to wrestle himself free, this blur of motion jumps off one of the platforms, spins in the air, and lands with a slam that completely splatters across the rock that he's right next to. This Durgar that is, you can see just part of his jaw go flying off to the side, and silence hits him in the middle of his scream. The last Durgar there, you can see, who's looking around, sees the stone platform and goes, "Let me on! Let me on!" And goes running over and is trying to jump up towards the stone platform you guys are on.
How much does he weigh?
Well, he's going to go ahead and try and grab.
Okay, I have complicated feelings about this because I like the escalation in emotion that Matt is playing with here. I think it's very, very cool. I really like how, just from the moment that they've gotten on the slab, I think he has done a fantastic job at going up, and he is showing his narrative timing chops that I was so complimentary of at the beginning of stream. However, big issue. I do not like I'm going to compare this thing, right? This thing that they're fighting, this blurring motion so fast you can barely even fucking track it. Let's compare that to the Tarrasque. Okay? Like, humor me for a second. The Tarrasque is 30 CR, I believe. Somewhere around there. It is the World Ender. It's the most powerful monster in D&D 5e Raw. But how does the Durgar smell? Don't give me that shit, Richard. I would have appreciated if he had narrated how the cavern smelled, but I'm moving on. But, think about the Tarrasque, right? Whatever they are about to fight is not as powerful as the Tarrasque. It just isn't. A combat against it should not feel more hopeless than a combat against the Tarrasque. Okay? Like, if you're fighting against the Tarrasque, it is immensely powerful, immensely threatening. It is immensely fast. It is not so fast that your vision blurs and you can't track it. There are no monsters that are that fast. The only monsters that can do something similar to that are like blink dogs, or any spellcasters that can cast blur. But that's not what's going on here. Matt has narrated that this thing is so fast that you can barely track it, and I don't like that narration. I don't like that characterization, because there are no monsters that can feasibly meet that narration when you actually dive into 5e combat. Like, now you have created a monster that either starts behaving differently when you actually zoom into combat, or you can only fight it in narration. You cannot fight it in combat because it has a characteristic that is like inherently not meant for D&D combat. Like, you might as well have it teleport. Like, teleporting is something that is much more easily digestible within the larger context of D&D than this blurred fucking is. So that's what I think about a lot. If I want to describe something as scary and immensely terrifying, I try not to go the anime route. I try not to go like, oh my gosh, you can't even comprehend how powerful it is. It's like, no, you can comprehend it. You should be able to comprehend it so that you truly know how much it'll kick your ass. Yeah, I don't, it's not my vibe, even on like highly narrative type of games and type of descriptions. Matt takes narrative liberties with setting up encounters sometimes akin to a scene in a show and movie. Yes, he does, which I understand. And I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with it, but I do think that it breaks immersion once you actually have to go and fight that thing. Like, that thing is not going to be moving blurringly fast when you actually fight it. So now you have broken the description of this thing into like two separate things. What it's like when you're looking at it and what it's like when you're fighting it. And I think that break in continuity lowers investment within the scene because now you don't actually like really know what you're fighting because it can kind of change at the flip of a coin. Fair not to like that though. Yeah. Which, I mean, all of this is like my personal preference for how I interact. And I do take, I mean, if you watch me for long enough, you'll know like most of the time, my primary concern is player investment within the story and the world that you're putting them into. And I tend to be very, very critical of things that I feel lower that investment, even if they're cool. And that is, that is my own personal philosophy as a DM, but it doesn't have to be everyone's.
With an athletics check. He makes it.
No,
He goes onto the side.
Kick him off.
He's up the side.
We can question him.
Okay, Richard, you know what? If this monster is like the broken... I know I've seen like a silly build that's like a level 20 monk with all of these things. Or it's not even a monk. I think it's a multi-class. It's like a rogue monk multi-class because then you can dash as a bonus action. I've seen ridiculous builds that's like, oh, this monk is traveling like Mach 10. And you know what? If Matt rolls up and he's like, yeah, I have this fucking NPC that is this ridiculous build and he explains it all, I will eat my fucking words. I do not anticipate that being the case, but I'll eat crow if that is.
Okay, you go ahead and poof, you just beat him in the face.
Oh, God.
He holds tight.
Oh.
You're not a very strong
I
person,
grab him by the
unfortunately.
cloak. What is it?
I don't know! Get it away! Get it away!
In eagle form, I'm gonna do a nice high, like kind of
We're
soaring
on you.
lap.
We're on you.
I know it's okay. I'm soaring high. It's an easy breeze. We're on the people mover. Okay, and I'm gonna use my keen sight to see if I can get like a good.
Okay, so using that, you glance down, and this brief moment where it seems like the cacophony of this entire circumstance slows down. And your eagle eyes glance down, and you can see, in a brief moment, the blur stops. You see a humanoid form. A bit of looking at the body and the torso, it looks elven. It's very thin and gaunt, legs dangling, as 4 giant, jagged-looking tentacles sprout from both sides of its torso, holding it aloft. 2 of lifting it off the ground and keeping its body suspended, while 2 are whipping around in the process. As you're glancing, you see its head glance up toward the wall, these blank white eyes just kind of shooting around in different directions spontaneously with this kind of maddening look. Whatever this is clearly insane and is currently driven on some sort of hunger bloodlust. The stitch marks you see across its body are very reminiscent of the earlier abominations that you saw created by Kavarn and sent throughout this cavern structure.
He's the only one who sees it, though, at this moment.
Correct, yes.
God damn it. Do I see
we
it?
see it too?
Like,
you guys haven't yet. In the moment you're talking to this dwarf, you're like shoving him off the platform.
Can I see it as I'm like cruising through?
Let's pull him up.
You can see the blur moving.
Yes, the twins pull him up, and 1,
As soon as
2, 3!
As you chuck the Durgar through the air, the creature...
Oh my god! Damn, guys, that's a sentient creature! Thank goodness Pike didn't do that shit. Her medallion would be cracked in 2.
Who's briefly had stopped, and you guys now see its motion stop, and you get a full view of its horrible form.
Oh my god.
As soon as I do that, I cast True Strike.
All right, you cast True Strike on
Down
yourself.
on him.
On him?
Yeah.
On the Durgar?
And what it does is it allows me to see. Keep going. I'll tell you.
Okay.
On the Durgar?
No, on the.
All right, so it stops for a second. You guys all get a view of its vision as it's looking up towards where Keyleth is. Suddenly, its head snaps back into focus as the Durgar goes swinging through the air. As it does, it licks its lips, and you can see now where its mouth is. The lips curl back, and the jaw splits open slightly. With this horrible kind of predator-like fanged jaw, and the 2 tentacles that are currently up in the air reach out, grab, and just split it in 2. Its torso then divides and just kind of sprays it with crimson as it licks it out of the air.
See, this is kind of my point, is like, this is a dope monster. This is super duper cool. Look at all of their reactions. This is a terrifying creature. you do not also have to have it be anime fucking Saitama One Punch Man fast. It can just be quick, but also perceivable. Yeah. I won't harp on that too much. Not anymore. I don't know what that's referencing. Inspire. Oh, dang it. I wish I did. I don't remember half the things I say the moment that they leave my brain. Best spell in D&D. Oh, easily, dude. I've always had in the back of my mind a True Strike build. I've built several characters around True Strike, and I just could never justify it. I'm always like, what if I take these weird combinations? Can I maybe make it make sense? And the closest I've ever gotten is like using it on like a rogue assassin build, but then it doesn't even really work because it only has a range of 30 feet. Ah! Yeah. What a thing. Sentient creature. Damn, Inspire. Yeah, true. Not sentient no more, that's for sure.
I'm still going. I'm not standing and watching.
So,
Have we passed it yet?
everyone roll initiative.
We're
going in?
Say we should try and avoid him.
I mean, you can still try and avoid
Oh
him.
man.
Terrible.
Just because you're rolling initiative doesn't mean you have to fight.
Oh God.
We're floating above it. We got advantage.
Do we?
We're all
have,
stuck
like,
on a single piece of rock.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing.
Fine. One of us has guns.
All right.
One of us does have guns.
And we saw
That is-
Dorgarth
What a
get pulled
good way to
under
put
by
it. One of us has guns.
One of us has guns.
Pick on the humans.
By the bones.
Yeah, the bones pulled down, right? So it's
Yeah.
not just this thing.
Using this as the figure for the
Oh
creature.
gosh. Oh okay.
I will say, in terms of environment and in terms of like environmental hazards and challenging paths, I think that this is a very cool, like environmental hazard threat. This bone floor, very neat. You know, because you could also just have this be like a pit, like an endless chasm down, and this creature that they're fighting just can fly. You know, same effect, mechanically, but I think that this bone pit is very cool. Much more of like an interesting layout than it would be if it was just like a pit. Rolling initiative means combat. It's moral imperative. Right, yeah.
By the way, Matthew.
Yes.
True Strike. I extend my hand and point a finger to target. My magic grants me a brief insight into the target's defenses. On my next turn, I gain advantage on my first attack roll against the creature provided that spell.
Correct. Gotcha. So, for the purposes of this, the two gnomes are alongside Keyleth's eagle form.
We're going to use the
Flying
little
up
thingy.
over
Yeah, we're
here.
gonna use the levitating thingies.
What? Yes, we are.
The thing.
Let me pull them out right now over here.
Levitating thingy.
Levitating thingies. Makes us look cool.
It's been so long.
Ooh, I like.
Maybe a pawn and king. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it would really, like, I don't know. I can't really justify it in my head of like something moving so fast that you cannot see it, and like to me, okay, and I'll break down my thought process a little bit more. To me, in order to justify that, what would be so fast you couldn't see it in 6 seconds? Maybe like, I don't know. Maybe like the speed of sound. Speed of sound in seconds. 343 meters per second. So about a mile in 5 seconds. All right. That's about what I would consider off the top of my head as a player or a DM, the point where it's so fast that it blurs. So we're talking about going a mile, the length of this entire chamber in one round. And I don't think that can be satisfyingly represented in 5e combat. And then, therefore, it breaks my immersion. Because you're talking about this creature that has this incredible power that it will just stop using during combat. Like, maybe it'll be really fast. Maybe it'll go like 60 feet in a round. But that's like Grog when he's sprinting, you know? I don't even need it to be realistic. I want to be clear. This is fantasy. Like, we can have like weird and wacky things. I just need it to be the same out of combat as it is in combat. That's where like my immersion connects. But I totally, and to be clear, I totally understand if this doesn't break your immersion. Like, I have given a lot of opinions on like what I think would be blurred. We're in a fantasy world. It could have blurry magic that I don't understand. And maybe it's like, 100 feet per 6 seconds, and that would be doable in 5e combat. So, take it all with a grain of salt. I'm making certain assumptions, but as an audience member picturing myself as a character, it takes me out a little bit. But take it all with grains of salt.
There's the rest of you. Well,
And that's the
trinket is a
thingy?
kid. Yes, that's all.
Yeah. Yeah, Inspire, yeah. I mean, like, you can have really fast shit, and I just can never see it doing, like, the anime blurry eye, he's so fast thing. I just can't see it. But I could be wrong. I also don't honestly know how fast you have to go to blur the eye. It might not be, like, the speed of sound. That's just what I picture in my head. But, yeah, who knows?
Trinket is a cat.
Oh, right.
Trinket only has the power of a
Slab art you
doorbell.
guys have created.
I swear.
All right, so
I mean, go ahead.
initiative rolls, everyone. Starting at.
Good.
Fudge.
All right, 25 to 20.
21.
All right. Let's move that top around there. Bring this. There we go. 20 to 15.
17.
18.
18.
Really creepy.
15 to 10.
12.
No.
Uh, 10 to 5.
8.
8.
Okay.
Team 8.
Boom.
Mike, what'd you get?
4. Yay!
Okay, yay, Pike, bring it up the rear.
Team single digits.
All right, so
We'll get there.
top of the round is.
Oh,
the
I should
monstrosity.
also...
This is a
Oh, John, we were thinking it right in sync. For those of you who haven't been here live, didn't notice in the VOD, or this is your first time with us, number one, welcome. But number two, I normally turn up the playback speed during combat, not because combat is like quintessentially boring or like doesn't have a lot to talk about. It's more just that like everything that there is to talk about just takes longer to come out. So sometimes I'll slow down, I'll talk about things, but generally I up the playback speed so that we can get through it a little bit faster.
very quick. With the camera, follow me this way. It uses its quite grand move of 50 feet to over to the side.
Oh god.
And it gets 2 attacks with its tentacles with reach. Actually, 3 attacks.
On who?
This is going to be at you guys. This is going to be 1 at Kima, 1 at one at you, and 1 at Tiberius, as you are the 3 currently within its position of view. First one is going to be at you.
Okay.
Oh, that is going to be a 14 to hit.
No.
All right, so you just dodge out of the way. The one towards Kima. Oh, it's going to be a 15 to hit, which it strikes her armor, but she manages to just pull out of the way and it kind of gleams off the side. You can see a little bit of this acid scarring across the edge of her leather armor. The third strike going out towards Tiberius. Whoosh! That is a critical one. Hits. It actually it whips out and strikes the bottom of the stone you guys are standing on, which rocks it for a second, and you seem to get kind of worried, but seems to have no effect. That was a really terrible opening round for the creature.
Here's my question. Is this all happening still over top of the bone pit?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That brings us to Vex.
Hunter's mark.
All right, so you
Right
mark
on that guy.
Do it. He's Hunter's mark, and I'm putting this on here as a reminder of your mark.
Okay.
So fashionable.
I'm gonna
Get it, get it.
lightning arrow him.
Okay.
Oh, I can't do that because I just Hunter's mark him.
Correct.
Hunter. I'm gonna hail of thorns that guy.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Thorn
At
hail.
level 3.
Okay.
Okay. Through my bow of blazing bowstring.
Okay, so as you pull back your arrow, you pull it up, you can see the thorns actually grow rather rapidly out of the wood itself. And as you pull back, the bowstring itself ignites, setting the bow, the shaft of the arrow on fire as well. As you release, rolling
22.
22 to hit.
Yes.
That hits.
Yeah. So then I roll my regular damage plus 3d10.
Correct. Plus the fire damage, which is 1d10.
Okay. Whoa. So 14 for the first.
Okay, and then roll technically 4d10 because it's the fire.
4d10. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I will do a quick rules lawyer. Actually, you can't cast 2 spells in the same turn. I don't know if you guys knew that. Keep that in mind. If you cast a spell as a bonus action, you can only cast a cantrip as a action. You cannot cast a second leveled spell. I also want to be clear, I'm not a rules lawyer at the table. I keep my fucking hole shut unless somebody asks me. Just because I know all the rules does not, like, just because you know the right answer doesn't mean you need to say it. Like, that shit does not matter. If I was at the table, I would not correct her. But since I'm not at the table, I'm with all of you, I'll pause and correct it really quick. But that's the thing about, like, being, like knowing a lot of the rules off the top of your head is you have to know when to say them. And for me, the easy line is just if somebody asks me. Otherwise, I wait until after the game to be like, oh, by the way, like, I think this is actually the rule. So I just want to make that clear about how I handle actuallys. That is a holdover from the pre-stream game. I don't remember when they downshifted into game. I think around Ep8. They followed that. They follow what you said for C2, but in C1 it's a bit different. I assume like most of the things that they like don't do according to 5e Raw are probably holdovers from Pathfinder or them confusing other editions like surprise rounds, confusing it with 3.5 because like they have only played D&D 5e. I think most of them 8 times at this point. So that's why I was so shocked when he nailed improvised weapon rules. Is because I was like, damn, like that's crazy that you do that one. But yeah, intelligence is knowing the right answer. Wisdom is knowing what's right. Yeah, exactly. Like it's knowing like not to be like a fucking dickhead and ruin the mood at the table just because you know the right answer. I'll be a dickhead right now because this is my stream. I can be a dickhead all I want, and I'm not, at the table actually ruining the pace. But yeah. I think in their home campaign, they could do spells in both action and different one as a bonus action. I mean, I think that's just like not an issue in Pathfinder. From what I understand, it's like if you cast 2 spells that are both 1 action, or a spell that's like 2 actions and another spell that's 1 action. I don't think that there's any restrictions there in Pathfinder. But I could be wrong. I'm not exactly sure about Pathfinder rule intricacies. I just know. For 5e, that's a rule.
4, 11, 19, 21.
So 21 plus 14?
Yes.
35 points of damage. Nice. So, release.
Oh, plus Hunter's Mark damage.
Yep, there you go. That's why I did it.
6.
Nice. 41 points of damage in the first attack from the ranger. Nice. Alrighty. So, you release the arrow as the creature whips into place. It lashes out with all its tentacles as it pulls back. Looks like it's ready to pounce. You release the arrow right towards its torso. It hits, and it looks down instinctually, and it bursts into a spray of thorns all over its face and its torso. You see it reels back from the pain. You can see the flames licking up over the front of its body. You can see there's a semblance of clothing on it. Like whatever this thing once was, it's still wearing the clothing it had. And a portion of it is now burned off part of the torso. Whoever this poor soul was, there's no shred of humanity left in it.
I'll be honest, Richard. I don't like concentration. I fully understand characters or players that forget to roll their concentration checks. Fully understand. I kind of think it's like a bad mechanic, TBH. Like, I understand the point of it. The point is to make it to where a single caster cannot have multiple overlapping, like really, really good effects. So if an effect is powerful, you throw concentration on it and make sure that it can't overlap with any other powerful effects at the same time. I would rather, this is off the top of my head, this isn't actually something I've thought about. I would rather your entire, like everything. Like if there is a spell that is concentration, lower it 1 level, so like pull it from like a 3 to a 2, and change how concentration works. It's not just like you have to hold it in your head, but you have to like actively hold it. You cannot do anything except for, I don't know, move. Like you can't attack anymore. Like lower the barrier to entry to get it. It's a really powerful spell for the spell level, but make it to where like it encompasses your entire like action, like what you're doing. Like every turn that you upkeep it. That way you're so much more aware of it, and it still solves the overlapping problem. I don't know if I'm fully confident with that balance, but I think that concentration just like being this like new thing that you have to think about on top of all the regular stuff during your turn, I don't like as like a general mechanic. But I don't have a pitch. That's my pitch for fixing it. Could be dog shit. I would have to think about it more. But I'm going to move on in the episode.
Before that ends, I go, hop off!
No, wait.
No.
Oh.
I'm not stepping on this bullshit.
There's
That's your turn, and you're holding a kitten.
Oh, well, he's catching my
Okay, fucking you. Okay, that brings us to Tiberius. You're up. Tiberius, what are you doing?
Hoods,
What you got?
Okay. Everybody hold on tight.
You're giving us opposite notes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What you got?
How wide was the snow tablet? 10 feet for all this is done?
Just enough for us to put
It's about 15 feet round. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sizzle.
Perfect. I move us right above the butthole. And everybody hold on. And I fucking slam all this right on.
Okay. All right. So the platform comes cascading down at a fair speed, immediately breaking over this creature as it is a pretty thin wall to have only been about 100 pounds. It completely shatters over the top of it. Everyone who's on that platform, go ahead and make a dexterity check.
Get it, guys. Come on.
like lift us back up.
I mean, that's a cool idea, and that is a very fair interpretation on Matt's part.
I get 2 because it's favorite terrain.
Correct.
Right? Yes, okay, good. Shit.
All right. So
17.
23.
another
24.
I'm not happening for a while.
22?
Yes.
12.
Well, all right. So all the rest of you manage to leap off and tumble the best you can to get to the ground, catch yourself, except for Tiberius.
Wait, do I make a dexterity check?
You do.
Okay, yeah,
You're still on the platform. It just shattered around you.
And then, okay, right,
So you, however, fall prone on the ground from the impact and land on the ground. That's also going to end your turn.
Did it do any damage?
Can I not do any bonus actions?
Unfortunately, not due to the failed dexterity save. It practically knocked the wind out of you with the impact.
Okay.
That was the unfortunate part of missing the dexterity check. Okay. However, it does deal from the crushing damage to the entity. That'll be, I'll say, 3d10.
Yeah, it's a real good thing he had advantage. Oh, True Strike, you shitty spell.
10 points of damage. I'll see if it makes it safe to reduce it in half, which it does.
It's so sad because True Strike, like at its core, I really think the flavor is like really cool. It's just so bad that like I'm always like a flavor over function type of guy. Like I pick spells based on if they sound cool. But True Strike is so bad that I can't even justify it. Like I can't. I've wanted to so bad so many times. And I remember I made an NPC once that was like a True Strike user, and I tried to make him a like legitimately good True Strike user, and the party just demolished him because he was just weak for his level. Ugh. It's just so
Roll 21,
bad.
what's your DC?
17.
So yeah, so it makes it safe with half damage. So you roll 3d10 and it takes half that.
7, 3, 12, what was that? 19.
19, okay. So it takes total 9 points of damage. Crushing damage from the blow of the stone on top of it. Nice. As it shrugs off the bits of chunks of stone that are on its body, you can see a little bit of blood is being pulled at the seams of its body. It's taken some hits, but it's still doing all right, but it's definitely, you can see it's not impervious by any means. That brings us to Vax.
All right, well, I use my bonus action to click my Boots of Haste together.
Boot of Haste?
Boot of Haste? But are magic items resistant to?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, yeah. And start sneak attacking from behind.
All right.
8. Oh, but it's 8. 22 for the first attack.
You unfortunately do not get sneak attack on this.
No.
It knows where you are. You do not get the round before of it. Nobody else is adjacent to it because everyone else had to jump off the platform.
So no one's right now.
No one's adjacent? Who's that? No one's adjacent to it?
Next to it, I'm the closest
Currently, no.
one.
You're the closest one to it.
Alright, well,
The
sure.
opposite fell, and the fact that as soon as you rush towards it, its head clicked over its back and looked straight at you, kind of almost the neck bending in the
Lost
process.
me every chance you get with
Oh,
this
boy.
one. So that was the first
No,
attack.
this creature is
It's really speedy.
really quick and very aware of its surroundings.
All right. Okay. So first attack is 9. There's 2 more coming. Here comes the poison dagger,
Okay.
which is 23.
23, that does it.
Okay. That is 10.
And okay. So this is the other thing about like the description that he's giving in regards to it being speedy. It was moving so fast that it was a blur, right? And Matt has just narrated that they crashed on top of it, everyone fell off. Vax, is running around it, it's gonna get an angle, and that its head has followed him. Like this. Only its head. The rest of its body, stock still. Its head goes, and it's just staring at him, potentially, like, probably going to let Vax attack it. Why? What? Why? It's so weird. I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah, like it is something that sounds cool in the moment for like this thing's like head to like follow you wherever you go. But it makes it weird when you have narrated that its body can move just as fast. It's just choosing not to.
Okay.
And then because of the boot space, I get a third attack, and that misses entirely. In fact, I think I threw my dagger to the bones.
Would you roll one?
One, yeah.
Okay,
Oh, no.
so the first strike hits. Second one slams, and the poison, you feel the
But I will not keep belaboring this point because I don't want it to take over the whole combat. Special ability, Owl Neck.
poison energy pulls through the blade. What's the DC on that again?
That's 15.
That hits. They feel the poison enter its side, and it kind of looks down. Oh, sorry. It doesn't mean to poison. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, abyssal abominations. So the second blade goes in the third one. You go ahead and swing towards it, and it actually slaps the blade out of your hand and sticks into the ceiling. Thankfully, returns back to your belt side because magical belts are cool. All right, cool. That ends your turn. Kima's turn. Kima, who just managed to land, grabs her sword and reaches over. You can see the divine energy instilled within her blade. She's going to make 2 attacks against the creature. She rushes towards it. Back on that side there. It's going to be 17. I'll hit 27 hit, and then natural 1. So I hit the critical. She's going to go ahead and that's 15 damage from the first strike. Second one is going to be.
I'm gonna get off this floor real bad.
Well, you're not on it.
I'm not.
All right.
Dance floor next to them.
As she strikes it both times with the sword, you can see the first strike hits, the second one she swings around, and she instills with her divine smite, which does an additional 8 points of divine damage. The second strike, as it slashes across, you can see the torso kind of splits open, and as the torso opens up, you can see a part of its guts begin to spill out, and they're going to slowly pull themselves back in.
She's Wolverine!
Scanlan, you're up.
Okay. Boy, do I have a clean line of sight on her?
Eldritch Blast, or not Eldritch Blast. It could have been Eldritch Smite. There is a whole ass spell for that. What the heck? My dog was just whining. I don't know where she is though. Bubba, you okay? She's just staring at me. What time is it? We'll get through this combat. We probably have just a little bit more and then we'll take our second break. The thing I was going to say is like I think is always a struggle as a DM to not play your allied NPCs like optimally because like you're cheating. You know what the enemies are going to do and you can play the NPCs perfectly, within their ability. So I do often struggle with like how to not play the NPCs optimally. I try to do it in the same way that I try not to play like, enemies optimally. I try to like really dig into like what their mindsets are and like how their personalities would drive their actions in this combat. The one thing with that though is like Kima is supposedly a very powerful paladin. It is, and this is like meta knowledge, right? If you are rolling 2 attacks, if you're a paladin player, you hit with 2 attacks, one of them is a critical, you're going to divine smite on the critical. You're not going to divine smite on the regular one because you get to double your dice, right? So it's hard to play an NPC like I wouldn't play that character as like a player. I don't know. I struggle with that. I don't know if that's just like something that Matt didn't think about or if he's like purposefully like kind of, leveling Kima out. I don't know what's going on there.
Are we too far away?
You guys are up in the air being held by her. Probably actually, I'd say
I'm doing the eagle glide.
you guys are about 30 feet up right now.
Oh man.
All right, well then, I think I'm within range. I'm just gonna blind the bitch. So I cast blindness on her.
Okay, what's the range on that?
It's a her? It's a her?
Isn't it a girl?
What? No, it's a male elf.
Yeah, well I'm so demeaning to it. I call it girl.
Wait, why is that
It is a chauvinist, and I know that.
It's a chauvinist.
I'm prone.
What's the range on that? Scanlan?
I'm looking at
Disadvantage on his roll.
You're in the wrong group to be saying that shit, man. I'm drunk.
Whatever. Don't play.
How far am I? I can't even tell. I
You're
can't even see the
probably-
board. It was beaten into
About
by a
70
caddy. I can't do
I
it.
don't know what to do.
You can hold your turn if you want to. For
Oh, until healing goes, yeah.
I can hold my turn. I've never done this
yeah,
before.
meaning you can wait. Like you're waiting for somebody else to take their turn first. You can hold back until you do there. So you can wait for it until you closer.
I will wait for that.
I mean, quick, rules lawyer, if you want to play raw, whatever. You can't delay your turn. You can use your action to set up a like reaction trigger where you will take an action when some specific trigger is met, which will then use your reaction to do that. So he could say, I want to set up a reaction to cast blindness whenever I'm within range, and can properly cast the spell. So that, but delaying your turn, not a thing.
Okay, so
Okay.
And I love women.
Okay.
Oh, we know, Skylar.
Keyleth does kind of like a little different.
All right, gotcha.
Make Scammer nervous.
All right. Steps forward. Clarota takes his turn. Clarota is going to.
Although I have had a homebrew rule that I made where you can delay your turn, but it moves you in the initiative order. So you don't get to keep your same initiative. You can lower your own initiative if you would like. Which I think is fine.
All right, yeah, situation's too dangerous, not for anything lightning bolt related. Clarota is instead going to attempt to use Mind Blast against the creature. Oh, no, that's not good either. At this positioning. Yeah, no, okay, that actually, a bunch of you guys too.
God, Clarota!
Clarota.
Instead, Clarota is going to.
Can you heal us?
No, Clarota's not anything. Clarota's going to cast Blur on himself to try and keep it from taking any of these points of wounding damage. So he uses his turn to cast Blur. Clarota's form begins to shift and kind of vibrate in and out of place where it's hard to see exactly where Clarota is standing. Clarota is then going to take 2 steps back. Unfortunately, in the threat range of the creature, it gets a reaction to attack against Clarota. Thanks for the Blur spell, though, it misses entirely. So the strikes and it just kind of passes through Clarota's blurring form with no effects. Clarota moves behind one of the rocks here, actually this far, for cover. Then it's Clarota's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay. I caw closer. Caw.
Like over where?
Yeah, there's good.
Okay.
Shit, if I can't cast any spells unless I land. I'm gonna have to drop down.
Also, if you want to see the rules for the thing I was just describing, it's called, I was looking for it so that I could actually tell you the actual name of it. It's called readying an attack. So that is one of the options that you have is to ready. So no delaying your turn, but you can ready. Clarota plays song 2. Yeah.
Can I kind of
Oh man, I don't get that reference. I'm thinking it's an Ocarina of Time reference? I didn't really play any Zelda until Breath of the Wild. Well, I played Phantom Hourglass, but that's on the DS. That doesn't count. I never played Ocarina of Time, but that's what I'm guessing that's from.
Perch on one of these stalactites?
You can, but you have to go to the gnomes to do so.
Do it. Can I drop off you guys? Yep.
Here.
What? Ah!
And I dropped them off really quick. What'd you say?
Okay, so both of you guys make acrobatics checks.
Oh,
With a disadvantage for you, because you're in armor.
But don't I get plus 10?
Not for acrobatics, you don't.
You're like 16 falling from the sky.
16? Okay.
8.
All right. So both of you guys get released.
Blur Song 2.
As you go to perch on one of these rocks. I'll put you there. Look, you're on the rock.
Well, I'm gonna turn back into Keyleth, kind of holding on to the rock.
Okay, so we'll put you there.
Up there.
Oh.
Keyleth's no longer eagle. This is out of the way. You guys both kind of land.
But I'm still on the rock. I still want to be on the rock.
I'm considering on the
I'll add it to my listen to later. Richard, I will report back.
Okay.
I don't want to have to try and balance you right there. So, Skeleton, you land, hit yourself in the bones, you're fine. Pike, you sink into your waist at the impact.
Because my armor's so heavy.
Speed in the way, your inability to catch your weight, use it, you just go, like, just sticks directly in the bone up to your waist.
Dang it.
Percy, you're up.
Wait,
the other side's turn, you turn back, so
the laser printer's dead. Okay, I'm now going to make a wall of stone. Just wait. Is there somebody in the way? Is there somebody behind him? Is that Vax?
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn it, Vax! Damn it!
You didn't ask to be dropped there.
Where we landed. Shit balls. Alright. I'm going to do grasping vine then. No, I should probably make a dance floor for us. I'm gonna make us a dance floor. So I'm gonna do wall of stone. Kind of how concentrated can I do my wall of stone actually? Can I do a wall of stone to where it's like donut shaped to where there's a hole in the middle? And now I make a wall across the top?
A donut of stone. Oh, you know, I would say, based on the description of it here,
a horizontal wall that's
Can you?
10 foot by 10 foot panels.
Panels.
Yeah.
So, you can.
So I
Alternatively, you can create 10 foot by 20 foot panels that are only 3 inches thick.
Okay, well then I'll do
You
it.
can put any shape you desire. So you can make it a donut hole type thing if you want to.
No, I'm gonna make a donut shaped dance floor, and I'm gonna make a hole in the middle to where he's still in the middle in the bone, but we're all on rock, like kind of around this area.
So
Fair enough. If they can be any shape you want. Yeah. I don't see. Yeah, the wall can have any shape you desire. Cool.
just around all of you guys, underneath everybody.
Underneath us.
Okay.
I'm making a dance floor.
That was an excellent move.
I will say it must merge with and be solidly supported by existing stone, which is debatable, but they're rocks and pebbles, so sure.
By a strong, independent woman who doesn't need a man to tell her what to do. Or to validate her in any way. Right. I call out across the bone field.
I want everybody.
I don't think
Brotherhood of the Sisterhood.
I can't get Pike.
No, sir, it'd be like a weird move there.
I can maybe like try to sprinters move.
Well, just as much as I can do, but I want to make a nice hole where he's still.
I would say, if you want to get Pike, you can get these guys here. That's what we're going to call.
Don't worry, you're do some
What
damage.
can you do? What can you do?
I'm gonna boost up Pike.
Okay.
She's halfway underground.
Wall comes out and stops there. It's as far as you can get it. This whole area now
Thanks, man.
is a wall. It pops you out of the stone. You guys, as the stone lifts you up, you kind of have to catch yourself for a second, but it's not so abrupt to the point where you get knocked off the side. You're all lifted up about 10 feet. So just mark that area as stone wall. Got it.
Except for douchebag.
Except for douchebag.
Now that I'm within range, may I go?
After Percy, and then so you can go all
Other
into the
douchebag.
So Percy.
Does he get an attack of opportunity if I run?
You don't know.
How close am I? I can't see.
It took one reaction against Clarota.
You're further than 5 feet away, because had you been 5 feet away, I could have seen you.
Oh, well, all right.
True.
I'm going to. The first thing I'm doing is going to shoot twice into the face of this asshole.
Okay, go for it.
Shoot twice into the face of the asshole with Percy.
14,
14 does not hit, unfortunately.
but 28 will.
28 will. So the first shot you shoot, the body just goes, just like, in a totally unnatural sense, just sees where the aim is and is already out of the way before the bullet gets there. Returns, but you catch up with the second shot from the pepper box and blast inside its chest. Go and roll damage.
Oh my god, it's awful. 6.
6 points of damage. Alright,
That's just embarrassing.
That's something. That's
Hey,
something.
you know what?
We're getting close.
That's better than 1.
He hit.
Pike is just an inspirational poster today.
You're-
It's okay, you can do it.
Thanks, Mom. All right, thanks, Mom. That's good. No, I'm gonna try and make a run for it for the stalactite fighter by your hand.
I'm gonna stock up karma points.
Okay.
Maybe you'd like to shift
Run
on
back.
it now.
If I can even climb onto it, that would be very cool. Like
That's gonna... With your run speed, you might have to do that next turn.
Okay, that's
fine. To do that. But you get to it. Scanlan, you're up.
I'm going to blind him with blindness
Okay.
in his eyes.
What?
Try blinding
All
with
right.
science. That usually
Are
works.
you using your hand cone?
I am using my hand
I
cone.
assume you do for the most part.
Yes.
So what's your DC with that?
19.
19. Good. All right. Fails its roll.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
Cool.
so you see now as you reach out and release the arcane essence, you can see this darkness kind of spill up and completely cascade over the white, almost soulless, freaking out eyes of this creature. It's very Silent Hill in the way it moves. Suddenly its eyes fill over with black darkness, and you can see it beginning to writhe and move around like it's unable to truly grasp the full surroundings. It appears to have taken effect.
Awesome. And then I give a little inspiration to Pike. I just look over her, give her a little wink, a little smile. Spirit her on with anger. Good
So you're 1d8 inspiration.
Okay.
That's all it takes.
Good on. All right, that ends your turn, Scanlan?
I think so.
You gonna stay out there?
Where am I?
On
top of the wall right here.
Yeah, I'm staying on the wall. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't want to go anywhere.
Pike, you're up.
Okay, so from where I'm at,
Yes, on top of this wall here.
I'm on top of the wall. I'm gonna guiding bolt
Okay.
the whatever it is.
Okay.
The whatever it is.
And then okay, wait, hold on. That's pass that. Okay, so I can do. So do I just roll for?
You roll and add your spell attack modifier to it. I believe it is to hit for guiding bolt.
So I roll the d20 to see if I.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it should be in the description.
Okay. That's good. 15 plus anything? Oh, plus.
Yeah, plus-
wait, what am I plusing? I'm so sorry.
Your spell attack.
It's on your spell page.
It's in your spell page. Stop your spell page.
Okay.
Let me use it well. Yeah.
23.
23 does hit.
Yes. Okay, so then we do.
So 46 points of radiant damage to it.
It's also blind.
Yes.
46.
It's also blind. Don't forget.
15. And I'm gonna add
I play a debuffer right now in the campaign that I'm playing in, and it is so hard to not constantly remind the DM of like, oh yeah, but they actually get minus 1d4 because of Mind Sliver, and actually because of like Tasha's Mind Whip, they can only take like reaction, or action, bonus action, movement. Only one of the 3. Oh well, they're actually reduced, so they do 1d4 less damage on that. Oh wait, they're hexed, so like disadvantage on that. It's so hard to not be annoying about it.
my inspiration from
That's
him.
not for
Can't
Yeah,
damage,
that
unfortunately.
can't. Okay.
Only to hit
Okay.
and ability checks.
Save it for later.
So 19.
19. So as you look down, you grab your holy symbol, and even though it is cracked, you still feel the presence of Saren Ray looking down upon you. The divine energy coalesces in your hand, and you throw it forward with a divine wrath as it streaks across the air. It slams into the side of this weird, twisting abomination. And as it blasts into it, you can see tentacles reel back and pull back in severe pain, and it roars this horrible, screeching scream into the cavern around you, echoing down the hall. It's looking a little rough. It's looking a little rough.
Okay. And then there's nothing I can do from there, right?
That's your action. You can move. You can move on the wall or hop off it or whatever you want to do.
Come close to me.
I'll stay.
All right.
Because she is an independent woman.
That's a proud choice, and I honor and respect it. But I love women.
So currently, because it's
Pike's not the only one cashing karma points.
right, now technically, I should remember this.
Goodness gracious.
But you hit anyway. And while it's blinded, attacks against it have advantage.
Oh, okay.
And it's attacks at disadvantage. So as a note.
Sweet.
Top of the round now, the monstrosity goes ahead and gets its round. It's going to go ahead and lash outward. Thinks people are around it, seeing the wall go up. It's going to swing out towards you. All right, that is a 16 versus armor class. Nice. So as it swings out towards you on the wall, you duck out of the way just in time. A second tendril reaches out. It's going to go ahead and head forward. Let's see. This is actually going to probably make its way either between your foot or scan on the wall. I'm going to roll to see who it goes for. It goes for Tiberius. That is a 16 versus armor class again.
No, 17.
17? Nice. Let's see.
On the ground, you look at them.
No.
My big toe.
Third strike is going to whip around and attempt to grab. Roll between both. No, it's going to go for Lady Kima. That's natural 20.
Oh.
Lots of shots.
Yeah, it's a magnet.
Even with disadvantage?
Even with this, well, yeah. Well, actually, no, technically, it would still been a 15, so it's not critical, but it still hits.
That's good.
Yes, sir, it is. Dude, you binked the exact thing I'm playing for a debuffer. I am playing an Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. They are so fucking cool. We are almost level 6 when you get Psionic Sorcery, and you can start casting these spells without verbal or somatic components. Oh, I'm gonna be detecting thoughts of every fucking person we meet. You best believe I'm getting on in there. Ooh. Yeah, if you've not read up on Aberrant Mind Sorcerer, so sick. Very, very cool class. Or subclass, I should say.
Unfortunately, not a full armor. Her AC is not crazy. So it's not critical, that's nice.
Not to even mention the built-in telepathy.
That brings it to a total of 18 points of damage with an additional 6 acid damage. Wait, chemo.
Ooh, acid. That wasn't that hit.
And the tentacle wraps around her and grapples her in place. She's currently held in place by its tentacle. She stays where she is. It is now going to attempt to leap away.
What?
It
What?
brings all other tentacles into the ground and leaps up into the air. You get 1 attack opportunity against it.
It's 27.
27 does it.
I swing at it with my cane as I'm on the
Did I get a no.
Shrink it down.
11.
1 point damage. All right.
I think that's worth an inspiration dice.
Takes 11 and it leaps away, taking her with it.
No!
This side here. That's going to land about there.
Whoa.
And you can see as it leaps away and lands, the wounds you guys have left on it are slowly healing.
Son of a bitch!
Vex, you're up.
Alright, I don't want to hit Lady Chemo with any of my attacks, so I'm just gonna have to do, I'm gonna do the Blazing Bowstring again.
Okay.
And I'm gonna attack it twice.
All right, go for it.
Raise that bowstring.
Ooh! That was a 30. No, that
Advantage on these strikes, by the way. Well, actually, let me see. They can save each turn trying to get rid of your blind. Which is not me.
Okay, nice and easy.
Yeah, so I'm still blinded.
29
Hits, definitely.
and 23.
Both hit. Go ahead and roll damage on both attacks. First one with the extra D10 blazing bowstring. This arrow's going to pull out, burst into flame. The heat is a bit strong for your face, but you release it before it actually impacts into your damage. Streaks across with an arc of fire and slamming into its side, dealing.
Take it, sister.
14 points of damage on the first one.
All right, second one.
What did I do on that? That was weird.
Oh, also, speaking of my character, the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer, this isn't really related to Aberrant Mind. This is just my favorite thing to do as a sorcerer. It's not that powerful, but it is really fun. And it's even better because my party is a druid, me the sorcerer, a barbarian, and a fighter. And the fighter is a rune knight. So he can do the thing where he fucking grows one size. And so one of our plays that we do is called Large and Larger, where the rune knight grows to large, and then I twin cast Enlarge Reduce on the rune knight and barbarian. So the barbarian becomes large and the rune knight becomes huge. And then they just bully with strength checks, whatever we're fighting at the time. It's super duper fun. Especially because it's a Monster Hunter themed campaign. So most of the time we're fighting giant beasties. But when the rune knight grows up to huge, most of the time he's like the same size as the beasties. So he's like kaiju fighting them while I just try to maintain concentration and run around trying not to die. It's very, very fun.
14 on the second one as well.
Nice.
And then can I cast War God Blessing on her and give her a +10 for an attack roll?
She's already attacked.
Oh, yeah.
But other people you can't. And you can do it after they roll.
What do you do? You do that after they roll?
If someone rolls like,
it was really
that's a really bad roll, you'd be like +10, and then that might give them enough to push them over the edge.
Okay, so you can't add it if it's a fairly...
It's not for damage, just melee.
It's not for damage, it's for attack.
Attacking, make sure you hit.
I understand. Okay, great.
Oh, hell yeah, Angus. I cannot wait. I don't even know if the campaign will make it to level 18. But the Rune Knight capstone is called Runic, I think, Juggernaut or Colossus. And it means that they can naturally grow to huge. So if I enlarge him, he becomes, what's above huge? Is it colossal? He becomes like a stupid big. Like already as a huge creature, he's like 2 stories tall. It only adds like 1d4 damage, and he already gets advantage on strength checks, so it doesn't actually do that much, but god damn is it fun. It's so much fun.
Oh, Hunter's Mark, she's still Hunter's Mark.
Correct. Oh, did not roll that damage.
Everything's fine.
4.
Alright, extra 4 damage from Hunter's Mark. Tiberius.
Yes.
So, do you get up? You're currently like lying on the top of the wall.
I look around and I don't like what I see.
Okay.
And I try to get up.
Okay. Stand back up. You're currently at the top of the wall. It's 10 feet up.
Oh, really? Okay, where's he again? Oh, I see he's in the mountains. Oh, I see. With the yellow ring around him?
Oh, yes, sir. I mean, honestly, the real thing that it's allowed is I believe you have disadvantage to grapple creatures that are bigger than you. Or you might just not even be able to. I don't remember. So it just allows him to, like, grapple basically anything we're fucking fighting. So he'll, like, hold them in place while we, like, dance around its feet, like, stabbing its ankles. It's a very funny visage.
And Kima's
Or if the thing is large sized, then they just play the large barbarian and the huge fighter just play fucking ping pong with it, throwing it back and forth.
You remind him?
Mm-hmm. Kima's being held by him.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, great. I look at him. I look to see what's going on. I ping my ion stone and I conjure out telekinesis from it, and I guide it towards the monster tentacle to unwrap it off of Kima. And I attempt to pull it off of her.
Okay. Go ahead and make an Arcana check.
That's telekinesis, Kyle.
Sweet. 20.
20? All right. As you focus your telekinesis, the tentacle, as the shaken is pulled off of her body, Kima wrenches herself free. She's not currently grappled.
Can I also go like, stop hitting yourself! Stop hitting yourself! Stop hitting yourself! Stop hitting yourself!
The tentacle starts slapping around its body and it kind of looks confused. It doesn't really do any damage, but it just looks unsure as to why it's having a hard time controlling its own.
I give it out to Kima.
Well, that's all right, cool.
Oh, yes, sir, Richard Manley. Yes. This entire setup is the reason that I discovered, like, figuring out your carry push-pull capacity is useful, because so I forgot to mention, this is the other reason that it's not like a total waste of a spell, is because every time you go up a size category, it doubles your carrying capacity and how much you can push, pull, carry, lift. So when you enlarge them, it doubles it again. So he has quadruple the normal, and he's a fighter, so he already has, like, you know, an 18 strength. So the amount that he can, like, lift and just, like, exert is ludicrous. It's hundreds, and I think it's like 800 pounds or something like that. Yeah, it's so silly. It's so much fun. And the DM loves it. We all love it. It's my favorite sorcerer. Like little bitty. Ep ends around 20:51, about 45 minutes of episode to go. Ooh, that's a good point, John, because I did say I was gonna take a break and go pee and see what was up with the dog. Hi, dog. Chilling? I can't tell. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break, bio break. Get water, hydrate, dihydrate, empty your bladder, all that fun stuff. And I will be right back. What is up? I'm back. Back to this one. Dog is fine. I think I've discovered that she does not like me streaming because this is, a little bit of personal info. While I do have an incredibly loud voice, I'm a pretty generally quiet dude off stream, especially like at home. Like I'm not super talkative. So I think it legitimately freaks my dog out when I'm talking for like 5 hours straight. She's like, shut the fuck up. What are you doing? But anyways, we will hop back into it.
I'm still hasted, so I'm going to bonus action go stealth.
All right.
And that
Can't see you, by the way.
Huh? What?
It's blinded.
Oh, it's blinded? But do I still need that to sneak attack, though, or does it matter? All right,
for this, no. You can
I'm running at it. Since Kima's right there, I'm going to stab the diseases.
Go for it.
I'm going to use luck on that roll.
Okay, you have advantage, remember, it's blinded.
Okay, great. Okay, so that is a 29.
29 hits.
Take a shot, Richard.
Okay. Which part gets doubled? Oh, where's my dead?
That's the dice.
Okay, so 19 goes to 38.
38, nice.
Plus and then the damage just gets added to that, right? Correct. Wait, the sneak attack and the damage gets doubled.
Correct, and then the bonus at the end gets added on.
The bonus at the end, okay. Alright, so what that is 47.
47 points of damage.
Alright, that's the first attack.
So as you rush past, you slam the blade into the side, you can see where part of the seams are starting to open, they're starting to close up again. You reopen that seam and drag across, leaving a giant wound across its side.
Okay, and then with that knife in, I'm going to stick the other knife in and attempt to attack it and then drag it to the ground, like grapple it to the ground with my body as I attack. Second attack is a 25.
25 hits.
Okay. That's 7.
Okay, are you doing damage or are you grappling?
I'll grapple.
Okay, so there's no damage on this. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Okay. 20, natural 20.
Cool. Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, that's not like cool narrative flavor if you're just describing how you're grappling him, but it's not. That's not gonna also do damage just because you want him to.
Nice. So you grab it and you pull it.
Drink.
You have it currently held. Its physical body is pulled to the ground. And you can see its arms are trying to pull it up off the ground, just flipping around in chaos in the air. You imagine you probably have a hard time holding it down, but for now it's currently blinded and grappled.
With haste, I have a third attack.
You do.
I'm going to drag it across its throat. That is 25.
That hits.
And that's 7.
You don't get the bonus. Oh no, the extra attack you do because with your main one.
7.
So then, all right, cool. You bring the blade across, and you can see like the blood begin to pour out from it. As it does, you can see the throat opens up, and where you cut in the throat, you can see what looks like white gleaming teeth on the inside of its throat.
Exquisite.
The entire interior of its trachea is coated with teeth. Has a paw. Kima's turn. Kima sees you holding it down,
like
takes the sword up, swings it, and is going to come on down, spending a level 3 spell as a divine smite against it. And that hits the 22. Disadvantage is kicking its ass. Second attack.
Nice blind, Scanlan.
Yeah, that's oof. Yeah, both hit.
First one. Nice.
All right. Ooh, 36 points of damage from the divine strike.
I go faster.
So hard.
And 12 points in the second blow. As she comes down, slams it with its sword twice. The first one arcing down with divine energy, streaking across the barely lit cavernous area. It hits the ground, and it splatters blood across. You can see one of its tentacles is like barely hanging on by just a section of muscle and sinew. However, she looks down real fast, and you can see now these skeletal hands are reaching up and grabbing her legs and starting to pull her down. She's going to attempt to try.
Oh, I wonder if it's gonna have
She's unable to recognize. She's now being pulled down into the ground beneath her. That brings us to
So you stay on the
Cloroda's
dead
turn. Cloroda is going to move.
Who all is on the dance
Okay,
floor?
so with this, gosh, I can't do this.
All of us except for Percy, I
Okay,
think.
Cloroda is going to stand.
No, but I'm going to be on a stalactite in a second.
No, Cloroda is going to stand here
You need it.
and pull back, begin to coalesce this kind of bluish, crackling, arcing energy in Clodo's hands. The tentacles of Clodo's face begin to swirl and pull back into this horrible grimace as he releases this bolt of lightning energy that arcs past just overhead of where Kima is, being pulled down below. Lightning bolt.
Nice.
3 points in a row. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm rolling terribly tonight, guys, by the way.
It's mostly in our favor.
Okay, so that lightning bolt
The odds ever be
would do
in our
15 points of damage. With disadvantage on save. Still makes it. So, with a lightning bolt, there's a grand total of 7 points of damage.
Oh, no. It's better than one, Cloroda. It's better than one.
Oh, that's tough.
That's the best I can do. Alright, Keyleth, you're up.
Alright, seeing Lady Kima slowly getting taken under, I just make eye contact with her.
Alright.
What?
Oh, continue.
Okay. And I take I make a grasping vine from that stalactite over there.
Here?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take it and wrap it around Lady Kima and try and yank her out.
Okay, alright. So as the vine kind of pulls out of the side of this rock, it reaches out and wraps itself around her body and begins to pull.
Around her waist, not her neck again.
Right.
Yeah.
Good distinction. Alright, so.
Throw it out there.
You know, it's a good thing. So, grasping vine. Yeah, okay. So, pull 20 feet. No, she's pulled 20 feet. I'll go ahead and say that, go ahead and make a wisdom check.
Okay, I'm trying not to hurt her.
Right, no, I understand. This is more your strength of will versus the strength of whatever.
Just adding my wisdom?
Yeah.
20.
20. So as the vine wraps around her and begins to pull, she reaches over and grabs the vine for extra strength, and it pulls her out of the wall. She goes flying over and lands at the side of the stone, where the vine is still loosely wrapped around her, but it's definitely pulled her free of the floor.
And I kind of leave it to where she's kind of like, it's holding her up.
Sure.
Not touching.
Yeah, she's currently kind of held aloft by this vine. It's kind of like distracted. She's looking confused, like kind of thankful, but also wants to be let go.
Can I take a bonus?
Also, this is something that I believe is a homebrew rule. I don't believe this is raw, but I've always played it in every campaign I've ever run, is that players can choose to fail saving throws. Like, if you want, if I as the DM ask you to roll a saving throw, you can choose to just say, "Oh, I fail it," because some spells will say like a willing creature can do blah blah blah. I think it is pretty lame if you have something like grasping vine that, like, you know, she is targeting at her, and it makes Kima do a dexterity saving throw. It would kind of suck if Kima was willing to get grabbed and then succeeded on the throw, and so she wasn't. I'm fairly sure that is how it works raw, and I don't like that. So I have always just ruled that players can choose to fail saving throws if they want to.
Section to shout at her and be like, "Calm down, Kima. Jeez."
Sure. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay. As you finish casting the spell and shouting at her, you look down and notice the ground. She's pulling you down.
No, I'm still on the stalactite. I haven't moved off the stalactite. Straddling it. Yeah.
See?
Oh yeah, see? Little straddle action. Straddle stalactite
Go
action.
ahead.
Riding it side saddle.
It's happening.
It's really hard to hold on to be on top of that and cast the spells and talk about this. It's a giant.
Talk about this.
I'm gonna say go ahead and make an athletics check.
Ooh.
Yeah.
24.
Okay, you managed to precariously stay on the top of this slide, holding on to it, casting spells and shouting out. All right.
I'd say acrobatics, but sure.
Jeez, Kima, stop! This is hard already!
Percy.
I'm gonna crawl and get and find myself a seat on top of that stalactite. That's my first thing.
Okay, well, at the start of your turn, go ahead and make a dexterity check.
20.
All right. You managed to pull out. Now go ahead and make an athletics check to try and make your way up to the top of this rock.
Athletics or acrobatics?
This will be athletics just to pull yourself up on the side.
Rock climbing check.
13.
13. Okay, you can decide whether or not you want to attempt to ascend this or make any attacks this turn, because right now it's going to take your full round to get to the top of this. Currently, it's like a very thin, jagged, almost vertical wall you're trying to climb up and hold on to.
How far away am I from the stones?
From
the platform.
From the platform here?
From something I can stand on that's not sand.
You're probably about 35 feet.
So I can make it in a run.
You could make it a run, yeah.
All right, I mean like in a standard movement. Actually.
No, you barely almost make it. What's your
movement? My movement is 30, so just almost make it.
Yeah. Right now this wall is blocking you from even seeing the creature. As far as you know, you just see a giant wall and you hear fighting on the other side of it.
I'll make it to the top of the stalactite then. So.
Okay, so you get up to the top. I'll just put this here as a reminder, but that's kind of how you are right now.
Better not be on the floor.
Okay. Then it's your turn. Scanlan.
Is there anywhere I can stay on the dance floor and get a line of sight with the creature?
I'll say you'll be able to get right up next to Tiberius right here and be able to get line of sight.
And can I throw lightning and not hit Tiberius?
No.
Okay. Okay then. I don't do that.
Okay.
Instead, I got nothing to do. I will, let's say, I will try to. It's a he.
It's a he.
I have no ranged attacks, except I can viciously mock it. So that's what I'll do.
Do it.
I'll say, you know what?
Yeah.
Your tentacles make you look kind of fat, and the elf thing is played out. It's sort of 1990 Orlando Bloom, and the whole bone thing is just really tacky.
I look at Scanlan curiously.
Tiberius looks over. You look over your shoulder at Scanlan with a curious look. Roll a 4. So essentially, being blind, all it can rely on really right now is audio sensation around it. And it picks up ringing through the air what hints and shred of humanity within its psyche, understands the common you speak in its direction, and for a moment, it seems to sag all its tentacles. Go ahead and roll damage for your mission mockery.
3. Yes! Oh, it's the only ranged attack.
I see there's another effective mission mockery.
He's sad for a while.
Is there anything else it does?
He's dead.
No, nothing.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, he just died. He just died.
Oh, he gets a fucking disadvantage on his next attack, which I think he already has from blind, but still.
So it has disadvantage upon disadvantage on its next attack.
Oh, okay.
It's really into the
Does
skull
that
thing.
mean that's triple disadvantage? No, that'd be awesome.
You're up.
Oh, and as my bonus action, I'm gonna inspire somebody. I don't know who. I look over at Liam and I do Vax and do one of these things.
All right, you're strangely inspired by that. I think that's smart. Okay, brings to Pike. You're up.
Okay, so where are we at? I'm so sorry, I can't see.
You're right there, on top of the wall, on the far back, and you can't even see the entity. It's like way off to the side, and a bunch of people are on a row on top of the wall.
Okay, so I'm gonna use my sprinter's boots and get over. Everybody's healed. Everybody hasn't really taken
Yeah,
a hit.
good.
That's rolling well, and it is rolled terribly.
So I'm gonna go like around heresies. So I don't know. Can I have?
It's a very thin wall. Go ahead and make an acrobatics check to try and kind of move and tumble through the people with disadvantage because you're in heavy plate armor.
But you've got inspiration.
You do.
You do.
Yes,
Add that to your roll. So add
Roll twice, you disadvantage.
roll twice. Pick the lower.
13 with +8.
You can roll a
Roll an
d8.
8 and see.
It's advantage. I'll pick the higher.
No disadvantage because heavy armor.
Oh.
16.
16?
Yeah.
You just managed to barely squeeze through people without falling off the top of the wall, finding yourself right there.
So then, since I'm there, I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt again.
Okay.
And then, I'm gonna cast it at 4th level again.
Ooh, snap.
And then, which is... Yes, hold on.
So you have roll to attack twice. You have to roll to hit first.
Roll to hit
Roll
first.
twice because it is blinded and has disadvantage. You have advantage on it, I mean. Also.
Ooh, 18. Plus your spell thing.
18 plus your spell.
Oh, which would be, 26.
That does hit. Go ahead and roll damage. You are at 4th level. That is 7d6 damage.
Whoa! Nice!
Holy crap.
Pike,
Seriously.
perhaps you should spare it for your god. Or offer it in sacrifice to your god?
Sorry, guys.
That's a lot of math.
You know what? Women are good at math.
They are. They are. They are.
Probably better than men.
I would say
And
probably.
do I add anything?
No, that's just 7d6.
26?
26 damage. Nice.
Good adding.
Hi, thanks!
As you pull through the rest of the crowd, you stand next to one, grab your holy symbol again, this time kind of looking up to your hand. This divine energy kind of materializes and shines down a god ray into your hand. As you gather it with your fingers, it seems to formulate this actual thick rock-feeling sensation. You swing an underhand softball pitch with absolute furious anger that slams into the side of the creature, bursting with divine energy, doing a very sincerely impressive amount of damage for a small guiding bolt. It's currently still trying to get back up after Vax has been holding to the ground. You can see as it blasts its side. You are almost pulled over on top of it by the sheer force of the impact. That brings us up to the top of it now.
Still alive?
Still alive?
Healing factor.
It's going to. Okay. After all the impactful sounds, it's hearing now. It moves over to
It's got
vicinity.
Wolverine healing, yeah.
Oh, you're holding it here.
Roll net.
It's going to attempt to break from your grapple.
Good luck.
So you make acrobatics, right? Roll something.
Do I get advantage on this?
For this check, you do, I believe.
Okay, good. 27.
27, 29.
Oh!
It slips out of your grasp, moves over to this vicinity here, and you can see now it kind of, the tendrils open up, even though its eyes can't see. You can see what looks like a bunch of gills across its body, slits in its torso, and it kind of almost looks like all of them open up in these tiny little mouths. You can also see teeth rippling through them, and expels this cloud of green gas that around everyone within 10 feet of it. Everyone on the wall, right here. Clarota, you are just out of range of it, and Kima are affected. So that would be Pike, Vex, Trinket technically, Clarota. So I need you guys to make a Constitution saving throw.
What?
Make a constitution saving throw.
Pike, right, once you get back.
Who has to do this? Pike, Clarota?
Pike, Clarota,
Should I go
Trinket.
for Pike or is she?
Which comes back? You go ahead and
19.
roll. Has that?
Oh, 19 and then for Trinket.
Trinket.
Oh, God.
Oh no.
Clarota does not make it.
Oh, my God.
Kima does not make it.
I can roll for Pike.
All right, go for it. You want to take that?
Nova!
Yeah, I've got this, guys. We are connected in a special gnome way that you have no idea how pure this bond is.
Here comes the one.
Like Benji Bluer.
16.
Oh.
Plus whatever.
All right.
Oh, plus for, wait, I'm gonna go to Constitution. Plus 1, 17.
All right. Trinket rolled a 7. All right.
And that's
So
the power of
But I rolled a
love.
19.
right as this cloud of greenish gas just bursts out from all these strange slits in its body. You feel this acidic fume fill your lungs and touch your skin. You manage to duck out of the way and resist a lot of the damage, as does Pike. Pulling up her cloak in front of the way, you guys take 14 points of acid damage.
Dang.
However, Clarota and Kima and Trinket all take 28 points of acid damage.
28 points?
Yes.
Whoa.
Trinket?
Yep.
Is Trinket still
No,
attached?
Trinket's kitten form is taken away as the polymorph wears off.
Oh shit.
Ryan, I'm thinking about going up to 2x because I'm at 1.75 and it's still kind of slow. I'll be honest. Yeah, let's go up to 2 for a sec. Cause this is you were close. Yeah. And like combat's cool. Like I've had plenty to say about this combat. Well, actually not that much, but it's not like where like the meat of my analysis and advice can live.
Bear bursts out from your chest.
Oh no, your shirt is
Except when we're talking about battle arenas, which I haven't even really talked about this yet as a battle arena because I don't even know if I would call it one, honestly. Like the stalactites are they're fine. I don't even want to call them interesting. I mean, this is barely an arena. This is more of like they are crossing big terrain and there's a random obstacle. However, the reason I didn't talk about it in a critiquing way is because I really like the floor. I like the floor being like the bone and glass that is like, grabbing up and reaching for them. I wish that it was more... I wish I understood more when it happened. I figured it was going to be like every turn they had to like roll or be grappled. That doesn't seem to be the case. Or maybe it is, and I'm not tracking it right. But I think that makes us up for the otherwise kind of lackluster situation. So, yeah. But that's normally what I talk about during combat is the battle arena or the monster, which this is a homebrew monster that I already talked about to death. So now we just got to get through it.
All of a sudden, my bosom.
So Trinket's full health again. The kitten form, I'm going to say would have about 5 hit points. So taking 5 from the 28, Trinket has taken 23 points of damage.
I can just do 14.
14 points of acid poison damage as this entity vented its torso in this giant fume of acidic.
It would have been much more
acid,
if Stamon hadn't been around. That's all I'm saying.
Wow, okay.
Always Trinket burst out of its torso.
Okay, maybe 2 is slightly too fast. I'm gonna go back to 175. I was almost like, whoa, I can't follow that.
Into the bones below.
Go in the bones?
Yeah, it's on the wall, out in front of you.
Now we know how many hit points it takes to kill a kitten. That will actually be useful. 5 hit points. 5 hit points, everyone.
All right. It's going to that finishes its turn. That brings it to Vex.
That's me.
Yep.
Is there anything? What's nearby? Is anything within 5 feet?
Actually, you can see that
No.
it does resist. It is no longer 100.
Oh, now.
You can see the darkness fades from its eyes, and the whiteness kind of bursts from its face. It's intent. Now, as each eye individually darts around, takes reference to all the points of possible attack that are not for it.
Yeah, John. I mean, and this is sort of like, it's hard because it's sort of like the ooze fight, but again, I think that the environmental intrigue makes up for it. You know, like if we're looking at like the interesting thing, I wouldn't actually consider this enemy like the one interesting thing every 3 hours, you know, because we know about the abominations. We get it. Kavarn makes abominations. They're fun, but they're not like, oh, Baba, it's okay. She's whining at me. She like the abominations are fun, but I wouldn't call them interesting at this point because like we get it, and they're not really teaching us anything else about like the abomination making process or Kavarn. Like if they learned something new, if there was like a clue to Kavarn's identity or to his power set every time they killed an abomination, that would be really interesting. But that's not the case. They're just fun enemies, which is fine. You can have fun enemies. And I think that the reason that this combat works as a whole, even though like everything is kind of boring, is because this bad vibes bone pit has been foreshadowed in the vision, and like Matt has constantly talked about the bad vibes. Now, I will be kind of disappointed if the bad vibes are just because of this abomination thing. I think that would be kind of disappointing as like a like because then it would stop being interesting because it's not like leading towards anything else. And then you've kind of just had this like bottle episode where it's just like monster of the week and it doesn't really apply to anything outside of that. I will also say I thought that Kaleth and Kima's argument was debatably something interesting. It was good character work. But I think the most interesting thing, like the thing that I would really call like a point of interest, is this bad vibes field. Oh no, Ryan, don't tell me. We'll see. If they kill this thing and it's like, oop, bad vibes are gone, I'm gonna be a little sad. We'll see.
Oh, is anything within 5 feet of it?
Trinket is.
We'll see.
To move then? Can he?
A Trinket can, yeah, if you want.
Can he try to climb up and get away from it? Oh no, it'll take a hit, won't he?
You will.
Do it.
If it hits, good miss.
Oh god, but he's so low on health.
What?
Where's he at?
He's right next to it.
Get up, Trinket.
Fair enough, but that's also not a good sign if you don't remember. But also, there's like 100 odd episodes, so it'd be hard to remember everything.
Get up on the wall, and I'm gonna cast Hail of Thorns on the thing.
Okay, what was the radius in Hail Thorns?
5 feet.
5 feet, okay. Trinket is gonna go attempt to get up the wall. Make an athletics check for Trinket. He's gonna try and
Climb
climb a 10-foot solid stone wall, which is
Nice,
to climb trees.
Where's he climb trees?
Bro, if Kima got pulled down in this field and like we never saw her again, she's Kavarn 100,000%.
trees, yes. Solid smooth stone walls. A little more of.
What is it, acrobatics?
It's gonna be athletics for Trinket.
Athletics, I don't know what to add, but it's 19 plus whatever. Strength?
19 plus strength. Or, yeah.
23.
Okay, Trinket scrambles up the side of the wall. As it does, one of the white eyes that's looking around like they want to focuses on Trinket. Goes to whip towards Trinket. That is going to be a 24 versus armor class.
Oh, it hits!
Trinket takes
Oh no!
17 points of damage.
Oh no!
Wait, what's he at?
Plus an additional 5 points of acid damage.
Trinket's
As Trinket
unconscious!
climbs up the wall, and then streaks and falls back down onto the bone unconscious.
Bear down, bear down, bear down!
Oh no!
He's lying in skeleton.
He's living the skeletons!
So you're now there up top. What are you going to do? You watch Trinket fall and hit the ground.
Kill him!
Not Trinket.
Do I get to? Can I move if I attack?
No,
or is that
Trinket!
it?
You gave Trinket your move on this turn, so you can still attack from where you are.
Attack him! Will somebody say Trinket?
I'll say Trinket.
Okay, then I still attack him.
Okay.
But wait, before I do damage to Trinket, then still on the ground, unconscious?
What are you doing?
Oh, I was gonna do Hail of Thorns, but I shouldn't because he's within 5 feet.
Within 5 feet.
All right, I do a regular flaming arrow.
You've used your flaming arrow twice. I think.
No, I only used it once.
No, you used it at the top of the round too.
Shit balls.
Twice now.
Okay, then
Should be normal.
I have regular arrows. I'm gonna use blood-seeking bow then.
Okay.
Oh god.
You got it. You're gonna
Make
get
your
it.
blood-seeking strike now with the fury and anger and frustration.
26.
Hits.
Okay, roll from damage.
It's a spell. Are you gonna make it
11 plus Hunter's Mark,
Oh,
15, and then the Blood-Seeking Bow does a 10 bleeding damage each round.
Nice. Okay. So his back to his turn will have 10 bleeding damage on it. Okay. You have your second attack too.
Okay. 24.
24 hits.
That's 12.
12.
Oh, 13.
Okay. So but there's sink down. You can see like your jaws tense, and you can feel the tear run down your face. But you were intent on taking the son of a bitch down. That brings us to Tiberius. Actually, end of your turn. Go ahead and make a death saving throw. For drinking.
Oh,
So.
God.
A death saving throw?
3 successes or 3 fails. That's first fail.
First fail on trinket. Okay.
Wait, what? No, I can have plus 10, right?
To a death saving throw.
Not so much.
SP attacks for you, unfortunately. So that's one death saving throw on trinket. Tiberius, what are you doing?
This is a grisly situation.
Okay. I assess the situation, and I don't like it.
Are you serious right now? Touching my balls?
That is my no. I cast Watery Sphere on him and try to capture the guy.
Okay.
That is plus. Oh, plus this. Oh my god, I always forget it's that number. It's 27.
27. All right.
18 plus 9.
I'm saying you're familiar with this one real fast, guys. So this
Can you
was
use a spell attack bonus, I'm assuming?
Watery Sphere, you said?
Yeah, I was looking that up too.
Watery Sphere, got it here. Okay.
He's on Tinder.
Okay, so it's not an attack roll for you. It has to make a strength saving throw. Strength saving throw. That's like say 21. What's the DC for your spell?
17.
Okay, so yeah, the sphere appears. The creature is ejected from the side.
Is it ejected?
Right there. So the sphere is still there, but the creature is ungrabbed by it.
Does it do damage?
As far as I know, it just kind of grabs.
Oh, yeah, that's my bad.
Yeah, it restrains and grabs things within inside when it has them. So that's it works more as control than a damaging spell. The sphere's still there.
Well, fine. I can still move it.
Can you pick Trinket up and bring him up to the wall?
She's got this. I'll move it over just to make them all soaky in it anyway. And it doesn't. It's not gonna. I can't like move them. It doesn't control, right?
No, now he makes the save.
Okay.
If he fails to save, then yes, then you have them trapped in the sphere. But currently, basically, you create the sphere, pushed its way out of it.
We're fine. I don't do that. I spend. I don't do anything. Actually, that's okay.
Okay, Max, you're up.
Okay, so
Fair enough.
Kurota's right by it, so I'm just going to roll along the back of the thing and sneak attack right into its back.
Get it.
Right there, yeah, roll around.
Alrighty.
Him,
Kill
one
that
dagger
Moira.
in. That is a 29.
29.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, that is. Damn, alright, that hits.
3. Okay, 3.
Hell yeah.
3 plus. And what sneak attack on me is it? Okay, 3.
Okay.
7. Check. 18. 20. So that's 40 plus 4.
Rogues,
51.
Yes.
Right down, I'm going to carve his shoulder blade out in a way like a piece of
It's not a critical.
No. Oh, critical's double. Oh, so, sorry, scale that back to.
That was 20.
That's a lot for a non-critical. Holy
22.
shit.
20. It was 20 plus 2, it was 22.
Yeah, I don't even know if it was possible for him to roll that high on a non-critical. It might have been, but he would have had to roll like all max.
29.
29 points, still nice. So as you reach back and you angrily take the dagger and drag it down, you actually find one of those seams of its arm and you drag it across the front as the arm actually falls off on the ground and it squirms on its own. You've managed to pull one of its tentacles off.
Nice.
Okay.
Next dagger's
Minus
out. That was a bad roll, but I'm going to use one of my lucks to do that again. That hits, that's 27.
Okay.
So that is a simpler 7 points of damage.
Okay.
Wait, he's doing what? That was a bad roll, but oh, Lux, take a drink.
My lucks to do that again. That hits, that's 27.
Okay.
So that is a simpler 7 points of damage. Okay. Last dagger out, 16. That's
And that should be. Wait, you only have 3 luck. Oh, I think he used it before their long rest. I was like, I don't know about that one, but this is third one this rest for sure.
26 for 8 points of damage.
Nice. 8 points. Got it. Great.
How is this
All right.
turn?
Kima's going to rush around here.
Don't be stupid, Kima.
Come in. Kima is going to...
She's been stupid, all right?
Talking about.
She's
He's fighting with us. Don't dispirit her while we're
This is
fighting.
really awkward for the rest of us, just so you know. I really like her.
Kima's going to attack twice with her great sword.
I don't like her.
I don't like her either, but
This is-
I'm
I like her just
openly
fine.
hostile to her.
Kima goes and strikes twice, but as she goes with each blade strike, the head kind of glimpses over, sees the attack in the body, bends out of the way. The first strike, the second one, the tentacle actually...
Also, you want to hear a fun fact about luck and death saving throws? So, if you didn't pick up on like the name, a death saving throw is technically a type of saving throw, like an int or a wisdom or a dex saving throw. However, it's not tied to an ability. It's just what it is. However, you can still affect it as a saving throw roll, and lucky can be spent on any attack, ability check, or saving throw. So you can use lucky to give yourself advantage on death saving throws. Fun fact.
slaps the blade out of her hand and she has to reach over and pick it up again off the side of the ground.
She's been useless this fight. Just
The blind was very effective these past couple rounds, and now it's back to its full strength. You can see now that it's able to see where everyone is. It's much harder to hit, unless you're this guy in this row. That brings us to Clarota. Clarota
Come on, Clarota.
can't use what Clarota wants to do, unfortunately. It's instead going
What does
to...
Clarota want to do?
Dance.
I want to.
I've had it used on you before. You see that there's a thing called a mind blast that the mind flayers did before in a cone attack. It can stun things from front of it, but everyone's been clustered around it, so Clarota can't quite get a place. It's going to affect somebody else. So instead, it's going to make a tentacle attack against it. That is a oh well, that's a 26 that hits. takes 15 points of damage and is grappled by Clorotis. Clorotis currently has tentacles wrapped up onto it and is trying to pull it down with both a combination of psionic energy and its tentacle grab.
Tentacle v tentacle.
Keelan, you're up.
Okay. Wait, so seeing that Clorota just grappled him, I'm like, all right.
Yeah. Yes, Angus, exactly.
Cool, that's good. I'm gonna use a grasping vine from the other stalactite and grab Trinket and see if I can
Around his waist.
around his waist.
Okay, so use another 4th level grasping vine.
Yeah.
Okay, so the grasping vine.
Running NPCs alongside the party in combat is one of my weaknesses as a DM. I genuinely hate doing it and try to avoid it as much as I can. I get that. I was just talking about earlier in this session how I was like, it's so weird to like, he was running Lady Kima, and Lady Kima hit twice, and one of them was a crit. And she used her Divine Smite on the non-crit attack. And I was like, okay. Like, I guess because it's just hard. It's legitimately hard to, like, run an NPC because, like, you have to, like, actively nerf yourself and, like, think about this NPC wanting to help the party, but without any of the knowledge that you as a DM have. And you have all the knowledge. So yeah, it's difficult. I find it much easier to like play enemy NPCs or monsters in like a convincing way. Tentacle on tentacle crime, yeah. It's really hard to play both sides like that. Yeah, exactly. Like especially it adds like a whole other factor to the combat. I mean, right now Matt is having to control the enemy, 2 NPCs, and he's having to coordinate all 7 of the players. Like, honestly, thank goodness Grog got kidnapped, just so we can have one less person to worry about. Yeah, it's really hard. I don't like the lucky feat, mostly for reasons. Hold my tongue on why. Dude, I don't like the lucky feat either. I talked, I think it was during episode 4 or 5, about how I don't ban things from my table normally. It's like really rare. Lucky is the only thing that is banned at every single one of my tables that I'm running as a DM. I've only had one player ever ask, like why, and I explained it, and they were like, okay. I've never had anyone like really like push me on it before, but I hate Lucky. I really don't like it. Yeah.
From this one here?
From that one.
This one here?
Yeah.
Okay, the wall is here, so it'll have to kind of curl around the side, wraps around the body. As it begins to pull, you can see the bones have already begun to reach up and start pulling Trinket's body down.
No.
Go ahead and make the check for that again, which is...
What is it?
Will.
Oh, Will?
For this one, I think it was trying... Oh, was it earlier? I think it was the wisdom. So let me check real fast. Make sure. This is starting to get down.
I've never had players care about stuff like that. It's just table setting sort of rule. Glad yours didn't push back. Yeah. My players have never really like... I'm very lucky to have never had a player that... really didn't like either like a homebrew rule that I had or a or a ban like Lucky. I've just been very lucky. I think me and my players grew up playing D&D together, at least a lot of us. So we're pretty in line on like what we like out of our stories and like what we like out of our game, which is very nice and convenient for me. Yeah, and I've talked about this in the past where I'm very, very willing to work with my characters or with my players to get their character where they want that character to be. So if they have some feature that they want to change or they have like some idea that they want to accomplish, like if they tell me like, oh, I have a character concept that involves Lucky, I'm like, okay, what do you actually want out of the character? Like, do you want a character that is legitimately just like passively better? Because then that sounds like a bard. That sounds like jack of all trades. And we'll like talk through that. And if we get to a point where like there's no way for them to make that character raw, I would rather find the closest thing to that and then homebrew like a feature to make it weaker but more specific to them. Which I've done many times in the past. I've either like homebrewed a magic item, homebrewed a feat, homebrewed a class feature, where like the overall power of whatever we're homebrewing goes slightly down, but it becomes more specific to what they want out of their fantasy. Which is always, and I've always had very, very positive experiences doing that. My players would much rather play a slightly weaker thing that is more of what they want, is always what I've found. So, yeah. Halfling Bard with Lucky Feet. Yeah, man. I mean, yeah. You said it, Richard.
Creature must succeed on a dexterity saving throw pulled, but with okay, it's going to make a willpower check.
I do like, there's a, I think it's by Z Bashu, there's the diviner that knew too much, and it's a divination wizard with, like, lucky and a couple other things where they just, like, literally, like, can't be, fucked with at all. I think it was even before the, Clockwork Sorcerer came out, which now that that's out, you can take that concept even farther.
Wisdom check, sorry.
20 again.
The vine wraps around, triggering against a pull. The bones hold tight, and the body is not moving from its position. It's the standoff between the vine holding the unconscious body
yeah,
trinket,
with
who is
silver
like
barbs,
moving and shifting in the unconsciousness.
Okay.
The bones are beginning to rise up almost like a slow tide to begin to wrap over the body.
And again, like, if someone came to me with that build and they're like, oh, I want Lucky for this build, I was like, what do you actually want? Like, what is this character in the fiction? Like, clearly, mechanically, you want to control the dice. You never want to roll bad. That's okay. Like, let's figure out how that is represented in the fiction and, like, what you want the vibes of this to be in the fiction. And then let's look at a better way to do that is less mechanically oppressive, but is still, like, what you want. Yeah. I never want to fail a roll ever. Then... If you never want to fail a roll ever at my table, number one, I would just tell you to play Divination Wizard. But number two, I would say that I think that it is either okay for you to like never like sometimes not fail rolls in general, like with divination, or for you to never fail rolls in a specific area, like with Rogue or Eloquence Bard or something. And if they're like, no, I just never want to fail a roll ever on anything, I would say then you're probably not playing a TTRPG. Like, why have dice at that point, you know?
Okay.
All right, that brings us to Percy.
Wait, so we don't know?
But we don't know
I got a hold of him.
It's in a standoff right now.
It's tug of war.
Yeah. It's not sinking, but not...
Which I think the real answer to that is they want to see other people fail rolls, and they never want to fail rolls themselves. Which, in that case, maybe we can look at trading out some of your offensive power, and you're just a skill check powerhouse. I don't know, maybe. Please stroke my ego and make me the main character. Yeah.
Pulled out either. It's just this stalemate right now between the two. The vine is taut,
Exactly.
holding a trinket level.
Okay, I'm gonna spend my movement to get nice and firm, sit myself down, pull out the big gun.
Okay, bad news.
Bad
You
news.
can see over the wall, now the top of the slide, which is about 15 feet at the top. You get to the top, you pull the bad news out. You have a pretty clear shot down towards the entity.
Kill him,
Take the
Percy!
instruction shot. Natural 20 on the turn.
Go ahead and roll damage for this one.
This is gonna be so much fun.
Get it, come on. It's so good. It was all flashy.
13,
Hell yeah.
spend that grit. 13, 14, 15, 16, 16, 26, 27, 37, 39, 41, 42 points of damage.
How do you want to do this?
I take the bead, and I want to wait till the eye is looking right at me, and I want to take it right through the eye.
Okay, so as the entity turns around, its head kind of caught to the side, its tendrils flailing around it, one kind of lifting it up. You can see it begins to reach up to bring a lash down upon the bear that is being clutched into the ground. As its eye streaks around and catches yours, you release, pull back on the trigger.
Boom.
The impact blows you off the top of the stalagmite. You fall in the air.
Oh, yeah. Golden Snitch origins? Is that... Like, are they like him like hitting this? I don't understand the Golden Snitch reference. Oh, yeah. The captions are so sick. It's the only reason I can go through the combats that fast. And just in general is so nice for like a comment along analysis like this. I remember like the first episode I didn't have captions, and I don't remember who it was that told me that I should turn them on, but I was like, oh my god, you're so right. Like the moment they said it, I was like, how did I not have them on before?
Air, but in that midsection you keep your vision on as you're plummeting back in this almost moment as time slows, not wanting to lose this moment. You see the bullet insert the head. One of the eyes now goes dark from the crimson impact. The jaw opens slack, with all the teeth exposing, as the back of the head just splatters all across Vax, who is standing behind it. Just
I love it.
The giant hole now, where there's, you can see portions of its lower jaw are still visible, but the entire top of its head is gone. You can see parts of its flesh trying to reach up and reform, and then start falling limp as its form begins to quiver and eventually fall apart. The seams all begin to unravel, and its entire body begins to fall apart into chunks. Eventually, what's left is this elven torso that slinks to its knees, takes a step, takes another step, and then falls onto its back, completely destroyed. The bones begin to reach up and take its body. Trinket is still currently being held aloft by the grasping.
Can I run up
See
into
what's
the
going on,
bones
and
with my...
I cast telekinesis and start pulling it up.
Okay, make an Arcana check. You haven't.
Yeah, Richard, it just had like narrative powers of like, I know when I need to crit. That's Talison's real magic is... That's his real magic item, is his D20.
Advantage on this because the grasping vine is also helping you.
Oh my gosh. Arcana, 12.
12?
Yeah.
You're pulling, but unfortunately, whatever cursed force holds this land, it's
Okay,
keeping
I run
top
up
of
and
the
take my
body.
Mace of Disruption, which also has the holy oil on it, which fights against undead. So I take it and I go right underneath.
All right, so Pike, you're on top of the wall. You look down and see this happening with both the effort of both of them unable to do so. You leap off the top of the wall, swinging the Mace of Disruption down in a giant arc. You slam it into the bones on the side of Trinket's body.
Exactly, Ryan. I was talking about this earlier where it's like power does not scale linearly. As you add PCs to the party, it scales exponentially. Like every additional PC that you add just adds so much more like coverage to like what you can do. Bound to have a crit many rounds. Yeah, true. It also, it's a lot more 20s and 1s. I thought you were talking about Pike, having this like anti-undead ability. But also that, it's just like, I don't know, the more PCs you have, you just like everything becomes more powerful, and you have to really get creative as a DM to challenge them.
As you do, you see the actual stone and bones around it cave in and shatter into dust just at the sheer force of your Mace of Disruption, leaving this big old cavernous space where there once was ground. As you bring it up again, you begin just swinging around the outside of Trinket, releasing all the bone in the vicinity. As you do, you also notice that the bone at your feet is beginning to grab onto your legs as you landed.
No.
Begins to give away and slowly back away from you.
Grab onto the vine! Grab onto the vine! It's scared of me.
The sorcerer complaining there about missing that Arcana check. Oh, I had a whole thing about the checks in general, and like Taliesin interacted with the DM in like the absolute perfect way, like the perfect respectful way that like kept everyone in the scene, allowed Matt to like explain exactly what the check was doing. It was awesome. And at that same point, it was like right after it, Orion just says, "I'm rolling Arcana," and just rolled it and didn't even say what he was rolling it for. He just did it. And then Matt was like, "What was that for?" And he was like, "It failed. Doesn't matter." And then he was like, "Well, it was 11. It was for just like the vibe." And I was like, "No, you cannot just do that." Yeah, go. I have a whole rant about that. It was bad.
Oh,
yeah, that's right.
Oh.
Get Trinket out, and I'll pull Pike out.
He's too
Okay,
religious.
pull the bear out.
Can I just keep like?
Between the two of you guys, you manage to now that it's releasing the bone, as Tiberius lifts up in the vine grasping, you lift Trinket up, back up onto the wall, and Tiberius, you release Trinket on the top of the wall.
I immediately give him a healing potion.
Can I take my grasping vine, and I want to reach out and grab the elven man real quick?
We can.
You reach out the grasping vine and you lift up the remnants of the elven man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I want to throw his remnants back onto our dance floor.
Okay. Well, your dance floor of the wall appears, so you chuck the corpse up onto the stone wall. All right, so you've all gathered around. You give Trinket, you administer a potion. Trinket heals. Which potion are you using?
The minimal, because somebody else can heal him.
Yeah,
right?
we'll heal him.
That'll be 2d4 plus 2.
Oh. 7. He's only got 7 though.
Okay, so Trinket comes to consciousness.
Trinket.
pink.
As soon as it opens up, and the first thing Trinket sees is your face, Trinket begins to lick the side of your face.
Buddy, I'm crying and I'm bending him and I'm saying it's okay.
Kima, Clarota, and Vax, you guys are on the ground. You can feel the stone, or the stones and bones beginning to pull up against your feet. Clarota immediately begins to lift off the ground using his levitation ability, and
can I, as I walk,
pulls free of the bones and kind of lifts there for a second. Yes?
Can just like keep propelling my.
Yeah, Richard. They look inside of his body, and there's just 12 GP and some rye bread just hanging out inside of his chest cavity.
Mace of disruption. Like as I walk.
You can. As you're walking around, you're just hitting bits of bone. And as you are, they're just disintegrating, turning to dust. I mean, it's leaving a track, a little bit like a groove in the ground as you do so. But
follow me! Follow the track!
We should go.
But I'm gonna loot this corpse real quick, or see if I see anything with this.
Make an investigation check.
With this corpse. Does anyone want to help me? Who's got better investigation?
Sure.
I would. I've got it, but I'm busy with Trinket.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, never mind.
Yeah, no, I've got it. 24.
24. All right.
Madeline.
The you start looking at it, and like the body, the clothes that are on it are soiled and destroyed, and are just ruined by whatever process it went through. As you inspect the shoulders where the tentacles are, you start seeing these strange little fleshy nubs. And as you kind of pull away at where the wounds were taken from pulling off, you can see there are arms inside the torso that were pushed inside to attach to this entity. Can you what?
Go ahead, sorry.
You can see like a couple of fingers poking out of each side.
Should we take the body?
Do we see any
I'll further inspect.
ligature? Like, is there sewing? Has it been stitched together?
The tentacles were stitched to it, and you...
He just loves rolling dice, man. Of like, I'll further inspect it. It's like, okay, what is that? Number one, what does that more specifically mean? But even if you don't want to get specific about it, the DM needs to tell you like what your inspection check is. Is it insight? Is it perception? Is it medicine? Is it like what? And you cannot roll before that. I mean, yeah.
You can't see any actual stitches. Like, this is a weird thing where it's bonded to it, but it looks like some sort of strange...
And now he is trying to interrupt Matt interacting with another character in order to tell Matt about this roll that he made without Matt asking him to.
Do an Arcana check on that, and I got 18.
Okay, there is a magical...
That was Arcana? Sure. What?
From somewhere in the torso, but you can't quite ascertain.
From somewhere in the torso?
Do we recognize this elf at all?
You don't recognize any of its face because it's gone.
Right.
Bad news, disintegrated its head. Unless you want to piece all the pieces that are currently on Vax together and try and reform the face. But from what you can tell, it wasn't anything you'd recognize necessarily.
I'll take out my dagger and dig into its torso.
Yeah,
As you begin to pull out bits, the rest of you guys manage to make your way up to the top of this stone wall now. You're all, for the most part, safe for the time being.
Oh no!
Thank you for that.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. As you kind of cut through the body, you start seeing there are just layers and layers of teeth growing on all portions on the interior of it. You find the fingers are attached to a hand, which are attached to a wrist.
Yeah, not one on reality, dude. I don't know, man. I mean, okay, I will say that there is a certain amount of responsibility. Not a ton, but there's a certain amount of responsibility for DMs and other players to make sure that things are equal at the table. So, like, if a player is acting out of turn and they're acting inappropriately. Oh, she really wants me to stop streaming. If they're not necessarily like inappropriately, like, you know, mature content inappropriate, but like if they're not playing the game properly, you need to like offer to help them resolve that. And if they don't see it as something that needs to be resolved, then you need to have like a conversation about that. And I'm not I don't know. Obviously, we don't know what's happening behind the scenes on whether or not they have. But that sort of behavior is not fair to the other players at the table that are playing the game as it's designed. So yeah, I don't know. Tiberius is going to do some magic to fix this. Not his own name, but Tibbs. Yeah.
You pull a little bit, and with this horrible, sickening sound, you manage to pull an arm out from inside the torso, covered in its own blood and fluids.
Prestidigitation. Clean that up.
Clean it off. The magical essence you were seeing earlier actually is coming from a set of metallic bracers that are on the wrists of the cell.
Take him. Let's take him. Why I take him?
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't put him on though. Don't put him on.
Really?
I'll look at. I'll inspect him.
Okay, so you got a contract.
That's 13.
13. It takes you a while, but you manage to get an idea of what the essence of the magic is.
What is it?
Vex, I think you would.
I think it's for you, babe.
Really? What is it?
Translated, it's bracers of archery. You should check them out.
Oh, sweet. I think I could do that.
I do.
Why did this abomination have those? 'Cause it was an elf before, I guess. I mean, okay. I'm not even gonna take that much of the high road here. I've used a random magic item table in my day. But those are mostly for like random areas of dungeons or like loot tables at the end, or they like went somewhere that I wasn't expecting. Like this was a meticulously planned out combat. This is a custom monster in a custom environment. It feels weird and random that after defeating this speed demon shadow monster that you get bracers of archery? I don't know. Like, it's not that bad, but it's kind of an extension of, like, the 12 GP thing of just, like, random loot that doesn't feel in. Because he was using ranged weapons, right? Like the gas from his chest. I don't know. It's not that bad. It's certainly not, like, the worst thing you could do, but it's so random, and I don't understand why. Like, obviously, Vax already has Boots of Haste, but like Boots of Haste would have been like the perfect magic item to throw on this man's once they killed him, or like one of a dozen different things. I don't know. It's weird.
I cure wounds on Trinket.
Okay.
And I cast him to 20.
Okay. So
Second level. Sweet. All right, I rolled.
you rolled a 20 total.
Yeah.
Okay.
20
So
total.
Trinket heals up to 20. Heals 20 more hit
yay!
points.
Really?
So
Okay.
keep tabs on that because that will carry over into the next session.
It's okay.
All right, so you guys are now standing aloft on the wall. You can barely see past about another 120, 150 feet ahead of you. The sea of bone chips and glass seems to eventually fade into more stone.
Let's get out of here.
Hey, will you lead the way,
skedaddle.
Pike?
Yeah,
With your
disintegrate
crazy
that
mace
bone
pads?
as we walk out of
All right.
here.
Can I just,
Air guitarist out of
you
here.
know, keep on?
Keep it on.
Actually, wait a minute. Hold on a sec. My water sphere is still there, isn't it? I'm going to take it and then push it along our way as well, in front of her, who's swinging it as well.
Okay.
'Cause I can push it
Why?
up to 30 feet.
So you're pushing this behind her, or
In front of her, just like a nice little for at least 30 feet from where we are. Just
okay. So the spear kind of crests ahead as you guys push forward. Pike, you're taking your
Okay, I don't want this to be like the dump on Orion hour because I don't like dogpiling. But like, why? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Something about that just rubs me the wrong way of like looking at this situation where there's clearly already a strategy being implemented. It's kind of the same thing as when he used Watery Sphere outside of the boss room when Liam was like putting together a plan with like Lightning Bolt. And Orion was like, oh no, I've got it. It's just like, oh, like Pike was having a cool moment with her mace, and you just like inserted your water sphere, even though like I don't think we've gotten confirmation that the water sphere even like affects these things at all. Maybe it does. Maybe I missed that, but I don't know, man. If you haven't caught, certain people at this table are very loot and gold greedy. He's probably just trying to throw them a bone. Scott, I agree with you. I do not disagree that I think that's what he's doing. But I don't know, maybe a bone that made more sense. But also, like, he was trying to get rid of the body. He probably didn't, like, expect them to try and, like, grab up the body. So he was just finding a magic item that he just had laying around. Like, I get it. It's not that bad. But I don't know. I'm the type of person where, like, it's kind of like what we were talking about with, like, you know, the world exists, you're just the narrator. It's like, if that guy didn't have, it would make sense for that guy to not have a magic item, and I'm not going to add one just because you recovered his body. I understand if Matt wants to do that, though, and if that's important to the players, then, you know, whatever. Someone else was getting attention. Yeah, probably a few episodes away. Yeah, I think it's 28, I believe, is apparently the Orion episode. Certain people cough. Well, yeah, gold's her favored terrain, right? Oh, I don't know.
Your mace of disruption with your shield up and just slamming it before you. As it does, there's just like plumes of dust that are being cast into the air behind you guys. You kind of cough a little bit as it's kind of lifting the small spray of dust. You eventually make your way across this open this open field of bone and glass to the other side, finding for the first time in a little bit of time solid stone ground. You all take a moment and gather.
Oh, they got rid of the chat. Thank goodness. I like this so much more. It didn't even like register in my brain that was the table cam instead of the chat. Oh man, marked improvement. I do not give a shit what the chat is saying. And like sometimes it is like it actively like degrades my experience to see what they're saying. This is way better.
Breath. And as you're taking a moment, you look over and you can see in the dark.
Well, before, I don't know if it was last episode as well. I might have spaced on it last episode, but I know at least in episode 6, they would replace all of their face cams with the table cam. I much prefer this setup. The chat goes away in Ep8. Oh, I have to wait a little bit. That's okay. It's not that bad, but I think it will be an improvement when it does.
Darkness ahead of you. What looks to be a faint source of light around another large pillar or cluster of stone in the distance.
Is it a color?
Do I see any tracks around?
It's reddish orange and it appears to have a flicker to it.
Do I see tracks? Can I sense Goliath tracks around?
Go ahead and roll a survival check.
How far away is it from us?
It's probably, say about 70, 80 feet.
25.
25? You see more Duragar feet patterns, and you see those same singular tracks.
Richard, it's just like a series of reacting. So like their scene has their cam on the left and their chat on the left, and it just gets like more and more like stair-stepped out as it goes. You can't even see the people anymore.
And you said it's flickering the light?
Yes.
Probably campfire.
Let's go kick some ass.
Wanna go see?
Yeah, the other thing about it is if they were trying to react to my stream and make it as transformative as I do, they would have 12-hour streams for each episode. That does not sound feasible.
Maybe we can take a short rest there.
Do we need it? Is anyone hurt?
Just a short one.
25.
I mean, for
25?
spells.
Everyone rest while I go peek, because I'm fine.
I don't need rest for. We don't need rest for spells. We just need rest for health, right?
Just a short rest, yeah. So I can
If
like
we take a
recharge
short
my
rest, do
animal
we get any
changes.
spells?
No spells back, no, unfortunately.
No.
You guys stay back while you go ahead and stealth your way up. Did you roll disadvantage on that one? Disadvantage on this?
Disadvantage on it?
Your foot.
It's your foot.
But the cloak then cancels it out. Then,
That's right, yes.
because,
So you're fine. So it's a natural roll.
So 25.
25, okay. So you make your way through the darkness around the side of the stone platform, and as you crest your vision, you can see the flickering is indeed a small campfire. Not used for light, but apparently used for cooking. As the scent also hits you, there is some sort of meat currently being cooked on this flame.
No.
It smells pretty good. You're not quite sure what the source of the meat is. You worry for a second because you see the two Duragar that are sitting there.
I mean, I would rather him say something than it smells good, but I'll give it to him. That's a half a point. You've taken a month off of your sentence in smell jail. No, Matt, has built up some fucking time on his rap sheet in Smell Jail. He went like 5 episodes where I did not know what a single thing in this campaign smelled like. So he has like a year per ep where he did not mention it. I think maybe after this episode, maybe he's down to like 4 years, but he's got some time to work off.
Currently holding the meat in the center of this are standing next to a giant troll who has its hand on the side of a rickety wooden cart. On this cart, which you can see, there are 2 sets of wheels on each side. There is a large, lumbering Goliath individual currently held down with bands of iron. Your mind for a second thinks, oh god, are they eating him? But you see, he appears to be intact, though with a quick glance...
After announcements in Ep8, it's an easy number to remember, at least.
As you peer on the other side of the stone column, you can see his body is riddled with scratches and small wounds and incisions, and you can see where streaks of dried blood are across his entire body.
Oh no.
They're gonna try to make him into one of the Stitch monsters.
Yes, they are.
We're not there.
You also do see across the way there are 3 tents set up around this area. One of the tents opens up, and you see a Duragar female step out, silver circlet across her forehead, long robes. Queen Ulara walks up and starts talking to the other Duragar, pointing to your Goliath friend, to Grog, on the front of this. Motions to the other 2, and steps back into the tent, closing it behind her as the 2 other Duragar kind of like grin. One reaches into his pouch and begins to pull out small, looks like metal hooked utensils, possibly to go in for another round of whatever they've been doing.
I'm gonna kill that bitch.
Into my earring.
Test.
Vax just said we should go.
And this is where we're going to end today's session.
So that Travis Willingham could be there for the next one. Maybe not. Okay. That was an episode. I think, like gut reactions. I'll obviously have a more detailed takeaway, but I like Matt's environment building. I think Matt's environment building is slowly going up. And I am excited to see Yugvaril. I'm really hoping that Yugvaril is very cool. I think it will be better or worse than Ep5. Oh, way better. Way better. Episode 5 did not have anything even close to the bad vibes field. The bad vibes field is inherently interesting. I am disappointed that I feel like the bad vibes field is not significant in any way, but at least he tricked me into thinking it was significant during the episode. So that's a win over episode 5. Yeah, Ep5 is really bad. At no point during episode 5 was I under any illusion that any of it was important. Like, I never was, like, invested in anything. At least with the bad vibes field, I was like, this is more interesting than this being a pit, and it might foreshadow something cool. So, I mean, we had that. And, like, I thought that the anime Slenderman monster was... It's a fine fight. I really think that Matt is kind of... Not that Matt's incapable. That, like, Matt just should avoid doing single monster fights. Like, I really... Because when you have... I know, just from being in my Monster Hunter campaign right now, almost every single one of our fights is a single monster fight, because that's, like, the vibe of Monster Hunter. And even there... We're fighting one strong monster. There's 4 of us. We fuck them up so hard. Our DM has to manually adjust the CR up and, like, give us more challenge than the books recommend, because, like, we just destroy anything that's on our level. They have 7 plus 2 NPCs. Like, I literally don't think you can put a single monster up against them that will be an appropriate challenge that will also not one-shot them. Like, I literally, I don't think it's possible, honestly. I think that this monster is actually one of the more interesting ways to do it, to give them some sort of regeneration. But even then, like, there's 9 attacks. Say half of them miss. There's still 4 attacks coming its way before it can trigger its regen. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I just don't know if with this many people you can do single monster fights. I loved the boss fight in Emberhold because there was this huge like a group with like mixed units and a lot of different things going on, where all of them felt like very grounded and I could track the combat even though there were more combatants. One of the reasons I think Kima doesn't always play as a super heavy hitter in some of those fights, fair. Fair, because if she was probably playing to her real power level, they're already sweeping fights. Like, the real threat during this fight was Trinket dying. That was the highest threat, which is essentially like them losing a possession. It's like them losing the flying carpet. Obviously, Trinket is more than that, but it's not like them losing one of their PCs, where they did lose one of their PCs during the boss fight, and like it was very tight on the way out. So I think the Emberhold fight is just like more of what you need to focus on when you have this many people. Even escalating it to like 3 enemies is just so much more manageable in terms of like a power level standpoint than a single enemy. Yeah, that's what Matt did here. He homebrewed this monster with more HP and regen. It was 10 HP at start of turn and 450 damage taken. Yeah. Which is just, it's ludicrous. Like, that's a ludicrous monster that there's almost no way of, like, really balancing, right? Like, and you can still, like, the monster can just get dumped by a crit, which is what happened. Like, Taliesin crit with the bad news, and the fight was over. Because that's like, that's how regenerating enemies work. You have to do a bunch of burst damage. But so it's just, it leads to these like weird imbalanced fights when you don't have a lot of enemies on the enemy side. But the battle arena, or, the area that they fought in, I don't even want to call it a battle arena, really, had a very interesting terrain that they had to manage the whole time that I think really made it like so much better than the ooze fight. Like, this was miles and miles beyond the ooze fight, because even though the ooze fight was more reasonable in terms of the enemy combatants and like the number of them and the strength of them, this combat had such a more interesting battle arena with the bone thingies coming out of the ground. That I think it made it an overall more engaging combat, even though, like, honestly, it was slower and, like, on its face more boring, because, like, less happened, but there was the threat of something happening the whole time, which I think made it more interesting. Trinket dying is the threat a lot of the time. Which is fair. I mean, when you have an incredibly powerful protagonist in a story, you have to go after the things that protagonists love. I mean, that's such a common trope of like, oh, I can't actually kill the hero, so I'll hurt them however I can. And I think that extends here. It's like, okay, this monster was not going to defeat the party. Maybe it was going to take out a PC, but more realistically, it could take out Trinket. So that's what it did. Yeah, so I think overall the episode was much better. Again, I think that Matt does escalation of emotion well, and I think that he has good narrative timing. I've said this for a long time, but I think that he has this very tight view of like when we're in like an emotional moment and when we're in a strategic moment. And my personal philosophy is that those are not separate. Like, it should not be like we're all standing around talking about what our characters should do, and now we're in the scene, and now we're escalating emotions. Like, my goal as a DM is to, like, have waxes and wanes on the emotion throughout the entire session. I would love if my players only talk to each other in character. That'd be dope. And like, I have time skips, and I talk out of game when I need to, but I keep that emotion and that investment running. That's my philosophy. That's my strategy. It's not correct by any means, but I do see a lot of benefits to it that I don't see here, especially with this many people. When people start to lose investment and focus within the scene and they start talking to each other out of character, you get people that get quiet, look at their phones, get distracted, forget what's going on. There are advantages to it too, but I think that, in my opinion, which is why I have this philosophy, in my opinion, the benefits of keeping them in the moment outweigh the potential negatives. Or the potential things you're missing by separating those things. But that's my overall philosophy. That's how I view it. And I will have a more detailed take on what I thought of this episode next time. And I am probably going to split. If you're still watching, thank you so much. And if you are here now, but you weren't here at the beginning of stream, go back to the beginning of stream. I have a huge announcement that I'm super excited about. And you should go check that out. I'm sure I'll make it into like a short or something, so maybe you'll see it somewhere else as well. But you can get the first scoop here. Yeah. Good night, John. You're welcome. Good night. Good night, everybody. You are welcome for the stream. I had a blast, and I will see you next on Monday. Or maybe for a weird impromptu stream that I only tell you about an hour beforehand. Okay, thanks. Bye.